Can you hear me? Test, test, 1, 2, 3. I'm rusty. I don't know if this is working. I don't know if it's not working. Let me know. It's been a while, y'all. Welcome back to the Ryan Hall, y'all, YouTube channel. We're here live with a moderate risk of severe weather today. Up here in the north, way up in the north. All right, let me show you exactly what I'm talking about on the Radar Omega app here. Okay, let me come over to severe weather. Let's go to the day one categorical outlook, and we've got a moderate risk. Look at this big old red area here that includes portions of South Dakota, Minnesota, and Iowa, and we've got this big line of storms, nasty line of storms already entering into the moderate risk zone. And why is this a moderate risk? Well, let me tell you. The main reason is because of wind. Okay, we've got a big old nasty wind bag coming down I-90 here, and as you can see on the Radar Omega app, once again, we've got our storm seekers out there, Brandon Kopic and Vince Welty. Right now, let's take a look at Brandon Kopic's feed. Once again, I'm doing this in the Radar Omega app. Let me get this situated here so you guys can see it correctly. There we go. And then there you go. He's got a big, beautiful shelf cloud coming over right now. It does look like we don't have his correct stream on the back end. Frank, make sure you put Brandon's stream on YouTube 1. YouTube 1. I think it's an old one on there right now. But this is on the Radar Omega app. There's 38 of you guys watching with me, and you can see he's got a big old storm coming through. This thing has packed a punch so far. We've got a bunch of storm reports out there. Let's take a look at those real quick. We've got some 65, some 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts that have been reported back here near Wessington Springs, Chamberlain, Highmore, Miller. And now this big line of nasty storms is heading to the southeast, right towards Brandon and Vince Welty. This is also going to go towards Sioux Falls. Okay, it's going to go towards Sioux Falls here within the next little bit. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for tuning in. We got a lot of member updates. Yeet Yacht. He says, here we go. I really hope everyone near the highest risk areas prepare for the event. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Absolutely. We did talk about this yesterday. And, you know, like I said, we've got this ring of fire. We've got this summertime slip and slide of storms just sliding down from northwest to southeast. Sliding down. And that's just what we're dealing with here, okay? And this particular group of storms has turned out to be a little bit more intense than the rest of them. But speaking of the rest of them, we do have a lot of other storms going on. In fact, your boy right here, Ryan Hall, at the Y'all headquarters is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. I'm under a severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like my max wind gust here has just been 22 miles per hour, but the severe thunderstorm warning is for 60-mile-an-hour winds and less than 3/4 of an inch hail. It is raining. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I can hear the roar from my roof. And, you know, it's just basically a pretty average summertime thunderstorm here in the mountains, but that's what I'm dealing with. And it looks like there's a lot more moisture coming. All right, so you can see how there's a bunch of flash flood warnings up here in West Virginia around Logan and Madison. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those flash flood warnings got extended down to the south a little bit to include my area. Thankfully, I live on top of a hill, so I don't think that I'm going to have to deal with any flooding here. But, you know, areas around me are. Over here in Virginia, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings near Lexington along I-81 all the way down there towards just north of Rocky Mount. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. A little bit bigger hail possible with these. And then more severe thunderstorm warnings over here down in eastern Virginia and southern Maryland near Lexington Park and Montrose. These are also for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Nothing too incredible going on with these severe storms, but you're going to continue to see severe thunderstorm warnings throughout this area as we go through the rest of the day. But right now, we're watching the most intense one up here in South Dakota. All right, and we've got 2 of the best storm chasers on Earth currently tracking it. And we're going to watch them do that right here. Once again, this is Brandon Kopic's location. This is Vince Welty's location. They are coming in to the storm right now. You can see Vince has a really good view of the shelf cloud on the horizon there. Once again, lots of reports coming in of different levels of damage and stuff like that. Thankfully, a lot of this area is pretty rural. But, of course, we are going to continue to see reports pour in. Let's see what Brandon Kopic has to say here on his latest Twitter update.
About to have some insane winds.
Let me see. Can you guys hear that? Let me turn it up.
Hey everybody, Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic here with a monster shelf cloud behind me. We got a lot of cold air rushing out of the storm right now. This thing is an absolutely gorgeous tint to it. About to have some insane winds here in Mitchell, South Dakota as the shelf cloud overtakes the area. And we're going to get 70 to 80 mile an hour winds here. Going to be live on Radar Omega, my YouTube, and Ryan Hall y'all all day, guys.
All right, so that's Brandon Kopic with a little update there, expecting possibly up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. I've heard a couple meteorologists tout the D word. As this could, you know, it could become a derecho. It doesn't matter, though, if you're in Mitchell or if you're in Brandon, Freeman, Parkston, Lake Andes, DeSmet, Brookings, anybody in the moderate or the enhanced risk here, you're going to see some very intense weather over the next little bit, okay? And the reason we have our storm chasers out there and the reason we like to show that is because it lets you know what to expect downstream. Okay, I do think that Brandon and Vince both are going to intercept some of the more intense areas of the Boeing segment here in just a little bit. So once you see that, they're probably going to try to stay out ahead of it a little bit and then eventually let it hit them. But once you see that, you'll know what to expect downstream there as this continues off to the east. We do have a couple of, I believe, destructive severe thunderstorms out with this. Look at this. Up here for Iroquois, Carthage, Howard, Canova, and DeSmet. This is in South Dakota, all right? You have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning up here. This is going to be for 90-mile-per-hour winds and 1.5-inch in diameter hail, okay? So imagine golf balls. Now imagine them being flung 90 miles per hour through your windows, okay? You don't want to be outside for this. You don't want to be in any place near windows, obviously, and you might as well get to a whatever you would normally go to for your tornado shelter in a situation like this. 90-mile-an-hour winds over a large area a lot of times is more destructive and more dangerous than a weak tornado because tornadoes are extremely mesoscale in nature, very small. This is going to be a very widespread event where we're going to see pretty much everybody in the warning box is going to deal with some damaging winds here. So once again, destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Kingsbury, Minor, and Sanborn County in South Dakota. Now we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Charles, Mix, Douglas, Gregory, Aurora, Davidson, Hutchinson, Gerald, Minor, and let's see here, Brule counties in South Dakota. So all of this line is warned with either a considerable or a destructive severe thunderstorm warning tag. And we do have our chasers getting ready to intercept it. Let me refresh my place files here so we can get a better look at where those chasers are. Can you guys see their little indicators right there? That's where Vince and Brandon are in Storm Seekers number 3 and 4. And you can see that Vince really has a really good view of that right now. Frank, was you able to fix that? Or I think I'm still seeing the old stream. I might have to turn around here and do some work on the computer behind me. But so we can see Brandon's stream. But we've definitely got Vince Welty up here really good. Let's actually talk to him, see what his plan is. Hey, Vince, we've got you pulled up. We can see that big storm off to the distance there. You got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. What's the plan? Everybody in chat's wanting to know. What are you going to do? You're going to sit there, let it hit you? You're going to try to stay in front of it a little bit longer? Let us know what the plan is for Storm Seeker number 4.
Okay, before I waste my time and talk, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so we're going to sit here and watch this. We're time-lapsing it in 360. Just had the local sheriff's department stop. They're pretty concerned about it. I-90 is down to 2 lanes instead of 4. Lots of recreational vehicles. That's going to be a very bad day if those get overturned from winds. So I'm going to be avoiding I-90 to go head back and there east past again to head back to the east. Once this thing gets closer and we can get a better view of the shelf cloud, we'll head east and stay out ahead of it a little bit. But we're not going to take I-90 because that's going to be a mess. And I advise really anybody else that's out here to probably stay off of the interstate in the path.
I'm out here at Jim and Ron's, but we can't find
All right.
HP 106.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So that's Brandon's and Vince. They're really close together. So I guess that their plan is to kind of stay in front of it a little bit, but eventually they are going to sample it there. Deshaun, thank you so much for the super chat. Frank says, I added Brandon's stream and refreshed. I don't know why you're not seeing it. Frank, I see a stream, but it is an old one. It is an old one. The one that we are both looking at right now is not Brandon's current stream, I don't think. I could be wrong. Let me check Radar Omega once again, because this is 100% up to date. We're going to click on Brandon's icon there. Okay. Okay, I think that this is actually right. Let's look at this, right? And then let's look at this.
Frank says I had a Brandon stream and refresh. I don't know why you're not seeing it.
Yeah, that's right. It's good now. It's good now. It was old, but it's good now. Okay, that last refresh worked. We're good now. Okay, anyways, so if you're just now tuning in, we're watching Storm Seekers, Brandon Kopic and Vince Welty getting ready to intercept a major wind bag. 80-mile-an-hour winds possible here with this storm coming into portions of South Dakota. Let me list off some of these communities out ahead of this thing. So you guys know what to expect. I think you guys down here in Lake Andes and Wagner, way down in southeastern South Dakota, I think you guys are going to miss out on a lot of the major wind. Okay, obviously you're going to see wind, but I think some of the more intense wind that we're talking about here, like those 80 and 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts, I think that's going to stay off to your north. Now, don't get me wrong. I still want you to take the severe thunderstorm, the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that you're under right now seriously, because this thing's going to continue to bow out and fan out and get larger as it goes off to the east and to the south and east. However, I think that most of the action is going to be to your north. Where I start to become really concerned with a lot of the wind damage and the potential impacts of this storm is from where Vince and Brandon are right now, points north. All right, so Alexandria, Canova, Howard, Carthage, Esmond, all of these places in points east. This includes Salem, Madison in South Dakota, and Arlington. I think that you guys are definitely in the direct path of the strongest part of this storm. Remember, we're not talking about a tornado outbreak here. We're talking about a major, I'm going to say it again, wind bag, and inside of there we do expect that a lot of people are going to see 60-mile-an-hour winds, but intermittently, as this thing continues to fan out to the east, we are going to see 70 and 80-mile-an-hour wind reports, possibly even as high as 90 miles per hour. That will cause widespread major damage. We're going to keep an eye on the power outages for you, and also I'm keeping an eye on Twitter to see if there's anything going on out there as far as reports go as damage and pictures and stuff like that. So if you see anything interesting on there, guys, tag me in it on Twitter at Ryan Hall y'all. At Ryan Hall y'all. Here is a view of the potential derecho as it moves into Wagner, South Dakota. This is from Eric Creighton. Once again, I'm retweeting this on Twitter. Everything that I retweet on Twitter, guys, you should retweet as well. A lot of these people, the way that they garner, the way that they're able to do what they do is by having a social media following. So go retweet this stuff. That's an amazing picture there. Go ahead, Andy. What do you got?
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to tell you, if you haven't covered it yet, the airport near Huron, South Dakota recorded a 96-mile-per-hour wind gust, which, is certainly lending itself to towards this line of storms, and becoming a derecho per se, since it's a subjectively assigned word to storms like this. So we continue to see more significant wind gusts like that, and an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust near Woonsocket. This certainly is looking like an upper tier event for sure.
Absolutely. Andy, thank you so much. And by the way, we do have meteorologist Andy Hill here with us today. That's the first time we've talked to him today, but I'm sure we will hear from him much more as we go through the afternoon and evening. It's 3:19 on the East Coast right now, and I am currently experiencing a severe thunderstorm in my neck of the woods, but it's getting ready to be a lot worse if you're in Iroquois, South Dakota, or Carthage. As Andy just noted, we're getting some major wind reports up here. Take a look at this one. Emergency manager near Woonsocket, I think this is the one he just mentioned, reported 90 mile-an-hour wind gust. And then we've got an ASOS station at the Huron Regional Airport with the 96 mile per hour wind gust there. And that's an official report. I don't think that we're going to see that be modified any down, because that's more than likely recorded on a pretty good piece of equipment. So now we're really concerned about the northern side of this complex as it moves off to the east. Once again, I do think that the southern side is going to continue to strengthen. I think that the southern side is going to possibly cause problems as we go into the future, but I'm mostly focused on this northern and most easterly side of the bow. Look at this thing. You see how it looks like a backwards C? Usually right here, that's where you would normally see the highest wind gusts, but we are seeing some major wind up here, and I'm starting to get concerned about Howard and Canova and Madison in South Dakota. So I would, once again, if I'm in any of these places, I'm getting to my tornado safe spot as if there was a tornado warning, because this is going to cause damage similar to, maybe a lower end tornado, but for a lot more people than a usual tornado would. Okay, so you want to take shelter, you want to get away from windows and all of that good stuff. Here is a picture from Brandon Kopp Extreme of the shelf cloud coming in. We're going to pull that back up right now so you guys can see that. We got Vince and Brandon both on this thing. They're getting ready to take a direct slap in the face from this major wind bag. And of course, we got Barry Bones watching. Barry Bones is watching, the most compassionate, the most passionate Ryan Hall y'all fan right here. Barry Bones has watched every stream since the beginning, and he always sends a video or a picture of himself doing so. I don't know how this dog's doing it, but he is a loyal fan for sure. Make sure you go follow Barry Bones, who has his own Twitter account, actually. I just retweeted that on my Twitter there, at Ryan Hall y'all. Love Barry Bones. And of course, we are monitoring. We've got all of our researchers and weather analysts in the background. We're going to continue to monitor all of that stuff as well. And if I can load it up here. We don't have Carly with us today. This was such a last-minute decision to go live. We don't have Carly with us today, but that's totally fine. I'm still able to look at all this stuff and kind of, relay the information as I see it. I'm trying to open Discord in my browser right now. It's not working. Oh, it's not going to work. Okay, anyways, I'll figure that out. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll figure that out. Hey, look, this is the first time I've seen this. Farmer Matt gifted 5 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. I don't know how that works, but thank you so much, Farmer Matt. I believe that 5 people who are not members now have memberships, thanks to Farmer Matt. It doesn't say who they were gifted to. But Farmer Matt, thank you so much for doing that. That's awesome. I think that's a new feature here on YouTube. Deshaun says, seriously nasty sail was not looking good for a serious severe thunderstorm. And also says, wow, that is a super huge storm. This is very serious. Yes, you are correct. This is very serious down here in South Dakota. We're watching it unfold live right now through our storm chasers, Vince Welty and Brandon Kopic. Looks like Vince is starting to take some hits from the wind right now. Let's see what he's got going on. We'll pull up some audio for him. Vince has his own YouTube channel, which you can find, I'm sure, in the chat. I'm sure we've got links going to that. So does Brandon. But this is a live view right now of what's going on, and Storm Seeker number 4, as he is really close to Emory, heading towards Fulton, and I believe that he's actually pointed away from the main storm right now. So I think he's just going to try to parallel it for a little bit more until there's a better area to intercept it. But you can see the wind's really ripping there as this is moving through Alexandria, South Dakota. That's his exact location, Alexandria, South Dakota.
He seemed to be all right because he was able to crawl down later, but they were up about 15 feet in the air on that gas canopy in the gust.
And then Brandon Kopic's just to his north, just a little bit. Just to reiterate who's under what warnings and all that stuff. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Beardy, Kingsbury, Minor, and Sanborn counties. That's for 90-mile-per-hour winds. And then considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for Charles, Mix, Douglas, and Gregory counties. Aurora, Davidson, Douglas, Hanson, and Hutchinson's counties. So that's what we've got going on there. And I believe we just got a new considerable severe that was just issued as well. Yeah, look at this. Huge considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. And this includes Sioux Falls. And the entire I-90 and I-29 corridor that surrounds it, especially points west. So now Freeman, Hurley, and Salem in South Dakota, you're under this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which means that you will almost certainly experience at the very least 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but we do expect potentially some people in this warning area will experience 70 or higher, 70 miles per hour or higher wind gusts, and this can cause widespread significant damage up here. So we want you guys to take this seriously. You can see our storm chasers, live storm chasers, Vince Welty and Brandon Kopic right now, both near Alexandria, South Dakota. This is the part of the storm that will eventually hit Sioux Falls, but it's very likely this is just going to continue to intensify as it goes off to the south and east. The air is very unstable in front of it, and this thing is just building up a lot of momentum. Look at this. This started out as one little storm way back up here in central South Dakota, and now it's kind of created this big cold pocket of air behind it that's helping to push it forward into all of the warm air and moist air that's out in front of it. The faster it goes, sometimes the faster it goes, the more disorganized it gets, and maybe, we'll see it break up into a multicellular type of deal. But specifically with this, I think a tight little mesoscale convective system is forming here, and we're going to see it continue to cause straight-line damaging winds all the way through portions of southeastern South Dakota. Now, this is also expected to make it into northeastern Nebraska and northwestern Iowa and southwestern Minnesota Okay, so all the way down to Sioux City, from Sioux Falls all the way down to Sioux City, and then as far east as Worthington in Minnesota, you guys can expect to see this too. Now, this is moving pretty fast, but it'll still be a couple hours before it gets to a lot of those places. If you know anybody in the watch or warning area today, everybody in the red box should be hyper weather aware right now. If you got family members up here, if you know anybody on Facebook that lives up here, why don't you go ahead and copy the link to the stream or hit the share button and put us out there for people. Let's try to get as many people as possible in front of this information as we can. As you guys know, everybody in this chat knows that people don't watch the news anymore. I don't think that that's a good thing. It's just the truth. People don't watch the news anymore. A lot of people are probably going to be surprised by this. A lot of times in a situation where you have a big a line of storms coming, if you're in Freeman right now, it's probably starting to look a little dark, but just a few minutes ago, it was sunny, right? Obviously, there's a storm coming, but I don't think people understand that the severity of this storm, because, you know, the moderate risk was just issued not too long ago. Yesterday, it was just an enhanced risk. This hasn't been in the news cycle very long, so there's probably going to be a little bit of surprise here for some people that just all of a sudden get 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So let's try to share this. Let's get this out to as many people as possible. Share it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever you've got. And also send it in a text message to a family member or friend to help people stay aware in this situation. All right, and thank you so much, West Platte. West Platte with the big 10 gifted memberships. That's so cool that you can do that on YouTube now. I wish it would show me who got the memberships. That's so cool. Wesley just gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Wes. That's awesome. And Nora says to the audience, liking saves lives. Get this stream out there. Yeah, also, Nora, thank you for that. Guys, if you could do me a favor and just like the stream just like you would a normal YouTube video, that will also allow the YouTube algorithm to get this out in front of more people. Derecho, composite factors. Let me see here. This was just shared with me here. Let me show you this. Oh man, why is it so big? Okay, yeah, so this is one of the mesoanalysis pieces that we look at. Weatherman Cam shared this with me here in our chat on Discord, and this is what the current derecho composite factors look like. And it looks like, to me, like the further east this thing goes, it's going to stay in a very similar atmosphere or environment as it is right now. So I don't see any signs of this thing, you know, tremendously weakening in the near future. I think that we're going to deal with this thing actually maintaining its strength or becoming stronger until nightfall, and then even then it's going to continue to go all the way off to the south and east. And remember, we were looking at the SPC outlook earlier. Yeah, you're under a moderate risk of severe weather up here, but you're under an enhanced risk all the way out to close to Waterloo in Iowa. This line of storms is going to make it to you as well, and we don't want to let our guards down for anybody out here, okay? So make sure you stay tuned with us. We're going to be with you here for a while, and we're also going to keep an eye on not only the storms up here, which are causing this significant damage, but a lot of storms are breaking out in the Appalachian region out through the East Coast. And we're going to start to see some more storms break out from Chicago through Cedar Rapids and Des Moines as well as we go a little bit later on into the evening. And then maybe even some big storms popping up over here in Indiana. So we're going to watch all of these. And of course, we encourage you to play along if you can do so safely. If you can do so safely, and only if you can do so safely, send us pictures and videos on Twitter. At Ryan Hall, y'all, or on Facebook or Instagram, whatever you can do, and we'll share them here on stream so we can, you know, just see what's going on out there and also warn people downstream. All right, so according to Frank, it does show the names of the people who were gifted memberships, but it does it in chat, and it goes by pretty fast. So that's pretty cool. Thank you, Wes, once again for doing that. Not only have you just added 10 people to the most awesome weather community on earth, but it helps the stream. Obviously, it helps us continue to do what we're doing. Boy P says, I'm watching from England. Thanks for what you do, and stay safe out there. Thank you so much. This is Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic's live feed and Storm Seeker number 3. Look at this. He is right on the front edge of it. Looks pretty intense out there. We got some damage pictures coming in now. This is from Huron, South Dakota. Supers, or Weather Boy Super's grandma, Jackie, sent this in. Got some big tree limbs down there. And this is near where that 96 mile per hour wind gust was recorded. So you can see there's lots of tree damage here. Update from weather analyst Sean Paul. Let's see what he's got to say. Definitely will be extremely active next several hours with extreme instability and strong downdraft cape. The combination of these two will allow for the potential for a long-lasting mesoscale convective system or a derecho. It is possible that if this thing goes for long enough, that this will be classified as a derecho later on once they make that classification. It's really not that important that we call it a derecho right now. It's kind of a buzzword, but hey, this could end up being a derecho. So if you're in the line of this thing and that's what it takes for you to take it seriously, just know that this is very likely going to be called a derecho tomorrow. It's kind of like rating a tornado. You can't do it until after it's happened. Here's some of the reports that we've already gotten. Remember, 90 mile an hour reports are coming out of this thing. And then just a lot of instability out in front of it. I agree with all of our analysts who are saying right now that this is probably going to only get worse or maintain its severity as it goes off to the east. Next in line, we've got Salem. Okay, Alexandria is just now feeling some of the stronger winds that are coming through with this thing. Next in line, we've got Spencer, Salem, and of course Montrose, and Brandon Kopic and Vince Welty are still right in front of this thing. They're not. I don't think the goal today is to just sit there and let it hit them once and then be done. I think they're going to kind of play cat and mouse and try to stay right in front of it as long as they can. Obviously, eventually, this thing's going to start moving fast enough to where they're not going to be able to do that. And when that point comes, they're going to just stay in it and sample it for us. But you can see that Vince is in the dry now. Brandon's in the dry.
A new tornado warning.
And now we have a tornado warning. And this is in Virginia. Wow. Let's go ahead and ring the alarm on that because that's the first warning of the day. Let's go check on that. That's in Virginia. How about that, y'all? National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Middlesex County, Richmond County, Essex County, and Lancaster County in eastern Virginia. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning, so let's dive into that. Not only are we talking about good old South Dakota today, but we are now also talking about Virginia with our first tornado warning of the day. I honestly wasn't expecting very many tornado warnings today at all. Once again, this is a wind bag event, but we do have some rotation over here on this storm. Let's check it out. Look at that. That's actually pretty tight here near Bootilo. I'm sorry. I really think that's how you say it. But that's moving off to the north or to the south and east towards Nesting, Bower, Summers, and Nutsville, and Lively and Ottoman right here in eastern Virginia. Okay, so a tornado warning is now in effect for Essex, Lancaster, Middlesex, and Richmond counties in Virginia. If you know anybody in this general vicinity, please let them know that we're covering this live right now. A lot of times, especially over here in Virginia, you know people are being surprised by this. So, yeah, and that's definitely enough rotation to kind of make me be a little bit concerned that this is actually capable of producing a tornado in the near future. So if we're in Moratico, I hope I'm saying that right, Waterview, Litwalton, Nutsville, Alfonso, Lively, or Ottoman in Virginia, you got to take shelter now. You got to take shelter now. This is a dangerous situation. Let's read some of the text here. Let's see. At 3:34 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Robley, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Moratico. I hope I'm saying that right. Once again, around 3:40 p.m. Eastern time. And that last scan there, the last scan that we just got in, does look a little bit less impressive. So maybe this is just a rogue storm that was able to form a mesocyclone, and it's going to kind of fizzle out. But if that's not the case, we're going to stick here with it, okay? Still want you in your safe spot, especially if you're in Moratico, Litwalton, Alfonso, or Lively, because this thing could be cycling a little bit there. But look at these. We've got more storms up and down the eastern side of Virginia, all the way up into the Delmarva area. But the only one that's got a tornado warning right now is down here just north of Laneview, hovering over the Waterview area. So please take shelter now. We've also got a severe thunderstorm warning back here towards Lynchburg, Virginia. This is moving towards Oak Grove and Concord and Stonewall. Yeah, I can't tell much. I really can't tell much about, whether or not I believe this has a tornado on the ground or not. Obviously, I think this was a precautionary warning. It is a little bit further away from the radar than as what you'd like to be. But certainly, you can see a little bit of a dangly bit right there. And then when I switch over to the velocity, you can see that there is some inbounds and outbounds right next to each other. If you're new here, if you don't know how to read the radar, go ahead and download Radar Omega and follow the tutorial here. All right, the way that we kind of determine whether or not we are going to issue let's imagine we work at the National Weather Service. Okay, why are we issuing a tornado warning? First of all, they have a lot more resources than we do. They're constantly talking with every single emergency manager and every single fire department, police, department that's everywhere. But the most important tool that they use in a situation like this is going to be radar. And you have literally access to the exact same thing as they do. It's the same thing. All right. So download Radar Omega. Down here on the bottom, on your phone, iOS or Android, your tablet, computer, whatever you're doing, you will have the ability to switch to high-res velocity from high-res reflectivity. So that's what you're used to seeing, switch to velocity. And now, what we're seeing here is a bunch of green and red. Looks like a Christmas ornament. But the green and red next to each other is actually not a good sign. If I come back to when the warning was issued, this is the reason why it was issued right here. What the green shows is stuff, wind, rain, hydrometeors, whatever, going towards the radar. And then the red shows stuff going away from the radar. So obviously, we can conclude here that we've got a little bit of counterclockwise rotation in the cloud right here. And it's actually close enough together, especially in this one frame, to warrant a warning. All right. Now, we don't know exactly what this means on the ground. Sometimes there's just a rotating mesocyclone. Sometimes it's just literally an artifact. But this is why we get radar indicated tornado warnings that are issued. Okay, nobody's necessarily seen a tornado. We can't confirm via radar that there is a tornado. We just believe that there might be one because of this signature right here. So the greens and the reds close together, and especially whenever you can conclude by looking at it and comparing it to the motion of the storm that it is counterclockwise. That's how we can tell that there might be a tornado right there. But look, once I push this forward a little bit to the latest scan, we still have reds and greens close to each other, but they're not nearly as connected and they're not as intense, right? So the amount of rotation that we have has decreased, and also the tightness of it has let up a little bit. So broad rotation usually doesn't lead to tornadoes, but it could lead to some large hail. And certainly some very strong winds here as we get into Litwalton, Nutsville, and Lively. So make sure you guys are taking shelter because at any time this thing could become mean once again and produce a tornado. Now, if you're just now tuning in, we're looking at Virginia right now, which is actually a little bit unexpected. The main event is occurring in South Dakota and Nebraska right now, moving into Iowa. So let's check in back with our storm chasers here. See what's going on. They're both driving away from the storm now. which is I'm very glad that they're doing that, because it's going to allow us to see this thing for much longer. Okay, if they were to stop right now, turn around, let the storm hit them, it would be a wild sight for sure. Lots of 80-mile-an-hour winds, but that would be it. I don't think they would be able to catch back up with it from underneath it. So they're staying just in front of it, and every once in a while they're going to turn around and give us a view of what's going on with this major wind bag, potential derecho, moving through South Dakota right now. Let's take a look at some more of those reports coming in. Once again, we had a 96-mile-an-hour wind gust report coming in from the Huron airport, and then also several 80 and 90-mile-an-hour wind reports coming in just to the south of there. Some of the more recent reports that we've gotten are 60, 69 miles per hour, and 59 miles per hour. So we haven't gotten any of those 90-mile-per-hour wind gust reports in the last, 10 minutes or so. But I believe that those are going to start coming back into view here once this storm moves through Spencer and Emory and towards Salem, because you can really see that we've got a big bowing segment trying to occur here. And that usually means that we're seeing some very strong winds coming out of the storm. If you're in Salem or Unityville or Bridgewater and you look to the west, you probably can see a fantastic shelf cloud right now. You can see that this very sharp gradient between some of the higher reflectivity indicators here on radar, there's a very sharp gradient between that and then nothing, which means that more than likely this starts right here, and all of that cool air that's trying to escape out from under the storm is meeting up with untapped, warm, unstable air, and obviously increasing the intensity of the storm, but also creating a very intense shelf cloud effect here, which we can actually see right now on Brandon Kopic's stream. And usually with these kinds of shelf clouds, especially with as fast as this is moving, you'll see a lot of SLCs. There's going to be a ton of scary looking clouds today. And there is definitely a chance that we do get some brief spin up tornadoes, but most of what we're looking at here is just scud. All right. Surface cloud updrafts, or you can call them ghost clouds. I like to call them ghost clouds. But still a breathtaking sight. Look at it, almost has a green tint to the rain in there, but right in front of Brandon Kopic. It's a beautiful storm. And then Vince Welty is still driving east. So we're going to keep it on Brandon Kopic's feed here as he is preparing to intercept a very strong storm moving into the Salem area in South Dakota right now. Let me give you a broad view on the radar of what this looks like, okay? Just to give you guys context, because there's constantly people filtering in and out. Constantly. The reason I repeat myself a lot is because however many people are watching right now, 1,000 of those people will leave and 1,000 new ones will come in over the next 10 minutes. So there's constantly 1,000 new people that are watching. So if you're just now tuning in, we're watching a major wind event unfold here in South Dakota, moving into Nebraska, Iowa, and Minnesota. Potential derecho is forming here, and we've got storm chasers on the ground that are showing us the impacts of this live right now. We're also getting a lot of pictures and videos on Twitter. I'll start showing them here in a minute. If you have any that you can take or send safely, send it to me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. And then, not only are we looking at that, we're looking at a big outbreak of storms here in Kentucky and Virginia and West Virginia. And one of those storms actually just recently prompted a tornado warning for Lancaster and Middlesex counties. That's in Virginia. You want to take shelter now if you are in Lancaster or Middlesex counties in Virginia. And then we also have those severe thunderstorm warnings back here for Lynchburg and Alta Vista in Virginia as well. This is the main event, though. This is mostly what we're watching. And we've got the lights turning green. That means we got to talk to Andy. What's up, Andy?
Hey, Ryan. I just wanted to tell you that the National Weather Service offices here in South Dakota are noting that the winds behind the gust front that's associated with the storm moving through, the winds behind it are actually just as strong, if not stronger in some circumstances, because we have, and that what that tells me is that there's a very strong rear inflow jet with this storm that's pushing it forward and causing it to bow out into that classic shape of the bow echo that we see associated with these powerful storms that may be branded later as derechos. Currently not one right now, but we'll see if it's subjectively assigned, of course. So the fact that there's still 60-mile-an-hour winds being reported near Mitchell, South Dakota, after the line has passed through, tells me that this is a very dynamic system that's being driven forward quite rapidly, and thus areas near Sioux Falls will likely, heed the impacts of something that's associated with the Storm Prediction Center's moderate risk. So it's quite impressive to me to see 60-mile-an-hour winds happening in the front of the storm, and then 60-mile-an-hour winds coming down from behind the storm, driving it forward too. So I just wanted to say that if you're in these areas, that once the storm passes, it's still probably not safe to go outside when there's 60-mile-an-hour winds happening behind it with light or moderate rain, because that could still very well snap any trees, any branches that were weakened by the initial round of storms, and you don't want to get hit by those either. So just wanted to let you know that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Andy. And yeah, the fact that we're still seeing a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust reports coming out way behind the main front of the storm is concerning for several reasons. One of the things that comes to my mind is the probability of wind damage occurring. Obviously, not only has to do with the gust, the strength of the wind gust, but the duration as to which how long are you seeing those kind of gusts. A lot of times in hurricanes, that's what leads to some of the most intense situations, is not the fact that there's a 100-mile-an-hour wind gust, but there's 100-mile-an-hour winds for several hours. Now, I don't think that it's going to be a hurricane here in Sioux Falls, but it might feel like one of the closest things you'll ever experience to that in South Dakota, as not only are you going to get that big burst of wind right on the front of this thing when it comes through, but thanks to that rear inflow jet, we're going to continue to see those strong winds for maybe an hour or longer afterwards. So that's going to lead to a lot of power outages. That's going to lead to a lot of tree damage, and that's going to lead to a lot of dangerous situations where people think, normally in a storm like this, you go outside, you see the big scary cloud, the winds come through, then the rain, maybe a little bit more wind, and then it calms down, right? This one, it looks to me like there's going to be several bouts of that wind, and some people might get some false security thinking that the storm's over at the wrong time. So we want you to stay sheltered as long as you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and then also as long as this storm is passing over you, okay? It's not going to be a front-end, showmaker, and then once you're back here later on into the storm, it's going to be dying off. This is going to last a while for you as this approaches Salem. In fact, this is minutes away from starting to impact Salem, and Brandon Kopic has an amazing view of the storm moving into Salem right now. Look at that. Brandon is just to the south of Salem, and this is what the top end of that convective system of storms looks like as it comes through. This is definitely packing 80-mile-an-hour winds with it right now, I would say. Not throughout the entire thing, but certainly in pockets right along I-90 between Spencer and Bridgewater. You can tell by looking at the radar that this thing is mean, especially on the northern side of that secondary bowing segment. Let me show you on radar once again. This is the overall storm, okay? Within that, this area right here is specifically interesting and concerning because there's something going on here that's allowing this to kind of bust out in front of the rest of the storm, and that bursting motion is going to add to the wind and the damage that's coming out of this. So Salem, take shelter now. Treat it as if it's a tornado. Same thing for you in Canistota, Dalton, Montrose, and Freeman and Monroe in South Dakota. Okay, you want to take shelter now and don't come out until that considerable or destructive severe thunderstorm warning, whichever one ends up being what you're under, is over. Vince Welty's a little bit further out in front of the storm than Brandon. You can see he's got clear skies ahead of him because he's going away from the storm. He's trying to position himself in a way to show us the strongest portion of it. Brandon is quite a bit closer, though, as he is now in downtown Salem, awaiting the impact of the storm. Let's actually talk to Brandon. Hey, Brandon, we've got you pulled up. Looks like you're getting ready to take a hit from the storm. We're just wondering we were wondering what your plan is. And do you plan on intercepting this storm in Salem, or are you going to try to stay out in front of it? Just let us know. So we'll hear from Brandon here in a second. I'm going to start looking through Twitter. Remember, at Ryan Hall, y'all on Twitter.
I'm not trying to intercept in Salem necessarily. It'll probably inadvertently happen. But I was looking at it on radar, and it was giving indicators that it might have been trying to produce a brief spin-up tornado to my north. That's why I'm blasting north right now. But my intention is to try and get a peek of it, but start blasting east before it really catches me.
Okay, so Brandon is going to blast east as soon as he gets an opportunity, so he is not necessarily going to be intercepting here in Salem, but if he doesn't find that east route soon, he's going to accidentally intercept in Salem because that thing is knocking on the doors of town right now. Hey, thank you so much, David G., for being a member for 13 months. And Debash Mode, thanks for being a member, an official sponsor, both of these guys, for 7 months. So proud of this channel and how it educates and saves lives. Also, I love that it's a job creator. Thank you so much, Bash. Thanks for being here for so long. Colleen, thanks for becoming a moderate risker. I saw one earlier. I don't remember who it was, but we had a 17-month member. It's amazing. Here's a picture from Vince Welty of that big-time shelf cloud moving in. This is what you probably see in Montrose or Salem right now. Well, actually, it's too late in Salem to see this. It's right on top of you. Thank you guys so much for sharing this. I see a lot of you sharing. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, another thing to look at is the outflow from this powerful line of storms. And you can see that in north central Nebraska from KLNX. That whole outflow boundary, it looks impressive on radar, by the way, is severe warned, even though there's barely, any precipitation happening in that entire severe thunderstorm warning box. So that just goes to show yet another indicator of how powerful this storm is, to produce this kind of outflow boundary that's going through the Nebraska sandhills right now.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Andy. That's crazy. Look at this. Over here in northern Nebraska, this is almost the best radar presentation of an outflow boundary that you'll ever see. What you're seeing here, and I get messages on Facebook and Twitter and stuff all the time whenever these things pop up and people ask me what's going on here. But what you're seeing here is essentially the atmospheric shock wave that the initial storms that popped up here in Nebraska, it's what they caused. Okay, so imagine it's warm, it's extremely hot outside, you get a storm that pops up, it drops a lot of rain, and now imagine that cold air hitting the ground and then expanding outward from that, right? A lot of times in a situation like this, you'll get an outflow boundary that kind of races off to the east or to the south away from the storm. And a lot of times that will cause new storms to form. But in this case, we're literally just seeing the wind-driven, the cold air-driven air mass cause damaging winds as it goes through northern portions of Nebraska. That is incredible to see on radar. I'm sure it would be just as incredible to see in person. I think it's pretty dry out here, probably a lot of dust blowing around and some pretty ominous looking sights as this 60-mile-an-hour wind producing outflow boundary is approaching Thedford right now in Nebraska. Okay, so yeah, just absolutely incredible stuff going on right now with the weather. Even though we've only had one tornado warning today, the most interesting things are happening up here with this wind-driven storm. And I honestly would not be surprised if we didn't see any more tornado warnings today, but there more than likely will be some spin-ups associated with this line as we go forward. If you're just now tuning in, we got two storm chasers live right now, giving us an inside look at what's going on the ground. Vince Welty's right here. Okay, Brandon Kopic's right here. He's going for the elbow of this Boeing segment, which historically is the most likely area to see a spin-up tornado in a situation like this. And you can see if we look at velocity up here, it's a big mess. There's something going on up here south of Canova. But any tornado that's happening in the counterclockwise circulation that's happening on the northern side of this bursting out bow echo is going to be rain-wrapped. There might be some stuff right on the edge here that tries to spin up, and honestly, Brandon's in the perfect spot to see that. But as of right now, I don't see any major signs of a developing tornado. We do need to watch these storms down to the south. If these start moving from west to east and interacting with some of that wind shear a little bit, these could start to rotate, but right now it doesn't look like anything serious is happening down there. Mostly what we're worried about is the extreme wind that's now coming into Montrose and Monroe and Marion in South Dakota. And I do want to give you an update because I believe it's still in effect. The tornado warning down here. Andy, I don't know if you've been keeping an eye on that. Is there anything to continue to look at on that storm?
Definitely rotating above it, and the circulation on the ground, very brief, unlike a typical.
I'm looking at it, Ryan. I don't think so. It's about to exit the warning box.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Tell, so yeah, weak rotation. Probably not going to be continued, but you got the special marine warning on it now. All
right, thank you, Andy. So we do have a tornado warning down here in Virginia, but it looks like that's about to be expired.
There was a tornado, but there.
Sounds like we're having some intermittent connectivity issues with Brandon, but he's saying that he's got something here. So let's tune in to Brandon.
Marshall said 2340 cars. We've had a report of a 1050. Highway 19.
Okay, he's got something going on right here in front of his location, which he's just to the north and east of Salem now. And we've got some rapid motion there. Looks like a lot of that outflow, a lot of the cool air coming out from underneath the storm is kicking up some dust, causing some new scud. And I can't tell if any of that's rotating or not. Let's hear what he had to say again.
Well, I'm not trying to
yeah, these aren't loading for me, so we'll keep an eye on Brandon's stream here because
a new tornado
something is happening.
Has been issued.
Look, and also a new tornado warning was just issued for Lancaster and Middlesex County in Virginia. I'm going to give a brief look at that because I do believe that yeah, it's just a continuation of the warning that we had out here, and it's going over mostly water. Okay, but, if you're in Irvington, in Virginia here, take shelter now. But like I've been saying, I don't see any major signs of an imminent tornado here. This is definitely a precautionary tornado warning from the National Weather Service, and we certainly are thankful that they do those, and we want you to take them seriously, but I don't see any reason to focus on that right now. I think we need to be focused on these big storms over here in South Dakota, which are causing widespread, significant wind damage. And we do have Logan Shaw watching right now with 1 million screens. He's almost got as many screens as me. Thanks so much for sending that in. If you guys know anybody in the affected areas today, make sure you're sharing this. Oh, wow. Here's an incredible time lapse of the shelf cloud moving into Wagner, South Dakota. Look at this. I'm retweeting this one. This is from a tower cam, I believe. Yeah, that's crazy stuff. You can see that it looks pretty ominous, but, if you live in South Dakota, you've probably seen 1 million clouds like that. Sometimes they mean business, and sometimes they don't. Am I right? This one does. And a lot of what's happening, a lot of the most significant portions of the storm are kind of deep inside of the rainfall. So you're not going to be able to, feel the brunt of the winds right when that shelf cloud comes over you. A lot of the most intense portion of the storm is actually going to be after the rain has started. So thank you so much for sending that in. That's awesome. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Beardy, Brookings, Kingsbury, Lake, Minor, Minnehaha, Sanborn, and Turner counties in South Dakota. Also, Davidson, Hanson, Hutchinson, Lake, and Mccook counties in South Dakota, all under considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. And we have both of our storm chasers on this right now. Oops. Let me come back to the radar real quick. Pull up this. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, there's only a 2% tornado risk as of the latest SPC outlook here. So I'm looking at these, but I am looking at these lines or these areas along the line. Particularly, there is one south and east of Carthage in Minor County, South Dakota, and I think it may start to wrap up also just south and east of Howard. These are areas that are indicative to me of actually being able to spin up a tornado despite perhaps weak kinematics factoring in, especially because they've got really strong outbound winds. So I think or inbound winds rather. So I think that there's a possibility that we could see brief spin ups along the line, simply influenced by, again, the powerful dynamics steering this thing to the south and east. So I'm particularly concerned and watching the northern half of this line from Mccook County north.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Andy. We're going to keep an eye on the radar and on Vince and Brandon's stream here. Vince has got an incredible view of this shelf cloud of the storm moving in here. So we're going to watch this approach him. You can tell that thing's mean just by looking at it. You can see where the precipitation starts to come out. You see the shelf cloud. You can see all the lightning activity in there. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some flashes closer to the ground, that we see some transformers exploding and stuff. This is producing winds in excess of 70 mile an hour in a lot of the storm here at this point, okay? So we're going to keep an eye on that. And we are also going to continue to relay information on all of these warnings that are coming in, which obviously the best way to keep up with this is to keep an eye on all of the pop-ups that happen over here. Anytime you hear the sounds and the guy talking about a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning being issued, make sure you read that when it pops up, because right now we have so many severe thunderstorm warnings in effect that it's really hard to constantly name them all off. So make sure you keep an eye on the ticker down here. And of course, I know a lot of people are tuning in and they're seeing that we have a tornado warning in Lancaster and Middlesex County, Virginia. And I don't want to just completely ignore that for you. I want to make sure that we're covering that for you. But I do want to emphasize that this is not the main thing that we're watching right now. There is certainly some rotation near Bertrand, Irvington, and Whitestone, and we do want you in your safe spots, okay? We want you to take shelter. However, I don't believe that there's a tornado down with this storm. I think the main thing that we've got to worry about is some hail and maybe some strong winds, okay? Now, there is a very ominous-looking dangly bed or hook echo down here, but the hail and those strong winds are going to be the biggest stories, I think, near Kilman Rock or Grace Point. Now, if you're in Irvington, there is a very small chance that this could produce a tornado, but as of right now, I'm not necessarily convinced, okay? So take shelter, but kind of, don't be scared, be prepared. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's come back to Vince's stream, because my goodness, man, look at how fast that's moving. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, yeah, of imminent concern right after I said that, what's wrapping up most quickly is the part of the line headed straight towards Brandon, actually just north of Salem, South Dakota, in Mccook County. That is wrapping up so quickly. It even looks like it might be a sort of an embedded supercellular look to it. So this line has certainly got some really interesting looks to it, and I think that's of an immediate concern. So that's what we should be watching the most, especially for Brandon. He is in a prime spot for this now.
Right, and you're talking about the area just north of Salem, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that's what we're focused in on now. You can see what he's talking about here with the wrapping up happening just north of Salem. I would say the town of Salem just saw an incredible amount of wind, and now just to the north and east, we've got these inbounds and meeting up with the outbounds in just the right way to where we could see a lot of rotation, or enough rotation to maybe cause some problems up here. And like Andy said, Brandon's in the perfect spot to kind of see something unfold here. So we're going to keep an eye on him and Vince. We're going to communicate to him that we would like him to turn around if we see continued signs of this wrapping up of the storm here. I think, let's see here, 4:03. My velocity data is about 3 minutes old. Oh, I just saw the last update. Okay. and we're going to continue to watch this here. Look at the reflectivity. Okay, you can see the curling motion. You can see the rotation in the reflectivity. That's what this punching up action in the storm here. This is what we would be concerned with maybe a potential spin up tornado. But no, the entire thing is concerning as far as the major destructive winds go. Okay, so we're kind of focused in near Salem towards Montrose right now, and that's definitely, you guys certainly need to be in your safe spots, but everybody up and down this line, from the north side all the way down to the south side, you got to be taking this very seriously, because this is a very dangerous storm. Parker, you're next in line. Hurley, Tabor, Springfield, all the way down to Atkinson and Verdale. Now we're talking about some places in Nebraska. You guys need to be taking shelter immediately. Okay, let's tune back into Vince's stream here. He's getting ready to take it. He is really close to Pumpkin Center, south of Humboldt in South Dakota, and you can see that those winds are really starting to crank up right now as they approach Vince's location. This is what you likely also see in Humboldt and Hartford.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There we go. There's the warning for the storm that we've been watching. New tornado warning for Mccook and Minnehaha counties in South Dakota. Let me show you where that is. Just to the east of Salem. This is the storm that we've been watching. Now we're under a tornado warning. Let's let Brandon know. Brandon, I'm sure you know by now, but they just issued a tornado warning for your storm, and the velocity looks like there's certainly something happening just to your west. So this is Brandon Kopic's live feed here. We're going to keep an eye on him. We're going to look at the velocity on radar. And yeah, just a lot of rotation happening right here. Look at that.
I just got all the alerts on my phone. I'm heading to the town of Montrose, and then I'm heading due east out of there, try and keep ahead of it.
You can see how a lot of these inbound winds
It would
are
not
being...
shock me if this thing...
A lot of these inbound winds are being funneled into kind of like a specific spot right here that perfectly meets up with some of the strongest outbounds.
Sorry about that. It would not shock me if this thing produces a tornado, because I do believe it produced a very brief one earlier.
Okay, so Brandon believes that this very storm produced a brief tornado near him earlier. And he's near Montrose. He's east of Salem now, but he's near Montrose, South Dakota. And he's looking into the belly of the storm. Now we get to see the underside of it. This is technically what you would call the whale's mouth of the storm. What we're looking for is just on the left side of your screen. If we were inside of Brandon's vehicle right now, we would look out the driver's side window and back a little bit. That's where we would see the rotation, and I'm sure Brandon will give us that point of view within the next little bit. Let's check in on Vince as well. He's a little bit further to the south and east. He is just to the north of Pumpkin Center, just to the south of Humboldt in South Dakota, and you can see that huge amount of rain and precipitation coming out of that storm just in front of him there. He's got to find an east route if he doesn't want to get overtaken by the storm. But otherwise, he'll take a direct here within the next minute or so from some of these 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Let me show you on the radar where Vince is. This is where some of the strongest winds are. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit. You can see this very strong bow echo here. This is where we get that rear inflow jet coming in. This is where we have some of the strongest winds. On the northern side, we do have some of the best tendencies for cyclonic rotation. Once again, the atmosphere is a fluid. Imagine you put your hand in a bucket of water or a bathtub or something, or a pool, and you leave half of it sticking out, and you just move it. You move it, okay? You move it like this. Water level's right in here, okay? You move it like this. What happens on the top side of your hand? You get a little bit of counterclockwise cyclonic rotation. All right, same thing happens in the atmosphere if you can fan it fast enough, and this Boeing segment of the line is trying to do that, and that might produce a tornado here near Montrose. That's why we've got a tornado warning now for Orland, Huttery, Colony, Montrose, and areas just to the east of Salem in South Dakota. It's an impressive green-looking storm. Absolutely right. Every single image that I've seen of this thing from Vince and Brandon paints a very green picture. In order for today's system to be considered a derecho, the damage swath must be more than 240 miles long, with sustained 58-mile-an-hour wind gusts along the majority of the line. I believe. Still looking through some of the pictures on Twitter and stuff. Look at this. Storm Chaser Jacob sent this in. Scary clouds in Alexandria, South Dakota. Thanks for sending that in. That is a very ominous looking cloud. Remember, if you guys want to send pictures or videos and you can do so safely, you can do that on Twitter. Twitter.com/Ryan Hall, y'all, or @Ryan Hall, y'all. Here's near Galax, Virginia right now as strong storms are moving in. We're also watching some of those severe storms in Virginia. Thank you, Chris, for sending that in. Look at this. Those are also some pretty ominous clouds there. My goodness. Let's take a look at Brandon's feed here. He's back in South Dakota near Montrose. That is an ominous cloud if I've ever seen one. Holy smokes, man. And, of course, we've got all the people on Twitter hanging out with us today. That some of these people are nowhere near the dangerous weather today, but they are still here, and they're watching with us. And a lot of these people are actually dogs. Thank you, Ashley, for sending that in. If you're just now tuning in, guys, we are providing live coverage on this derecho, potential developing derecho here in South Dakota, moving into Iowa and Minnesota and Nebraska. We're also watching a couple of storms in Virginia that are producing severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings over there. So we're going to kind of pull up Brandon Kopic's feed once again. Look at this, man. That's some major rapid motion on these storms right in front of Brandon Kopic. This is associated with the derecho that we're watching unfold right now.
I've been hearing reports from up north, but just
I don't know if you guys just heard that, but I just got a major thunderclap here at my house. We are experiencing some severe weather here at Y'all HQ. Thankfully, I don't think we've experienced any sort of power or internet outage yet, because I still see the chat moving. That's my indicator. Things are going well as long as I can see the chat moving. I don't really have enough time to read it a lot of the times, but I can see it in the corner of my vision moving. Speaking of the chat, I do want to say thank you to Deshaun once again for the major, super generous super chat. Christy, thank you for the very generous super chat. She says, thank you for the live coverage today. No problem. Deshaun with another one. Deshaun with an upgrade to an extreme risk member. Thank you so much. Deshaun's major supporter today. Everybody say thank you to Deshaun for all of the super chats. Really do appreciate that.
so kind of in that 50 to 70 mile an hour range so far.
Oh, here's an incredible video. This is not related to the storms right now, but we had a major lightning storm near the original T the other day during their fireworks show. That's Mother Nature's fireworks in combination with man-made fireworks. You can't get much better than that. Come back to the map here. Storm chasers Brandon Kopic and Vince Welty are right here, intercepting the storms near Humboldt, South Dakota. You see that Vince is actually in a little bit of the rain right now, but he's still not in the most intense portion of the storm. Vince is actually right on the outskirts.
New information. This tornado warning
Holy
has
smokes.
been upgraded.
All right, let's ring the bell again. We've got a confirmed tornado warning for Lancaster and Middlesex counties in Virginia. We're going to have to come back in here and look a little bit closer at this, because now that has been upgraded to a confirmed warning. Let's see here. Let me bring the correct radar over, and I want to kind of read the text on that, because I'm interested. I'm interested in what happened here. Okay. A confirmed tornado was located near Whitestone, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. Who are these weather spotters? Have we seen pictures of this thing on Twitter? I don't know. I want to keep looking at it though. But hey, listen. National Weather Service said it's down. We're gonna say it's down too. All right. If we're in Virginia down here in Middlesex County or let's see here, Lancaster County, let's go ahead and take shelter. Looking at this thing on radar, once again, I am not super impressed, but maybe, maybe we're just not seeing the right things on velocity because of our distance away from the radar tower. On reflectivity, this thing does look a little bit more intense. You can see the hook echo here. It's a very low resolution, what we're allowed to see from this vantage point. I think that this is the closest radar tower we have, and yeah, I think I'm right on that. But on radar, it doesn't look that impressive, but apparently we have weather spotters confirming that there's a tornado down here. According to what I'm seeing, that would be over the water right now, but it would be moving towards Whitestone and Taft and Palmer. So make sure you're taking shelter down there in Lancaster and Middlesex counties. All right, and I'm going to continue to look and see if I can find anything that looks like a tornado on Twitter. If there's weather spotters out here calling it in, then we might have pictures of it, right? Okay, so here's a tweet from the National Weather Service in Wakefield. They said, at 4:15 p.m., we received a couple of reports of a tornado near the Whitestone area. A couple of reports. Okay, so if you're in this area or to the south and east along the river, seek shelter immediately in the lowest floor away from windows and in an interior room. Yeah. Just to go over that again, if you are in a tornado warning right now, which if you're in Mccook County or Minnehaha counties in South Dakota, you are. And if you're in Lancaster or Middlesex counties in Virginia, you are. What you need to do is you need to get into the lowest possible area you can get to in a sturdy building. Preferably a basement or a storm cellar, but if you don't have that, then an interior bathroom or closet with no outside facing walls will work. You want to get in there. You want to take your phone or your tablet or whatever you're watching me on right now, or whatever you're watching anybody on right now, into the bathroom or closet with you, whichever one has less glass, and then hunker down. All right. If you have the ability to, grab something to cover your head with. You got a bicycle helmet, a football helmet. Your kids do. Grab those, grab the kids, grab the pets, get everybody hunkered up, and we'll get through this one together. I'm still not convinced that we have a major situation developing here, but there is apparently a tornado on the ground near Whitestone, so we need everybody in their safe spots. Let's take precautions here, and let's wait until we see anything, okay? And we'll let you know when it's time to come out. Do not come out of your safe spot until that warning is allowed to be expired, okay? Confirmed tornado near Whitestone, Virginia. Let's see here. Yeah, lots of storms popping up all up and down the slight risk area today. We're starting to see them pop up in Indiana as well. Some people are saying in chat that there's a video of the water spout, but I still don't see it. If you're seeing something on Twitter, tag me in it. Lancaster, Virginia emergency officials said that they have a funnel on the water. All right. Let me look into our analysts' stuff here. Deputy, so there's a deputy reporting seeing a funnel down near Lancaster, near Whitestone. Funnel visible over the water heading towards the bay. Okay. So, yeah, we've got a funnel or a water spout here south of Whitestone. Please take shelter if you haven't already. According to radar, we do have some broad rotation left here just south of Whitestone. And, of course, radar doesn't tell us everything. That's why it's good to have storm chasers and weather spotters and law enforcement out there looking at this stuff. So take shelter now. This will be moving out to sea before too long, though. And wow, look at this. 7,000 Cape. 7,000 Cape ahead of this line in Iowa right now. Yeah, this thing's going to be going. It's going to be going for a while. Andy, do you have a couple minutes to allow me to take a brief trip downstairs?
Yeah, I got you, Ryan.
Okay. Thank you so much, Andy. Guys, I got to go see if my wife and kids are being fed and what their plans are for this evening. And I'll be right back. I just got to get my house in order. And then I'll be right back up here for the majority of the rest of the evening. I'm going to leave it with Andy, and I will be right back.
Cool. Thanks, Ryan. All right, guys. Meteorologist Andy here. Of course, we've got Vince and Brandon storm chasing in those two spots above me. What we're looking at right now is this considerable severe thunderstorm warning just got extended all the way now, including the northwestern corner of Iowa and southwestern corner of Minnesota. We still have the tornado warning active for this storm in South Dakota, including Mccook and Minnehaha counties. So that includes Montrose and areas north of Humboldt, South Dakota. There is no tight rotation in that right now. However, what it does have is the properties of what looks like an embedded supercell. It's a little bit nondescript right now, but there are intense winds, over 100-mile-an-hour winds showing up just about 1,500 feet above the surface. So those winds can mix down just as easy. Most of any inhibiting temperature profile characteristics are gone in this area. There's a lot of instability here. So I'm watching chat right now. Go ahead and tell me, you guys, what it feels like out there. If you're in the Sioux Falls area, you've got probably about 15 minutes, 20 minutes at most. This thing is speeding up. Model guidance is handling it extremely poorly. So there's a lot going on. We also have some cells popping up in front of this in northwest Iowa. So it's possible that if those cells are encountering a very good environment for development, if they mature and are able to persist ahead of the line, they could become supercellular. It just goes to show that the dynamics of this storm system are quite incredible. And of course, that extension on the severe thunderstorm that I just said, the severe thunderstorm warning, was just upgraded to destructive, as you saw there. So that's definitely going to be in coordination with those intense wind gusts showing up right along I-90 right now. So right along I-90 in Mccook, headed basically straight for Sioux Falls. That is not meant to make anyone panic. Of course, that is just to prepare you in advance for what could happen in the area, especially because it is taking the right track to impact a lot of the population. We still have the radar confirmed tornado in Virginia. I'm looking at it now. It looks much weaker than when it was confirmed. I will let you know that our researcher team indicated that I believe law enforcement is the source of confirming this tornado. It is over water, so it's a tornadic water spout at the moment. Areas down the line, though, Deltaville in Virginia, right along the edge here, right on the bay. Deltaville is the area I'm mostly concerned with if this tornadic water spout does move on shore, if it persists. So Deltaville, Virginia is the area I'm watching out for. Y'all are not actually under a tornado warning. It's just to your west if you're in Deltaville proper. But I would advise you to get in your tornado safe spot into your most room of your house or basement if you got it, and take anything with you that can protect your head and neck just to have it. Take us with you as well so we can keep you updated. But I'm not particularly concerned with this. I believe at most it was a weak tornadic water spout when it happened. So still a confirmed tornado warning. Keep that in mind. Actually, now that was just changed or updated to a radar indicated tornado warning. But that also includes Matthews County now. So the very tip of Matthews County, that would be the Gwinn area looking at impacts from this storm. So Gwinn and Deltaville, you are who are looking at this storm, but it is now radar indicated, not confirmed on the ground. All right, there's your Virginia update. Thank you guys for chatting. I'll give you a look ahead for this storm system that's moving into the Sioux Falls area right now. The National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center expects that the storm will particularly move through north central Iowa and very southern portions of Minnesota, and it will weaken as it gets into the evening, especially when it encounters these storms that are popping up and bubbling up ahead of the line. When those interact with the storm, it has the possibility of producing destructive interference, meaning that it slows this line of storms down. the storms that are out ahead of it sort of suck up the juicy atmosphere that this thing is moving into and wants to have to persist. So we're hoping that those storms out in front are not, they don't become extreme. There's little area pockets of heavy rain, and that they soak up the atmosphere and don't allow this thing to persist. If you're just now joining us, Ryan's taking a quick break to make sure his family is updated and kept up. He's got a family, and that's where I come in to help. I'm always in the back ends, though. I'm meteorologist Andy Hill, and I'm helping you guys out and leading our research and analyst team today. We don't have Carly today yet. I don't know if she'll be on later, so it's just me in the mission control.
Expect 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
All right, so Sioux Falls probably has about 10 minutes, 15 minutes before this storm gets to them. I just want to reiterate, though, that the back end of this storm that is now being called a derecho by the Storm Prediction Center, that's just a buzzword, of course. It's going to have powerful winds, whether it's called a derecho or not. We're watching it on radar. So I want to give you an update that the back end of this, once the heavy rain passes and any small hail associated with this this line of storms, it's still windy on the back end. Mitchell, South Dakota, you can see it there on the radar. That's west of Sioux Falls along I-90. That airport was reporting 65, 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts for like 30 minutes after this line passed through. There, you can see they're in the light rain right now in Hanson, Davison counties, but they're still getting powerful wind gusts. So if the initial band of storms moves through and weakens, any tree branches, anything in the area is weakened by the initial line of storms and the heavy rain, the back end with this strong rear inflow jet that's driving this thing forward and continuing powerful wind gusts at the surface, that may be enough to actually just weaken those tree branches and cause them to fall. So the storm, I would advise staying inside. You can hear the wind, I'm sure, if you're in the area. Just don't go outside while it's still very windy and gusty out there. Okay, there is another thing I want to cover as well. There is an expansive area of heat advisories and also excessive heat warnings. Right now, there are excessive heat warnings for much of the areas south and east of Kansas City, Missouri, and through St. Louis and south of St. Louis for temperature, for heat indices to reach 110 Fahrenheit. It's probably feeling hot and sticky out there. There's also a separate area for excessive heat warnings for Davenport. And that specifically where the Quad Cities are in eastern Iowa, that's out ahead of this line of storms. We're seeing heavy thermodynamics out here where in central northern Iowa ahead of this line of storms, which is why it's concerning. And we're hoping that once we reach the evening hours, the sort of derecho juice, if I'm allowed to call it that, will hopefully dry up, because we don't want this line of storms to persist. That's what's driving our moderate risk today and enhanced for the areas out in front. That's driven by wind. So we don't want this major wind bag to keep going and take advantage of this juicy environment. So yeah, that, like I said, the winds behind this thing are driving it forward, pushing it faster than any model guidance had. And that's why we're here, to give you the best nowcasting that we possibly can. So nowcasting meaning we're forecasting the storms for you right now, live on stream. So take us with you if you're headed into your thunderstorm safe spot. Yeah, it's terrible in Illinois, terrible in Missouri. I see a destructive severe thunderstorm also issued for the northern periphery of this line of storm. So that includes Lake and Moody counties, and even stretching into Minnesota now in Pipestone and Rock counties, and extreme southwest Minnesota. And yeah, sure enough, on radar, just about 1,500 feet above the surface, pockets of 80, 90, even 95-mile-an-hour winds showing up on radar right now. So for the Sioux Falls area, I'm particularly concerned, not with the immediate rain that you're about to get or are getting in the area right now, the next few minutes, but actually this extension of the line back with this sort of bookend looking structure here. It looks like it's curving into a comma head. So you can imagine the shape, the northern edge just north of I-90. That's what I'm concerned with. That's what's packing the most powerful winds right now. And that will probably move into the Sioux Falls area. So that's what we're watching. All right, let me give you an update on the tornado warning. Still a tornado warning in effect for Montrose in South Dakota. That includes Mccook and Minnehaha counties. So I know Sioux Falls is in Minnehaha County, but that is for northwest Minnehaha County. So it is not including Sioux Falls proper. You guys are well out of the tornado warning at the moment. But like I said, you might as well have a y'all watch out issued down the line for intense winds that'll move through with this system. It may clip the northern edge of Sioux Falls. It may go through Sioux Falls proper. It looks like the system and the most dangerous part of it are moving east, southeast to southeast. So thank you guys so much for watching. Again, if you're just now coming in, Ryan will be back shortly. He's checking up on his family, making sure food plans are in place and everyone is healthy. All right. Okay, wow, quite the storm system today. Again, we don't have Carly on deck, so I'm monitoring both our team of analysts and researchers at the same time. There is a lot going on. So we've got destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, particularly for Sioux Falls. Man, you guys have seen so many of those this year. If you're in Sioux Falls, are you tired of this? I bet you guys are tired of this. I can't imagine, you know, like, what is this, 2 or 3 derechos going through the area this year so far? It is just nonstop for you guys there in the Sioux Falls area. Goodness gracious. And we got your back. Yeah, 102 Fahrenheit in places in Missouri and eastern Iowa and Illinois. Southern and western Illinois in particular, with those heat indices reaching 110 Fahrenheit. No joke. And it just goes to show, you know, this severe thunderstorm complex is entering an area that's also under a heat advisory. So just a dangerous summer thunderstorm going through here. Since the Storm Prediction Center is calling this a derecho now, I believe this is currently a progressive derecho, which implies that it's more of a narrow band of storms that moves, you know, mostly in an easterly fashion. But it could also, as it develops, it could turn into a serial derecho, which is the other type. There's progressive and serial derechos. And the serial derechos are what you see with those super long lines of storms, you know, spanning from the Gulf of Mexico up through the north in the spring. You know, if this keeps developing to the south, there are favorable conditions in northeast Nebraska, western Iowa, you know, even stretching down to the Omaha area. Out ahead of this line, there's the possibility for this to just extend south and become a sort of a multi-type derecho, which is pretty interesting. Again, tornado threat is minimal, but it's still there. Tornado threat is minimal, but still there. And the powerful dynamics, kinematics influencing the storm and driving it forward could lead to any sort of spin-up tornado happening right in the moment. In fact, the Mccook County back before Montrose, back in Spencer, there was a brief tornado that touched down in a field per radio relay that I'm seeing. So that did not impact any structures, thankfully. But I did have that relayed via the Mccook County radar, or radio rather. All right, still radar indicated tornado warning also for Lancaster, Matthews, and Middlesex County in Virginia, right along headed into the bay. Again, I'm not seeing hardly any rotation with that now. It is now over Deltaville and headed towards Gwynn, right along the coast here in Matthews County, Virginia. So I think the confirmed tornado warning is dropped or discontinued now, and it's just radar indicated. But we did have a report of a tornado over the water. It was a tornadic water spout. So Ryan's back. Take it away, Ryan.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Great job, as always. Went downstairs, learned that Echo got to pick dinner today. So we were having chicken strips and macaroni. And, of course, we will be doing a live weather monitoring mukbang today. I am going to be eating dinner on stream because I did want to be up here monitoring the storms with you guys because you know, I did get to spend some time down there. And oh, by the way, we got an update from future weather analyst echo, which I will share with you in just a minute. But first, before I start doing all that, I do want to walk through you on the map here all of the stuff that we have. Oh yeah, and broccoli. All of the latest updates on the map, because I know the map hasn't moved in a little bit. Let me see. Let me get this uploaded. Okay, cool. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we're tracking severe weather in South Dakota, moving into southwestern portions of Minnesota, northwestern Iowa, and now northern Nebraska. We currently also have a couple tornado warnings in Mccook and Minnehaha counties in South Dakota. You're still under a tornado warning for the next 5 minutes or so. I'd say you're dealing with a lot of wind right now, but that tornadic circulation has moved off to the east, if it's still there at all. And then we also have a tornado warning down here in Virginia, where we had a couple of reports of a brief waterspout south of Irvington earlier, but that is moving out to sea pretty quickly. Okay, the most intense thing that we're watching, the most important thing that we're watching right now is going to be this. It's going to be this line of storms that's moving through the Quad State area between Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, and South Dakota here, and that's what we're kind of focused in on. Let's take a look at some of the most recent, some of the most recent reports coming in here from the South Dakota area as soon as it loads up for me. I've had some problems with this loading up. We've got an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust reported there in Mccook County, South Dakota. A stop sign was blown over. Also, P to quarter-size hail. And that very storm is now moving into Sioux Falls as we speak. Okay? As we speak. So Sioux Falls, brace for impact. It's going to be a pretty doozy. It's going to be a pretty strong storm, all right? And it's going to last a while. As we was talking about earlier, not only are you going to get the brunt of the winds, which you're experiencing right now on the front side of the storm, as the storm continues to pass over, we've got this big rear inflow jet here that's continuing to cause maybe 50 to 60 mile an hour winds for the next 45 minutes to an hour. So definitely watch out for that. We've got new storms forming along the little warm front here. Up here near Slayton and all the way up there towards Sanborn. This is in Minnesota. Severe thunderstorm warnings are now issued for these, and we also have to watch these for maybe the very slight chance of some cyclonic rotation as we go into the future. Very, very unlikely that we get any sort of tornadoes out of this particular storm setup, but it's something that we have to watch. It's sometimes you get surprised by stuff like that, but mainly what we're watching the hardest is going to be this big area of wind and strong storms that's moving through South Dakota, getting ready to move into Minnesota and Iowa right now. Vince has got a good view of that right now. Look at that shelf cloud coming in there. Vince is just to the east of Sioux Falls right now, moving east into Iowa. And then also we've got Kaysen. Kaysen's watching, and he's a little meteorologist. So, yeah, absolutely, Kaysen's going to be a future meteorologist. I've always said this. If you've got kids watching right now, if they're preferring, especially if they don't live around South Dakota, if you're in Mississippi right now and your kid is voluntarily watching this, you've got a future meteorologist on your hands. And, guys, I think you're going to be great. I think you are. I think that there's going to be a lot of new stuff in the future that's super exciting, and you guys watching this is a good sign. Look at the velocities on this. Look at how much craziness is going on the top of this, the book end of this vortex, or the bow echo here. You can see that there's a lot of stuff happening up here around Humboldt and Montrose. Anywhere in here we could see a quick spin up tornado, but the most concerning thing is going to be those damaging winds as they continue to move off to the east. Baltic, Brandon, Sioux Falls, Harrisburg, Canton, all the way down into the extreme southeastern portions of South Dakota near Beardsford. You guys are the ones that are next in line for this major, major storm. We do still have a tornado warning in Virginia. I know you see that down there on the ticker, but it's not that big of a problem. I think that's moving out to sea right now, and just in a couple minutes, you guys should be able to come out of your safe spots. I'm going to try to log into Discord once again. See if I can get this pulled up, because I want to show you something. I got something pretty cool that I could show you, but it's being tough. Hey, Megan, thanks for being a moderate risker for 5 months.
With 80-mile-an-hour winds and 1.5-inch hail.
9.
Morning has extended to 16:15.
And thanks to everybody that's tuned in today. It's a big deal to have so many people here on a day where really the big storms are affecting a pretty rural area. Obviously, we've got Sioux Falls under the gun right now, but for the most part, that entire moderate risk only encompassed like 400,000 people. But you know, we try to go live every moderate risk. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, this is a little bit random, but there's an ongoing tornado near Alliance, Alberta in Canada. So that's south and east of Edmonton and northeast of Calgary. A bit hard to see for radar, but the ECCC just issued a tornado warning for it as well. And I see a tweet of it on the ground. So
wow,
that is from a chaser. So I don't think we can show that on stream, but I can share it with you if you've got Discord up.
Yeah, share it with me.
Okay.
Yeah, tornado. They do tornado warnings a little bit different up here in Canada. You can see that there's like 1,000 square miles of land under a tornado warning, but I believe that it's this storm specifically that we are looking at here south of Alliance, and it's got a tornado on the ground apparently right now in Canada, and there's a picture of it, and I will at the very least retweet it on Twitter so you guys can see that if we can't show it here on stream. Here's something that we can show. Look at this. Video from Huron, South Dakota. This was from a little bit earlier. You can hear the tornado sirens going off. This is when we had that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And somewhere near here, there was a 96-mile-an-hour wind gust reported. Wow. That's intense. Oh my God. Once again, we do enjoy the videos and stuff, but we got Vince and Brandon out there, so if you can't do so safely, we never recommend that you go outside and take a video in a situation like this. That's nuts, though. This is what you can expect here in the next little bit. Wow, that's really eerie with the sirens. But yeah, this is what's probably happening right now in Sioux Falls and what's getting ready to happen in Larchwood, Brandon, Inwood, Canton, Beresford, Vermilion. All these places, this is what's getting ready to come through. Get ready for it. And notice how it's not letting up. This is going to be a very continuous sort of thing. Wow. Thanks for sending that in. We do, yes, we do have a tornado warning in Virginia, but that storm is now away. Like, it's off of land. It's over the ocean now. So I think that they will allow that tornado warning to end here very soon. Let's listen into Vince's audio here, because he is now in the storm just to the east of Sioux Falls.
Take that eco mode and throw it away. Throw it away.
And this is some fantastic macaroni and cheese. Once again, Echo got to pick our dinner today. This is his favorite. Oh, and speaking of echo, what I was wanting to show you is this. Okay, Echo, go ahead. He acted like he wanted to give a weather report, but then he got shy. Okay, Echo, go ahead and give us the weather report. What's going on down there in South Dakota? Come on. He was talking up a storm before this. You love talking. Go ahead. Gibberish language. Is it going to be that bad? So there was the latest weather report from Echo there. I gotta pull Discord back up. Daggone it. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, we've got a live view here of this massive potential developing derecho here, moving through Brandon, South Dakota, and this is getting ready to come into Iowa and Minnesota right now. All right, so we're watching this closely for you. We're just going to keep an eye on Vince's and Brandon's stream here, and anything new that pops up, we will let you know. As of right now, just a lot of widespread wind damage and power outages and stuff, but I don't think we've heard of anything else significant. I'm still waiting. Oh, I see. I'm in the wrong Discord thing. That's why I didn't see the picture. Okay, yeah, so there's a tornado on the ground in Canada, way up in Canada. There's a picture of it on my Twitter. I'm retweeting it right now. That's from Kyle Britton. And if you guys want to see that, there it is. Way up in Canada, just to the west of Alliance, Canada.
264 for your weather spotting. Metro Valley Spring Rescue is sitting at 262 and 485.
Here's some more tree damage. Big tree knocked down in Mitchell during the storm today in South Dakota.
263 and 463, about 7 mile-hour wind.
And then I think most impressively right now, both of our storm chasers are in the heart of this storm right now. I'm not seeing any damage per se coming from what they're looking at, but they are on I think they're on the interstate. Yeah, let's pull up Vince's audio again.
Injury accident, Dixon French, please.
I think you're right next to me. I'm just about to pass the exit nearby.
Yeah, pass it. Do not go down there. There's a road closure and a traffic jam. I just found that out.
Be very careful. The roads are getting flooded quickly. I'm hydroplaning like crazy.
Don't worry, I'm a better driver than you, so I'll be all right.
See, that's where I disagree.
How many times have you watched the weather while the weather guy is eating dinner?
Oh, I see.
Why is the storm green? There's an element of the settings on these guys' cameras that's adding to that, I believe. But yeah, there is a green tint to the to the storm today. It seems like. Look at this. I mean, here's another picture of it in South Dakota. Unbelievable. And over here, this is what the radar looks like right now. The strongest winds are getting ready to approach Larchwood and Inwood. Brandon and Vince are both right here. They're in the heart of the storm right now, but they're trying to pop out in front of it. They're trying to race it east to try to get it out ahead of it. And we got new storms. These storms up here are looking pretty serious. Up here near Chandler and Slayton in Minnesota. Finster says, we are in Sioux Falls. It is really that green in real life. Guys, if you are in front of this thing and you can do so safely, once again, we're looking for the pictures on Twitter like this one. Look at this. Wow, what an incredible view of this, the dynamics of this thing. You can see all the inflow coming into the storm and then crashing up against the outflow as the storm comes through. That's a very good video. Wow, and then you can see the really strong winds coming in right after that. This is what you can expect in Laverne and Rock Rapids and Rock Valley here in the next little bit. Here's some more. Man, we're going to have to, like, name this one the Hulk Storm, man. It's the greenest storm I've ever seen. Just before the rain and hail started in Sioux Falls. Look at that. Will this hit in Rochester, Minnesota, like Southwest Minnesota is getting hit? No. You will likely see some effects from this, but it's not going to be the major wind event that we're seeing right now. Likely it won't be. Green is mean. Green is mean. Oh, and we got another picture of Barry Bones, of course. Love that dog. Here's a picture from Renner, South Dakota.
Go ahead, Fire Car 1. That's Valley Springs, Fire Car 3. Yeah, Don, did you guys have a apparatus up on the interstate for spotting that could take that grass fire or not? 10-4, Carl's sitting up there with a wildland. I'll try and get a hold of him.
Doesn't have your thread.
Wildland 1, en route.
Station myself. I will have you switch to Fire 3 for the grass fire. Valley Springs, Wildland.
So we had an idea that we wanted to do a competition to see who can clock the highest wind speed between Brandon and Vince. Whoever wins a McChicken. But I think both of their anemometers are broken right now. So we're not able to do that today. And I don't think there's going to be big enough hail to do a hailstone competition.
I'll have you go to Fire 3 for me.
If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at the major severe complex of storms moving through Sioux Falls right now, heading east along I-90. Really, the heaviest part of the storm is riding I-90 towards Worthington and Jackson in Minnesota.
Repeating, tornado warning is expired. Thunderstorm warning stays in effect until 16:15.
Will Detroit be hit by this system? Not directly, no. You know, sometimes you guys in chat, I wonder if you're joking.
Okay, 1554 afternoon. And then at that residence, male was evicted from the house while his belongings were minimal.
Yeah, so to speak on the effects on the cameras, this is a very good way to explain what I'm trying to say. Vince and Brandon are essentially in the same exact areas right now. Vince and Brandon are literally right next to each other. And Vince's, the color on his looks a lot more intense than on Brandon's. That's why I think that what we're seeing here isn't exactly I just think that it's certainly it's green, but there's a little bit of something going on Vince's that makes it look a little bit more green, I think.
Any update on that funnel cloud like rain? Nobody's done
And I'm sorry, I'm
I'm
taking breaks to eat. It's got to be done, unfortunately. It's part of being human. It really sucks. I hate it. Also, Shop Ryan Hall, our mystery preparedness bundles are back. Our bundle includes a Midland WR120 NOAA weather radio and a signature t-shirt. It's a mystery. So if you are interested in that, go to shopryanhall.com. It's the cheapest you'll ever get a shirt and a radio. Ever. NOAA weather radios are important because you can hook them up. And you can sleep soundly because it'll wake you up if a tornado warning or something like that's issued. I recommend every household in America should have a NOAA weather radio. And I'm not sponsored by them or anything. I just really believe in it. It's like having a tornado siren in your house. And we have those on the site now, shopryanhall.com. And you can get that mystery bundle and get a shirt too. Brandon and Vince are doing an incredible job of staying, like, literally getting touched by this thing and then getting out in front of it, getting touched again, getting out in front of it. They've positioned themselves now to where they are on I-90 heading towards Beaver Creek, so they should be able to keep up with the speed now on the interstate.
Metro Sioux Falls Interagency. Metro. Report of two semis on their tops at I-90 at the 383 westbound. Two semis, I-90, 383 westbound.
Okay, now I know you guys are kidding. Will Los Angeles be hit? No. How about Illinois? Okay, yeah. Illinois might get a little something something later tonight. But the main event is kind of at its, I guess it's apex right now. From this point on, I don't think that the storm's necessarily going to weaken rapidly, but this is going to exit the moderate risk area here pretty soon, and then some of the higher wind gusts probably won't be broken throughout the rest of the storm as it goes off towards Sioux Center and Spencer. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. There is a storm, supercell, just to the north of Washington, D.C., which has a severe thunderstorm warning on it and a tornado possible tag. It's got weak rotation on it, but you can see some of the outgoing winds are pretty strong that are feeding into the cell. So I would take a look at that. It's headed towards the eastern edge of Washington, D.C., so areas along I-95.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. We're going to take a look at that now. Something that we've had to deal with today is, you know, we're watching these storms in South Dakota, but also these little storms that are popping up on the eastern flank of our slight risk have been rotating a little bit. We've had a couple tornado warnings out here. And wow, yeah, just to the north of Washington, D.C., we've got a little couplet, little mesocyclone here near Fairland, and there's a lot of inbound winds. I don't know if it's established a good rear flank downdraft enough to promote the idea that a tornado could be here, but similar to what we were dealing with down here, I just don't think we're getting the best radar image right now. I don't know what's up with this. It's not like we're that far away from the tower. But yeah, like I can't see as high def into the inside the cloud like I would want to here. Let's put this into motion. Yeah, definitely a little bit of rotation showing up there. But here's my rule, okay? And don't get me wrong. If they issue a tornado warning for this, 100% take shelter, and we'll let you know if that does happen. But never trust a southeast moving storm if you are expecting it to produce a tornado. A storm moving to the south and east, not saying that it's impossible. It's definitely happened before. It'll happen again. But most of the time, a storm that the overall storm motion is to the south and east. It's a lot harder for these storms to produce a tornado versus the storm being in an environment that promoted an easternly or a northeasterly trajectory of the storm. A lot of times, those are the ones you have to watch. But we're still watching this one very closely. And Andy pointed out to us there that there is enough rotation here, or at least enough inbound winds to promote the idea that we should watch this one until it either fizzles out or does something. Storm Chaser Desmo, thanks for becoming a moderate risker. Brad, thank you for the $10 Canadian. Very, very generous of you. And Merle, welcome to. Thanks for becoming a slight risk member. And I don't know what in the world. What is that badge? What is that badge? You guys seeing this? What is that? I know what this is. The lightning bolt indicates that they are a member. But this little tree branch, I don't know what that is. Somebody tell me what that is.
It's an emote, Ryan, as far as I know.
Why is it a part of their name? Oh, so it's like an Apple, or it's just like an emote on like a keyboard? On a mobile keyboard? Could be. I don't know. I thought it was a I thought it was a badge. I've never seen that before.
2 semis on their top. One person may need to get.
I don't know why I care so much. Here's an update on some of the warnings that we have right now. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Pipestone, Lake Minor, and Moody counties in Minnesota. Now, in Iowa, we also have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Lyon, Sioux, Nobles, Rock, Hanson, Hutchinson, Lincoln, McCook, and Turner, and Yankton counties. And then in Iowa, we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Plymouth, Sioux, Dixon, Clay, Union, and Yankton counties.
3 and 463 en route to the accident, I-90, mile marker 383. Heavy winds and heavy rain.
I get it. I get it. It's an emoji.
We've gone west all the way to the Brandon exit. We have no fire. We are returning back to station.
Already got the memes coming in. Melody, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. Appreciate you.
Approximately a 60-year-old male did not have a seatbelt on, and he has slumped over.
Disgusting looking storm moving northwest of Sioux Falls. I don't think it looks disgusting. I think it looks awesome. I guess the green tint promotes the idea that it's disgusting, I guess. Okay, so Merle has confirmed for us that it is in fact an emoji. I didn't know. I've saw hundreds, if not thousands, of usernames scroll up on this chat window, and I don't think I've ever seen an emoji in somebody's name before. Is this something that can happen, or are you some sort of hacker? Jared K, thanks for being a member for 3 months. Yeah, I did not realize that was something that that you could do. Thanks for enlightening me.
Sorry, Metro. What channel was that? Please send 7. Have a good day.
Another update from one of our analysts, Sean Paul. Storms continue to move in a highly unstable atmosphere, and I do expect the significant wind potential to persist in the next few hours. The tornado threat with the Derecho is low, but not zero, especially as they move it into an environment with more cape, especially 3 kilometer cape. 3 cape. Downdraft. Cape was another thing that we were looking at earlier, which is something that is there in abundance. Here's another stunning picture of the storm near Beresford, South Dakota. Thank you, Race, for sending that in the whale's mouth there. And look, Brandon and Vince both have popped out in front of the storm. They are somehow evading the storm once again. We've gotten 3/4 of an inch of rain here where I live. I thought we were going to have to deal with some flooding today, but I guess not.
Metro, Colton Rescue 2 copies as well. We'll be headed back to station.
Service Colton Rescue 2.
T-Bray says, what is a milk sandwich? Greetings from Lextown, Kentucky. More than likely, you went over to our website, shopryanhall.com, and you saw the T-shirt that said milk sandwich, and it makes no sense to you. Well, that's because you weren't here during the winter months, where I go live. By the way, guys, I go live a lot. All right, I do these live streams a lot. It's hit or miss in the summertime. A lot of times with situations like this, we don't unless a moderate risk gets issued. But in hurricane season, we go live for every hurricane, and then in the winter, we go live for every blizzard and snowstorm. And it's just people go out and get the milk and bread before a snowstorm, and we just kind of make fun of that by saying they're trying to make a milk sandwich. But, you know, if you've ever tried a milk sandwich, it's actually pretty good. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. A couple of things actually about that line of supercells out ahead of the storm system here in southwest Minnesota. There's just a flash flood warning issued for that because they've mostly just been stationary. Once they popped up, they have persisted in the same place. So we saw a hook develop on the western edge of them. I guess a tail end, Charlie, if you want to call it that. The western in windy. How about that? And now that one has baseball size hail reported, 2 3/4 inch diameter, just east of Lake Wilson in those maximized reflectivity values. And I looked at the mesoanalysis to see, you know, why aren't they tornadic per se? Why not immediately tornadic? And I don't see any low-level storm relative helicity. So it doesn't look like these storms are really able to access the ability to rotate in the atmosphere in the low level and pretty weak in the mid levels as well. So that's why we're not seeing these go tornado warned. But what that does tell me is that the weak shear at the surface and the lack of rotation down there allows for strong updrafts to maintain hail in the same place. And now we're seeing that manifest here with reported baseball size hail.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I was wondering, too, why, you know, usually these storms would, given the right ingredients in a situation like this, these storms would be the ones that we would watch for potential tornadic activity. But it does look like there is a lacking of some storm relative helicity down here. But the flash flooding is definitely going to be a big problem here. And now we're also concerned about that hail, as obviously there's some big-time strong updrafts here near Hadley and Slayton and Curry. Very strong storms moving one right after another over the same areas over and over again. That will lead to flash flooding. If you live in a flood-prone area over here and it hasn't started flooding yet, doesn't mean that it's not going to. It could still happen, okay? It looks like the strongest part of our storm here, the big Boeing segment, is looking a little bit less impressive on reflectivity. Now, I don't know if that's actually because the radar back here is kind of having some trouble due to being in the middle of some very strong precipitation right now, or if these storms are actually losing some steam. But I wouldn't let this fool me too much. If I live out in front of this in Worthington, Sibley, Sheldon, Sioux Center, all the way down to Orange City, this is definitely going to continue to be a big-time wind maker, a damaging wind maker as it moves towards you. And as you can see here on Vince and Brandon's stream, it certainly doesn't look any less impressive there. Okay, it's still a very strong storm, and it's continuing to move to the east. We do expect that this will make it into Sioux City here within the next hour or two. Same thing for Spencer and Worthington, maybe even all the way over there towards Fairmont in a little bit after it gets through Spencer. And then we do expect these storms to continue all the way over towards Waterloo, okay? Fort Dodge, Mason City in Iowa. But we do think, I think after they get past this line right here, they'll start to weaken a little bit as they go off to the south and east. I could be wrong, though. We're going to stick here with you until we feel like it's not necessary anymore. And especially as long as our storm chasers are out there giving us a live view of this. Look, Brandon Kopic's got us a great view of Storm Seeker number 4 in front of him there. So Brandon Kopic's in Storm Seeker number 3. Storm Seeker number 4 is Vince Welty. It looks like a trucker just stopped to get some weather forecasts from him or something. Let's see what happens here.
Westbound lane 405.
I heard that Vince charges $5 in situations like this. Let's see if that transaction happens. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure that they're just asking if they should continue to drive forward. I would say that the correct advice would be no.
The severe thunderstorm warning has been
Park somewhere in the direction of the wind and wait for it to pass. That's what I would do if I was driving a big truck.
646 in Greenwood for power lines down.
Across the median into the westbound lane and hit another vehicle and rolled twice.
There you go. Our wonderful storm seekers out there doing good deeds, helping out the truckers. Of course, if you guys didn't know, Brandon and Vince Welty are professional storm chasers. They work with us in every stream. And for that reason, I actually wrapped both of their vehicles in the Storm Seeker outfit that you see there. And I also filled their vehicle full of like medical supplies and batteries and flashlights and bandages and anything that could possibly be needed in a situation where things go south, because these guys storm chase year round. They're always in the path of the most dangerous storms, no matter where it is. They drive literally 10,000 miles a month on average. And if there's ever a big tornado that hits a town, usually they're right behind it. So we've got them stocked up and ready to go, just in case anybody needs help. And of course, everything that you guys buy from shopryanhall.com, a portion of that helps us do that.
I only have one crash, but it's going to be the two semis that are at the 383. Hartford Fire Commuter Dive.
And as you can see, no, they didn't charge $5.
Brandon, base negative. I don't want any more vehicles out here than what we have to have. I'll advise once I get on scene. Stand by.
Standing by.
Hartford Command, Humboldt Fire Car 1.
Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, couple areas I'm concerned about. It looks like the line, it might be at its peak intensity right now, or one of its peaks. Particularly actually behind it and in where the comma head is. So there's a persistent area just south of Sioux Falls near Harrisburg where, a pocket of 80, 90 mile an hour winds are showing up there consistently over the last few scans. And I think that's literally associated with the maxima of the rear inflow jet pushing this part of the line forward. If you play the loop, you can really see that part of the line entering southwest Minnesota accelerate. And then you've got this pocket of winds showing up behind it. And then if you look just west of that, there was an 85 mile an hour wind gust reported by a National Weather Service employee in the Wall Lake area. And then, of course, north of that, again, in this sort of comma head figure, maybe what could be a mesoscale convective vortex that formed briefly and is persisting on the northern edge. We've got that pocket up there near Colton, northwest of Sioux Falls, that's showing 80, 90 mile an hour winds, less than 1,000 feet above the surface. So easily able to mix down toward the surface and produce some powerful gusts still. This is the real definition of a major wind bag. That's what I think Reed would be saying if you were right out in it.
Absolutely. Major wind bag indeed. And I'm just now seeing that after Andy brought it up. A National Weather Service employee reported 85 to 90 mile per hour winds near the Wall Lake area. And that's in Minnehaha, South Dakota, just to the west of Sioux Falls. And yeah, like Andy was saying, this part of the storm here consistently has been the part of the storm that has produced the most reports of damage and, recorded wind gusts. So a mesoscale convective vortex could be forming here, or it could be ongoing here. And inside of here, this is where we could see some big time winds. And of course, we were looking at the velocity there. You can see some big time numbers popping up, just a couple thousand feet above your head. We do have potentially winds around 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. And of course, those can be mixed down to the surface. And I believe that they are being mixed down to the surface intermittently throughout the storm area here. So next in line is going to be Edgerton, Laverne, Adrian, Rushmore, Worthington, Little Rock. Little Rock's in Iowa, okay? Sibley, George, Sheldon, Orange City, Sioux Center, and Lamar's. Okay, you guys get ready for 60 to potentially 90-mile-per-hour winds, especially up here on the northern side. Jasper, Edgerton, I think you guys are definitely in line for some of the strongest winds. This could be the peak of the storm system right here as it comes through your area. Barrett Arms 1, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Hello from the Pacific Northwest. Thank you for tuning in. Wow. Wow. Insane screenshot from the Wayne, Nebraska downtown live cam just now.
Ryan, you got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
Ryan, you got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon. Yeah, go ahead, Brandon. We'll see if Brandon gets back with us.
Sorry about that. I had my headset still connected. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Vince and I are actually in very close proximity with each other right now. We're headed east towards Adrian and Worthington. We'll probably get to Worthington and stop, or maybe in between Adrian and Worthington, and try and get another view looking back to the west. But I just wanted to give you that heads up, and do me a favor and check your phone real quick when you get a second.
All right.
Are you meeting anybody at the 383 900 wise?
Thank you. Negative, Metro. It's the same accident. It was called in at the 305 and we're at the 383.
And that was just Brandon confirming that he did not charge $5 to give that trucker weather forecasts. Oh, here's a good panoramic view of the storm as it entered Sioux Falls not too long ago. Will this hit the Chicago metro area in a few hours? Not this specifically, but something associated with this potentially could, yes. Let's actually use Radar Omega, the best radar app in the world, to look at the future radar by switching to the HRRR. Let's just look at the future a little bit, okay? Let's take a break from the nowcasting and do just a tiny bit of forecasting. Of course, if you want to keep up with the date and time, it's always going to be displayed way up there at the top of the screen. I'm sorry if you can't see it. I'm working on fixing that. But here's what it looks like, okay? Here we are around right now. Okay, let's go on out for the next couple of hours. What's expected to happen is that these storms that are popping up in the top of the warm sector there are going to continue to pop up all across the border area between Minnesota and Iowa, and they'll expand over towards Madison and Chicago. Okay, so like literally in 2 hours or 3 hours, Chicago, you could see some storms forming in and around the area. And it's also at this time where this line meets up with this new line that's forming, and that's when things kind of calm down, at least in my opinion, as far as the major winds go. And we're going to see this continue to go down to the south and east. Northern Illinois will still be being hit around midnight tonight, but the main threat here is just going to be some isolated damaging wind and heavy rain. Lots of flash flooding likely. And these storms will go all the way down into Ohio, Columbus, all the way through the early morning hours tomorrow. But they're really nothing to be too concerned about. And then tomorrow we're going to see the recycling of these storms, maybe down here in the Carolinas and the East Coast, all the way back into Kentucky, Virginia, and Tennessee. It's going to be much welcomed rain for everybody over here. Tomorrow's severe weather doesn't look as intense, even though we do have a very large slight risk area tomorrow as well. So that's what it looks like. Once again, here's what the radar could look like tonight at 10. This is what it could look like at 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, noon tomorrow, 5 p.m. tomorrow, 9 p.m. tomorrow, all the way out to 6 a.m. on Thursday morning. That's what the radar could look like as we go into the future. And the HRRR model, and really all forecast models, do a crap job at this time of year. There's really no way of forecasting correctly in the middle of June, especially when we're talking about convection that happens not directly associated with a big low pressure center or something. So yeah, it'll be pretty close though. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just wanted to let everyone on stream know we are working on the back end to fix our warning system. There was a new tornado warning issued for the cell just east of Washington, D.C. So that includes Bowie, Woodmore, Hall, along Highway 301 in Maryland there, east of Washington, D.C. And that I've been watching that cell for a while. There was actually some tight rotation on it previously to the northwest of Bowie near South Laurel and Laurel. So you could play the loop back if you want, Ryan, to take a look at that. But yeah, now active tornado warning, including areas of Highway 301, in Prince George's County. And I can't tell if it extends into another county. But yeah, that area, Bowie, Woodmore, and Hall, Maryland.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. Yeah, so apparently we might be having a little bit of a problem with our warning system. It never popped up on the screen to announce that there was a new warning. That's okay, though. We know now, thanks to Andy, we got a tornado warning for Bowie in Maryland. And this is just to the east now of Washington, D.C. This is the same storm we were watching earlier. And now it's rotating enough, according to radar, to produce a tornado warning. That's going to be for Anne and Arundel, Prince George. So Anne Arundel and Prince George's County in Maryland. And that's the rotating portion of the storm right now is near Springfield, Maryland, moving to the south and east past Hillmead Manor, all the way down towards Collington, Fairwood, Heather Hills, Bowie, and, of course, Hanson Hills. Make sure you guys are taking shelter immediately. This is a Bowie. Okay, my bad, Bowie. This is a dangerous situation. Take shelter now. I think there's a Bowie in every state. And in every state, it's different. It's either Bowie or Bowie. Oh, wow. Look at this. Flash flooding on Island Creek. This is like what? This is like 5 minutes away from my house. And according to my home weather station, we picked up literally 3/4 of an inch of rain since this began. I don't know what in the world happened there. Literally, guys, like 5 minutes away from the y'all HQ here. Major flash flooding going on down there. That's nuts.
The 384 will be the most western accident, I guess, on the interstate. You would say there isn't anything.
So yeah, Bowie. And Davidsonville, take shelter now. You got a tornado warning. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. I've heard a lot of thunder, but I noticed that it wasn't raining that much here. I guess there's a stationary storm close to us that just didn't dump the rain here in my specific spot. Take a look at this amazing time lapse here. Explosive development in Illinois. So we've got some big time storms starting to pop up in Illinois, and this is what the explosive development looks like sped up. So now we're starting to see these storms pop up everywhere. Somebody said, what home weather station do you use? It's ambient weather. I'm not sure of the model number, but it's ambient weather. I like it a lot. I also have a couple of other ones, but the one that I always look at whenever I'm on stream is the ambient weather one, because it happens to be closer to here. Yeah, we had a high temperature of 93 degrees in my neck of the woods today. And now it's down to 72. We're watching this tornado warned storm over here in Virginia approaching Bowie. There's still enough rotation here to convince me that there could be a developing mesocyclone or tornado here. However, it's just not. It doesn't look like something imminent. Like, if there's not a tornado down with it right now, if there isn't right now, then I don't see one coming in the very near future here. However, things can change so incredibly quickly with these storms. That's why we love that the National Weather Service issues these warnings, and we want to take them seriously. Everybody in Bowie, Hanson Hills, and Hull, all of these places need to get to shelter because a tornado could be imminent. Goodness green, this is the sky right now in South Dakota. Andy, was that you?
Yes, it was me, Ryan.
Okay, go ahead, Andy.
I am particularly concerned, y'all, with Sioux Falls right now. Latest radar scans, there are pockets of 95, even 100-mile-per-hour gusts, just 300 feet above the ground, which is not very far above the ground, right over Crooks in Minnehaha County. It's kind of going to clip the northern edge of Sioux Falls, I think. So hopefully most of the city escapes this, but that is some intense wind happening just north of Sioux Falls. It's probably going to impact areas along I-90 pretty soon here. So if you know someone driving there, they probably should not be driving actively when that happens, because that is, I mean, that's extreme. Like 100-mile-an-hour winds showing up just 300 feet above the surface. I don't know how many times I could tell you I've seen that in all of my years of analyzing radar data.
Right.
That's extreme.
All right. Well, thank you, Andy. Thanks for pulling us back over here to south, or the area between South Dakota and Iowa and Nebraska, right to the north of Sioux Falls, where we're analyzing this area of extreme wind, or really just near all around Sioux Falls, to the north and to the south, specifically a little bit, just a tad bit to the north. Some maybe 80 to 90 mile an hour wind gusts could be mixing down to the ground along I-90, moving east here towards Brandon. Okay, Brandon, if you haven't gotten the wind yet, or if you've been, I guess, disappointed so far in the amount of wind that you've received, you're not going to be for long, because this thing is different than your average wind storm. Okay, this is a wind bag. All right, you're not out of the bag yet. This back here, the rear inflow jet, this is going to be a long-lasting storm. The same thing for you guys, like over here in Little Rock and Rock Rapids. You've seen a lot of wind so far, but more is coming. This is going to last a while here, as all of this has to come over you. And now we're really concerned about Sioux Falls and the areas around Sioux Falls, as it does look like some potentially 90-mile-per-hour winds are happening all across this area. So it'll be interesting to see any damage reports that we get out of there. Remember, guys, if you're on Twitter, and you can do so safely, send us pictures and videos at Ryan Hall, y'all. Do not do anything that puts your life in danger, though, to get a video. It's not worth it. Whoa, sorry about that. That's a lot louder than I thought it was going to be.
And Ryan, if I could interject here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Whoa, okay, that just came through on my end. That is pretty loud. The cell, National Weather Service Sterling did upgrade that cell to a radar-confirmed tornado south and east of Bowie, and including Woodmore and Hall. So if I could get some warning lights going on here, I will be the perpetrator of these, or perpetuator of these warning lights. So yes, that is now a confirmed tornado warning. Sorry, our thing isn't working right now. Let's flash those lights for the storm east of Washington, D.C.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. And I'm very sorry, guys. Our warning system, I think this is our first time we've ever had a problem with it like this. I'm sure we're working on it. But we now have a confirmed tornado. A confirmed tornado here just to the north of Bowie, or just right near Bowie in Maryland. So I'm assuming that they confirmed that with correlation coefficient. And you can see that there is a little bit of a CC drop there. Lots of velocity couplets showing up, but most importantly, the most convincing thing to me is this little dangly bit, this little hook echo with what looks to me like a developing potentially either just an increased signature here, or maybe even a debris ball moving towards Heather Hills. So now this is a very serious situation. When the National Weather Service upgrades their warnings to confirm, that means that they have great reason to believe that there is actually a tornado on the ground, and that means that this is very close to Heather Hills, Hanson Hills, and Bowie. All right, so take shelter immediately. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh man, this reminds me a whole lot of the Andover, Kansas supercell. The radar presentation looks very similar right now, as the mesocyclone looks like it might have decoupled a little bit from the parent supercell. Let me pull up the mesoscale here. If that is the case, it is kind of... This could be a short-lasting tornado. However, we want to go ahead and assume that this is going to be on the ground for quite some time. And we want everybody in the path, obviously, to take shelter. So here are some things that are in the path, okay? Here's what I believe the storm is near right now. First of all, obviously, tornado on the ground right near Bowie, Maryland. And this is going to continue to move off to the east. Man, this is a very populated area. It's hard for me to get a handle on exactly where I think this is and where I think it's going to go. But it's going to go off to the south and to the east, or it's going to sit right here in this same area for a little while. But yeah, it's actually going off to the south and east, past Bowie, towards Hanson Hills, towards Meadow Woods of Davidsonville. Now, in between there, some places that you might be familiar with that this tornado could be around right now is, I mean, seriously, like the Glendale Splash Park, Texas Roadhouse of Fairhood, Blue Sunday Bar and Grill, Jerry's Seafood, home of the Crab Bomb, Kohl's, Lowe's, Walmart, Chick-fil-A. This is in an incredibly populated and commercial area here, just to the east of Washington, D.C., near Bowie. Once again, if you are in or around the Bowie State University, or the Ashland Kitchen and Bar, or the the White Marsh Park here, you are in a very dangerous situation, and you want to take shelter as quickly as you possibly can. Yeah, give me. I'm gonna do one more search here just to make sure I'm in the right spot. Davidsonville. Yeah, so the good news is once it gets past, if this thing is on the ground right now, which I don't think we have any pictures or anything yet. If this thing is still on the ground, I think it's going to go past Highway 50 down there towards the Governor Bridge Natural Area, Davidsonville Park, and then eventually down towards the Davidsonville area. I'm going to check in on Twitter here and see if there's anything out there. You would imagine in a situation like this, in such a populated area, there would be a million videos and pictures of it right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, our analyst team is questioning it right now, but we're still regarding it as a very dangerous storm. In addition to that, my wind bag that I just advised about is verifying. There's currently 77-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Sioux Falls Airport, right next to this huge wind signature just to the north of Sioux Falls. So it is entering the city area there, which is unfortunate. So hopefully everyone there is safe at the moment from those heavy winds. In addition to that, I just posted the new severe thunderstorm watch, which is for the Chicago. It includes the Chicago metro area and Davenport in the future. So that is for wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour, frequent lightning, and it goes till midnight Central Time. Also, this is Midas. He decided to come down to the stream with me.
Oh, nice. There's Midas, guys. Thank you, Andy and Midas, for the update. And so, yeah, it sounds to me like we have a radar confirmed tornado down here near Bowie in Maryland. But and that's from the National Weather Service, but that's all we have right now. There's literally like 15 Walmarts around where this tornado is supposed to be, and I've yet to see a picture of it. That tells me that there might not actually be a tornado down here. Okay, so obviously we're gonna keep our eye on it, and we're gonna treat this as a dangerous situation, and we're going to Obviously heed the warning and take shelter. But like I said, if never trust a southeast moving storm, y'all. If you're looking for a tornado to be in there. But still, take shelter now. We'll come back and look at that right here in a second. Everything that I just said, all the places that I just said are still under a tornado warning. But first, I want to show you this new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm sorry, watch. That Andy was just talking about, and he's tweeted this. I've retweeted this. And right here it is. Scattered hail up into 2-inch in diameter possible. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts likely. And frequent lightning is possible. So this right here is how you can tell the Storm Prediction Center thinks that there's like not much of a tornado threat. Whenever there's nothing else going on, they just throw lightning in there. It's like you think lightning's possible? But seriously, the hail and wind are going to be the main threats here by far with these storms. And this does include Chicago, Rockford, Davenport, Cedar Rapids, all the way up there to Madison, Wisconsin. And it goes all the way until midnight tonight. Midnight tonight. So who's strapping in? Who lives out here in Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa? And who's ready for this? Do we have anybody watching in those places right now? If so, if you know anybody else that lives out there, let them know. Retweet this on Twitter, get the word out, and also share the stream with them. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Send it in a text message to a family member or friend. They will appreciate it. We always are providing free, 100% free, live severe weather coverage here on the channel. Never, ever in a million years will we ever charge 1 penny for this. So anybody that you think might be interested in that, let them know.
South, I have a jackknife semi with trailer blocking the entire.
Oh, wow. We got a lot of people watching in Illinois right now. Here is the view of the Crownsville storm a minute ago. Had to bring it down. This is that Maryland storm. Definitely a little bit of a lowering here, but I don't see no naders. I see zero amount of naders there. So, not saying that there isn't one, but oh, here's a much better view of that. There we go. So, once again, no tornado, but certainly a big mezzo. Wow, that's an incredible storm for Maryland. So it makes sense. This makes sense. Looking at this makes a lot of sense. And then looking back at the radar, you can see that mesocyclone, obviously there was a mesocyclone there, but never once did we see a very tight couplet or a correlation coefficient signature that would indicate to me that there's being a tornado on the ground. But this certainly is what you'd expect to see there. That's an amazing view. Here's some more pictures of the green storm as it moved into Sioux Falls, sorry.
First and Sherman Avenue.
My goodness, this is the greenest storm I've ever seen. The Hulk storm of July 5th, 2022. That's going to be the name of this live stream. Once it just exists in its recorded version. What? Mountain Dew green. Yes. Yes, sir. Here's another look at our big time wind bag over here, now moving into Minnesota and Iowa. We've got damaging winds in and around the Sioux Falls area, close to 80 to 90 miles per hour. Now we're worried about those moving into Garriston, Laverne, Rock Rapids, Rock Valley, Sioux Center. You just saw it. It's not done. Additionally, it's going to make it into Worthington and Adrian at some point here. So the strongest winds are going to be riding the I-90 corridor. And we do expect that new storms are going to continue to pop up between Chicago and this storm right here over the next several hours. We're going to see a lot of new storms pop up here with big hail, damaging winds, and frequent lightning. And then beyond that, we are going to continue to see new storms pop up all along the East Coast down into North Carolina. Looks like we got a bunch of severe thunderstorms down here moving from Virginia into North Carolina. Right along the state borders there, we also have some severe thunderstorm warnings in and around Johnson City. Kingsport, just to the south of Kingsport, 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail is possible with those. Oh, and look here. Hurricane Bonnie showing up. We'll talk about that in a minute. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I am unable to get radar updates from the Sioux Falls radar, which, like I mentioned, is right basically in the middle of that. I think other people are still able to, but I was worried for a second there that the radar site actually went down. Nonetheless, there is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now that considerable was upgraded. So now it's still destructive for northwest Iowa, southwest Minnesota. In addition to that, we also have cells popping up in northeast Iowa that I wanted to tell you about. And that is in an area of nearly 7,000 joules per kilogram surface-based CAPE and most unstable CAPE, and 5,000 joules per kilogram mixed layer. So clearly strong thermodynamics. Last hour of mesoanalysis also paints enough effective shear for a supercellular format for these storms to take place. And helicity, I think, is increasing. Particularly towards Chicago, but there are no storms in that area yet, just an outflow boundary in place. So definitely a very chaotic environment out there with such incredible conditions in those heat advisories and excessive heat warnings. Those are in place because we have the moisture in place to actually form storms like this. And here we go. We're starting to see them pop up all along.
Yeah, and actually, you know, since you brought it up, I'm looking at these storms that are popping up in Iowa, northeast Iowa, and southern Wisconsin for the first time right now, and it does look like, you know, at least in their infancy, they are rotating. I don't know if that will continue to happen as they continue to grow upscale, but it does look like that very quickly this is going to turn into a mess of a big line of storms here. So, but at the same time, I think that you're right in the fact that we need to watch these, and I'm sure you and the rest of the analysts will be keeping a very close eye on them. And as soon as something happens here that we need to zoom in on, we will. But look at this. Let me put this into motion for you. Every single one of these has a dangly bit on it. Well, it just means that the base of the storm's here. Okay, it grows and it meets up with the upper level winds that are kind of shearing it off this way. But if we have surface winds coming in this way, like honestly, these storms are primed for rotation here. It's a matter of how long will that last before you know, so many storms pop up here that we lose a lot of the available ingredients. Obviously, 7,000 CAPE is a lot, which means that these storms are going to grow huge in numbers here as we go into the future. We're going to keep an eye on those, though. Go ahead, Andy. Yeah.
Hey, Ryan. New tornado warning radar indicated for that southeast of Washington, D.C. So that includes Harwood, Mount Zion, Churchton, and all areas there. There is some interesting rotation on that. Nothing super tight. There was also an accident on 301 and 50, so Highway 301, where the storm just passed by. Apparently, cars were tossed everywhere per reports from our reporter team. So not a good thing here, and definitely showing the power of these storms. So please take shelter if you're in the path of the storm. Tornadic wind, or for whatever reason, damage could happen in the area.
All right, thank you, Andy. Sounds like a pretty serious storm here moving. It's now past Bowie. It's now past Davidsonville for the most part. Now we're worried about Birdsville, South River, Harwood, Galesville, Lothian, Beverly Beach, Sudley, Churchton, and Tracy's Landing, as that tornado warning has been expanded off to the south and east. It looks like there's been some big-time wind damage with this storm. Obviously, we still haven't seen any pictures of a tornado, but we've got a lot of reports of funnel clouds and all that stuff.
The inflow.
Here's one of the local meteorologists from around this area. You guys might recognize Matthew Capucci. Let's see what he's got to say.
All right, gang, and Fox 5 meteorologist Matt Pucci. This is the inflow rushing into fuel the supercell. The possible tornado would be right down here somewhere. Look at the wall cloud. This whole thing is spinning. This is the rotating part of the storm, and look right over there. Again, any
wow, he's like right under it.
Right over here. And yeah, we're
he must be
watching
chasing
the inflow gush into the storm. And I really do think that right behind the tree line, there should be something. In fact, the tightest rotation right over here. So we're watching this potential tornado near Bowie. It's somewhere in there. I don't know where, but there has to be a tornado either very close to or immediately right over there. All right, gang, and Fox 5.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Matthew Capucci. I just retweeted that on Twitter if you guys want to go follow him. Andy, I'm sorry, but something just came up, and I do have to take another brief trip downstairs. Are you good?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Andy. All right, guys, I will be right back. And I'm going to give it to Andy now.
All right, guys. Meteorologist Andy here, of course. I got Ryan's back. Things happening with the fam. I also have a Midas with me, so hopefully he doesn't step all over my stuff while I'm trying to do this. So current active tornado warning in Maryland for Prince George's and Anne Arundel. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Counties. That's east of Washington, D.C., of course, including Harwood, Mount Zion, Galesville, Churchton, Tracy's Landing, areas around there. Active tornado warning radar indicated, so we don't have confirmation if it was on the ground. But I did get reports of people seeing a half condensed funnel, so a funnel that was coming out of the cloud, but no confirmation of tornado on the ground with that. Despite the earlier radar confirmed tornado warning, we're struggling to get evidence of that. However, there was a big accident associated with that, and you want to know why it happened? We have one of our analysts is literally on site at that accident. It's so cool the network that we have, and they're rendering first aid to people, and it's not a good scene. You know why it happened? I'll tell you, they were in a tornado warning, and they were all trying to get to an underpass or an overpass to write out the tornado warning in an overpass. And they're all trying to crowd in there, and that caused an accident. Don't go under overpasses for tornado warnings. Guys, it's 2022. Tell your family, tell whoever needs to hear that. You know, they live in Maryland. That's not a tornado alley per se. There's local areas that see tornadoes more often, but it's still happening very clearly. So literally one of our analysts on site got that information from there. They're trying to go in under an overpass in a tornado warning. And that caused a whole accident with people hurt, like actual injuries on scene. So that is not what we want to hear. We want to make sure that does not happen. Okay. So beyond that, we've still got the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. The main line of the cell is falling apart a bit. It looks a bit ragged on radar presentation, but still has powerful winds associated with it. Now entering O'Brien and Osceola counties in northwest Iowa, as well as Nobles County, Worthington area in Minnesota, southwest Minnesota. Another look at these cells popping up in the along the northeast Iowa, all the way down towards Chicago area. South central Wisconsin, you guys just saw storms earlier. They are maturing very rapidly. Tornado threat, relatively minimal, but still present, of course, issued from the Storm Prediction Center. So we're mainly watching these cells for hail and wind potential right now. And they are maturing very, very quickly. So that's what we're looking at. The most concerning one, in my opinion, is in Alamaki County, near Prairie du Chien. Oh gosh, so many tough pronunciations. I'm so sorry. That's in the northeast corner of Iowa. That's got a hook echo on it, so indicating that there is a mesocyclone, also known as a rotating bit of the storm with an updraft. So the storm has got a healthy presentation on radar. It is currently not severe warned, but I imagine it will likely put down some hailstones due to that updraft lofting that water up there, freezing it, turning into hailstones, and eventually dropping it out. That's common in supercells like this, even if they're miniature on radar. So let me know where you guys are watching from. It's pretty bad out there, and the excessive heat warnings. I saw a lot of you early, but we've probably got a lot of new faces here in the last couple hours of the stream, last hour or so. Let me know how it feels out there. Davenport, St. Louis, Kansas City area south in Missouri, you guys are experiencing some over 100 Fahrenheit heat indices. I'm sure it's terrible. And we've got storms happening on the northern periphery. Like our last videos, if you haven't watched last couple of videos on Ryan's channel here, we've been telling you about the summer slip and slide. And yet again, we're seeing these storms develop and slip on down to the east, southeast, to the southeast. Just incredible stuff here on the northern edge of this ridge that's allowing for such extreme heat and moisture to filter in through to the Midwest and the northern plains. Milwaukee, hot and sticky. Michigan will get bad weather. Michigan is not in the primary risk today. In fact, most of Michigan probably will not see anything. Perhaps if you're in the southwest corner of Michigan, you may see some residual cells, as we do have a severe thunderstorm watch issued that includes the Chicago metro. It's going to span that entire line that you see from northeast Iowa and to Chicago. That goes till midnight, so perhaps you'll get residual early morning thunderstorms from those lines. Pretty intense stuff. We've also got a watch that extends all the way down to Omaha, Nebraska. So you guys aren't in the primary risk today either, but you're still in a slight risk from the Storm Prediction Center. That's going to be the southern flank of that line of storms we're watching go through right now. That may reach you later tonight, or later this evening, rather. Right now, we expect this line to maybe weaken a bit, perhaps, hopefully, as it heads into north central Iowa, but we've got an enhanced risk for damaging wind primarily that extends all the way to the northeast corner of Iowa and areas south of Rochester, Minnesota. You're out of the main risk area in this thunderstorm complex that's moving through. Oh, it's always hot in Arizona, I'm sure, in the summer. That's just what happens. But I hope you guys are enjoying the early monsoon there. The continued monsoon is definitely giving some moisture to the area that's aiding in drought relief, which is really cool to see. That's what you like to see. Another 80-mile-an-hour wind gust was reported from the Sioux Falls airport. So another period of 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds impacted the area. But now it looks like it's on the way out. Sioux Falls probably still getting some damaging winds from the rear inflow jet around the mesoscale convective vortex on the northern edge of this line that may be going on. It's roughly a vortex, but in general, this is just your classic bow echo that was already designated as a derecho from the Storm Prediction Center. Rain in Minneapolis, that's where I am. We'll probably get some of the lighter showers on the northern edge of the system moving through. We've got a precipitation shield, basically your light to moderate rain on the northern edge of the main line of storms. We'll likely see those, but we are not in the primary risk area today for severe weather. We're basically right on the edge of it. So perhaps a couple lightning strikes here, some thunder boomers happening. I don't see any imminent concerns for tornadic rotation in the line of storms in northwest Iowa, southwest Minnesota. So we're going to go ahead and go back and look at our active tornado warning, which you guys cannot see right now. I can't control the stream. I apologize for that. But there is still some rotation associated with the area that this tornado possibly could be in southeastern Maryland, and the areas of Mount Zion, Birdsville, Shadyside, and Cedarhurst. This supercell is currently radar indicated tornado warning, which means that there is rotation evident on radar. Likely there's a wall cloud associated with the storm in eastern Maryland, south of Baltimore, south of I-97. So in this area toward the bay, it's about to exit land and go into the bay. When tornado warnings on land enter in a body of water that's expansive enough, the body of water at the surface has less friction. So it's very possible that greater surface winds will funnel into this storm and perhaps drive a waterspout to occur, a tornadic waterspout over this slim area of the bay here, just to the southeast of Baltimore. So we'll be watching that. Currently tornado warned. So if you're in Shadyside, Cedarhurst, Maryland, weak rotation is headed towards you. Tornado warning will likely be allowed to expire, but we will continue to monitor it, of course. So thank you guys all for watching. I'm meteorologist Andy Hill, of course, and Ryan is currently dealing with family right now. So I'm here to fill in just in case. We do have a new NATO cast as well, which actually is showing an increased chance for tornadoes right along that current line of storms. I do agree with it. There are some areas of perhaps decent rotation here, especially near Melvin, Iowa, and May City, Iowa, and Osceola County. That's in northwest Iowa. Currently not tornado warned, but that rotation is wrapped up in the last few scans for sure. This can happen with your spin up tornadoes. Ryan tells you about them all the time, all the time. Minimal tornado threat here, but these things evolve faster than the Storm Prediction Center puts out new outlooks. So localized areas of greater tornadic threat can happen as dynamics stir this thing to the east and to the east-southeast as well. All right, so we've got some flash flood warnings in effect too. The northern periphery of this line of storms where heavy rain has been falling for a while, areas around I-90 and north near Laverne, Chandler, Minnesota, areas that also saw baseball-sized hail earlier there in southwest Minnesota are now under flash flood warnings as continued heavy rain will impact the, continue to fall there. It's pretty impressive what we're seeing there. I think that probably in the northwest corner of Iowa, Sioux City in Iowa, you're about to see considerable severe thunderstorm warning conditions there. There's a 64-mile-an-hour wind gust reported just to your northwest. If you're in Sioux City, Iowa, Dakota City area there in northwest Iowa. Storms are pretty far away from Omaha. Of course, they may develop and continue to the southeast, though. You're under a slight risk of severe weather today for wind. All right, and we've got a tornado warning for Crook County, or not Crook County, but yeah, Crook County, actually, in northeastern Colorado. Fantastic. Okay, if you're in Crook County, Colorado, there is an observed tornado there. I'm going to look at it from the Goodland radar real quick so I can get that to you. That's Logan County, I'm sorry. That includes Crook, Colorado. Of course, Colorado and county with the exact same abbreviation, right? CO. So that's Logan County, northeastern Logan County near Crook, Colorado. An observed tornado there. Our analyst team was looking at cells that are in Wyoming currently, warned for hail, and also this area near northeast Colorado. We weren't expecting a tornado threat actually with them. We were more concerned with golf ball size hail possible. I see some very high reflectivity values northwest of Sidney, Nebraska as well, along I-80. That's currently not severe warned to my knowledge. So that is likely dropping severe hail, or either that or a hail blizzard of smaller hail sizes. So again, new observed tornado warning in northeast Colorado. We've had one in Maryland, Colorado, Alberta, Canada. Lots going on today. Welcome back, Ryan. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Oh, it looks like some stuff just popped up here while I was gone. Tornado warning, like Andy was just talking about, for Logan County in Colorado. That's observed. Let's read about it. How was that observed? Who observed it? Let's see here. It was located 4 miles west of Twin Buttes, or 16 miles southeast of Sidney, moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. Weather spotters confirm the tornado. So, yeah, I don't know if we have any pictures or videos of that yet, but I'll be looking around on Twitter to see if that is the case. Obviously, widespread stuff happening today. We've got severe thunderstorms breaking out all the way across our enhanced and moderate risk areas. And then we've also got severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings down here from Maryland through Virginia into North Carolina. Specifically, the tornado warning here is for Anne Arundel County until, I would say, probably the next 20 minutes or so. Yeah, the next 29 minutes. So that's what we're watching right now. And surprisingly, there's no tornado warnings in our main area of interest right now. All of the tornado warnings are outside of this big wind bag, but we definitely have seen some major wind up here today. We actually got an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust report in Sioux Falls, and that's continuing to move off to the east. But everything's getting a little bit more messy. We don't see that front end Bow Echo classic Derecho look anymore. It's starting to get a little bit more messy up here, and that's what was depicted on the HRRR. That's what we expected would happen as we moved a little bit into the future here, and that's what we're seeing. So we're going to continue to watch this We're going to continue to track it, and so will our storm chasers. We still have Brandon Kopic and Vince Welty out there. They're on I-90 right now, moving east. They're near Jackson, Minnesota, and they're way out in front of this thing. I think they're going to try to get up into the warm sector and see if they can't see anything happening with these bubblers, these new storms that are popping up along I-90, and that's what they're kind of keeping an eye on right now. The damaging wind situation is nowhere near over.
Base from 4.
What?
Base from 4.
Go ahead, Vince. Yeah, I think Vince was just trying to call in.
Ryan, this is pretty important. Looking to intercept a McChicken and an apple pie. Do you know if there is a McDonald's at Fairmont, which is ahead of me? I think Brandon's pretty worried about this also.
Okay, so we're going to check in on that for Vince and Brandon right now. Let's see if we can't get Chad or Frank on that. Frank, you and Chad, as quick as you can, find the nearest McDonald's for Vince and Brandon and relay that info to me. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Looks like Matthew Capucci again is showing a tornado. He just tweeted it, so that's on that Maryland tornado-warned storm. He believes he has a weak tornado. If you want to take a look at that on Twitter and bring it up, actually, I can relay it to you in the stream text if you're faster than I am.
I got
I'll
it.
Get it to you.
I've already found it. Thank you, Andy, for pointing that out. Here's Matthew Capucci. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Howdy gang, Fox 5 meteorologist Matthew Capucci. There is the tornado. I am somewhere south of Bowie, and you can see there are a lot of different ground connections. In other words, these are suction vortices. The entire thing is rotating pretty quickly, but that is actually our tornado right there. So again, you see one broader funnel, a couple smaller funnels rotating around it. Winds likely in the 80 to perhaps 90 plus mile an hour range. There's the tornado pushing off to the south and east. Kind of an unusual direction for a tornado to move, but again, you see the entire thing spinning pretty evidently right there. That is a tornado pushing south and east at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Pretty good circulation within it. Again, not on the ground the entire time. It is skipping, so to speak. We're watching that pretty closely. Going to disappear momentarily behind the tree line, but that is our tornado. Meteorologist Matt Capucci.
Wow. Okay, so I don't know how long ago that was taken. So it was posted only a minute or two ago, but he when he announced his location, he said he's just somewhere south of Bowie, and now this storm is actually quite a bit far away from Bowie. So I would say that this is not still producing a tornado, but you're still under a tornado warning in Cloverly and Beverly Beach over here. So make sure you are taking shelter if you're under that tornado warning. This is what that storm looked like just moments ago. If it wasn't, incredibly recent, it was probably 15 minutes ago or something like that. So that's Matthew Capucci. Once again, I retweeted that. If you guys want to see that up close, go look at it. Go retweet it for yourself. Get the word out. These storms are definitely surprisingly strong, and they're rotating over here, and we're going to have more in this area of the world as we go on through the afternoon. I don't know if we'll have any more tornado warnings, but that's going to continue to be a problem. Up here, it's closer to our moderate risk. We continue to see a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, so a bunch of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, and one destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Lyon, O'Brien, Osceola, Sioux, Nobles, Rock, Lincoln, and Minnehaha counties in Iowa. Well, in Iowa and South Dakota. And then we have a tornado warning way back here in Colorado near Crook. And this is an observed tornado, so I haven't seen any pictures of it, but it's apparently been reported down and on the ground as recently as just 20 minutes ago or something. So that's what we're looking at. That's everything that we're tracking. If you know anybody that's in any of these affected areas, from Washington, D.C., all the way down into North Carolina, back up towards Chicago, and then into Iowa, South Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, and Minnesota, let them know. Let them know what's going on. A lot of active weather tonight. A lot of big-time severe this is certainly a severe weather outbreak, and with embedded tornadoes here and there. And we're talking about tornadoes in Colorado and in Maryland, and in some cases everywhere in between. So this is going to continue as we go on through the evening. It's currently 6:07 p.m. Eastern Time. We started streaming approximately 3 hours ago. We've been going for 3 hours, and we will continue to go as long as it seems necessary. We've got that severe thunderstorm watch that includes Chicago that goes all the way out until midnight. I don't know if we'll still be here at midnight, but we might be. It just really depends on what and all's going on and what is needed as far as coverage goes. Obviously, our storm chasers are out there. They're probably going to be following this thing for quite some time. And we're going to keep up with them as well. And have we found a McDonald's? We have. Okay, we found it. All right, let's relay this very important information to our storm chasers here. Fairmont. By the way, you can track our storm chasers' exact location in the Radar Omega app. You can get this on iOS or Android. It's the best weather app that you could possibly get. It does cost money, but so does anything else that's good. You usually have to pay for it. It's like $8 or $9 in the App Store, one-time purchase. And right here, you can see the exact location of our storm chasers, and you can see their live cameras in the app too. The closest McDonald's to them is currently in Fairmont along I-90. So let's go ahead and relay that information to them now. Guys, I have an important update for you. A McChicken is in store. We do have a McDonald's that is open. It is open until midnight in Fairmont. Okay, you're going to want to take the exit, the first exit that will actually take you into Fairmont. That'll bring you to that McDonald's. 2217 North State Street, Fairmont, Minnesota, 56031. That's the address. Let us know when you've got a confirmed McChicken so we can check in with you. So our storm chasers are kind of out in front of this storm now, and it's really started to kind of, obviously it's still a strong storm, what we have over here in Iowa, but the part that they were intercepting has kind of fallen apart. It's become really messy up here, so this could be the best time to transfer over from storm chasing to McChicken chasing right now.
10-4, no problems over here,
This particular McDonald's is not open 24/7 apparently.
Have a payloader going to the stranded vehicle, attempting to get the patron out of the vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Make sure you are, if you can, do so safely. Make sure you're sending your pictures and videos to us. Is this the confirmed tornado, Prince George's County? So this was taken in Prince George's County, and that does look like that was more than likely the tornado right there as it was moving through. We saw a different view from, I'm pretty sure almost at this exact time, from the other side from Matthew Capucci. That was that tornado that was going through Maryland there. I do believe that is no longer on the ground with us. Oh, wow. Here's another incredible view of that big shelf cloud moving through Beaver Creek, Minnesota, associated with our big storm. Here's an incredible look at Orange City, Iowa, as the storm's moving in. Now it's got a little bit more of a light blue tint to it. Still green. Still green. This is still the Hulk storm. This will forever be remembered as the Hulk storm, at least between us. The Weather Channel names winter storms. The National Hurricane Center names hurricanes and tropical storms. I think we're going to start naming windbags. This one's Hulk. Unbelievable stuff here. And also there's some developing news from my neck of the woods. Where we have some major flash flooding going on. Once again, I picked up 3/4 of an inch of rain here with the storm near me, but literally 5 minutes from where I live, 5 to 10 minutes, we got some major flash flooding going on, and I've got some people that, some friends and family who are sending me videos of this, so I'm going to share that with you. This is in eastern Kentucky. In and around the Island Creek area. Some big-time flooding. And the person that's sending me these videos says He's lived there for his whole life pretty much, and he's never seen the water this intense, this high. So pretty incredible stuff that I can get 3/4 of an inch of rain, but on the other side of the hill they get 3 inches, and it leads to significant flash flooding.
Well, we were told that there was a person in the vehicle and they were trying to get out.
Yeah, lots of pictures coming in. Thank you guys. Remember to go to Twitter, twitter.com/Ryan Hall, y'all, if you want to send me stuff. Here's a look at the radar so far of this ongoing windbag / derecho.
Farm engine 3, 1205 West 37th Street for an electrical hazard.
Yeah, I'm still uploading these videos. I'll show it to you here in a second.
Metro, here it's in Portable 7. We're attempting to reach the vehicle to see if there's any occupants inside. We cannot tell from the distance.
We still have a tornado warning for Logan County in Colorado and Anne Arundel counties in Maryland. This is an ongoing situation. Latest mesoscale convective discussion. And they're using the word, so I'm just gonna start referring to this as derecho now. A derecho is expected to continue for at least a couple more hours, with widespread damaging winds as a concern. The greatest short-term concern is right here in northwestern portions of Iowa. So this derecho is expected to continue through Spencer, Algona, Storm Lake, Fort Dodge, Ida Grove, and Carroll. It's not 100% certain as to whether or not this will make it to Mason City, Iowa Falls, or Des Moines. However, once again, it doesn't really matter what it's called. It's going to be a strong storm with damaging winds when it gets to you. Almost certainly.
At the time, we did not take out emergency management due to other call volume. Do you want them started if we're going to do a full rescue?
Stand by for now. Payloader is reaching the vehicle to see if there's an occupant. That is correct. 10-4, I'll let him know.
Sorry, guys. I'm just looking over some of the stuff that our researchers are posting. Got reports down of power lines down in Humboldt. Vehicles stranded in water. Lots of flooding going on up here, too. Oh, boy. Looks like we've got a problem with our overlay system. I don't know what's going on there. Everything's black. Hey, let Ryan know to look at the stream. See if there's a way we can fix that real quick. But if you guys can see through all the black bars, here's a look at the radar. Right here, Sioux City is now getting hit by the storm. Next in line, Spencer and Storm Lake. Sioux Falls, it's finally moving out of the area now. Finally. I know that we've had a lot of wind damage up there, but it's finally moving out. But yeah, up here just to the north, there we go. We're fixed now. Up here just to the north of I-90, that's where we're seeing a lot of the flash flooding going on. So this flash flooding is going to continue to be a problem near Laverne, Worthington, Windham, all the way over to St. and Truman as the evening goes on. These storms are still popping up and packing a punch over here in Iowa, down through Wisconsin. Chicago, you'll end up getting a bite. But it might be a couple hours from now before you see anything significant. The tornado warning is still hanging on down here in Maryland, but it ain't much. That storm is significantly weakened. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings down here in North Carolina. And we still have a tornado warning in Colorado, which will be allowed to expire in 10 minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And it looks like a new tornado warning has been issued. Let's go check in on that.
Hazards is 70 mile an hour plus wind gusts. 244.
Go all the way over here. So, if I'm not mistaken, this new tornado warning is actually been issued for a separate storm now than the one that we've been watching. So this is going to be for this rotation near Lothian Woods and Greenock and Lothian. Moving to the south and east once again towards Tracy's Landing. So we saw not too long ago, just south of Bowie, that this storm back here produced an actual tornado. It was brief. It wasn't very strong, but it was a tornado. And now we got another chance, another opportunity for a tornado to form here and move through Tracy's Landing and Churchton, maybe all the way down to Fairhaven. So let's take shelter down here, guys. Take shelter now if you're under a tornado warning. That is the only warning that we have right now in Maryland. We have no warnings right now in South Dakota, Iowa, Nebraska, or Minnesota, which is the area that we're kind of watching the most.
Still alarm for truck 7, 3511 North First Avenue for full notifier. For truck 7, still alarm 3511 North First Avenue for a full notifier.
Here is a couple of pictures from Salem, South Dakota. This is one of the areas that we were concerned about earlier when we were looking at the radar. Big trees down out here. Trees down on a house. So certainly some damaging winds associated with this storm. This is going to continue to be the case as it goes through Iowa. This is Orfordville, Wisconsin. Thanks for sending this in.
The description and the narrative is correct. We'll probably need them out there ASAP for that.
This is a video from Bowie, Maryland. The storm went right in front of our house, so we obviously we don't see a tornado here, but you can see that there's a lot of wind. There's stuff getting blown around in the wind out there. Wow.
Oh my god, dude, it ripped the fucking tree out.
That guy's just sitting in his car.
Yeah, he's probably like, what the fuck do I do?
So yeah, that's from Maryland there. It's kind of crazy that we're getting pictures in from Maryland, like North Carolina, Virginia, South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois. This has been a pretty widespread severe weather event. However, most of it has been happening over here in pretty rural areas, except for some of the tornado stuff that's been going on. Justin Lewis has got a great picture of the shelf cloud here near Howard, South Dakota.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning for Talbot County, Maryland. Wow, come on, let's go look at that. Okay. Let me see what's going on over here. All right, so just to reiterate, this is the tornado warning that was issued just moments ago. That includes Friendship, Churchton, and Lothian. Now, the original storm that produced the tornado near Bowie, Maryland, is now over water, and they're expecting to, whenever it comes back onto land near Tilghman Island, Deep Harbor, Sherwood, Whitman, Bosman, Mulberry Point, and Nevis, they're expecting it could potentially still have enough rotation to produce a tornado there. So now you're under a tornado as well. Tornado warning as well. But neither of these looked as impressive as they were earlier. When that tornado was actually produced up there near Bowie, it looked like that could have been the case on radar. This time, these both look a little bit meh. But still, we want to take shelter. Get to a basement or the most interior room of your home as quickly as you can. Here's a look at some damage in Bowie. Here's some damage after a major storm tore through Bowie and a tornado touched down near town. Incredible. I just got to be honest with you guys. When I started the stream today, I did not think we would be talking a whole lot about Maryland. Now, don't get me wrong. It was definitely in the forecast for some severe weather over there. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, how about North Carolina as well? I mean, it's just wind, so don't get too up in a jiffy here. But Winston-Salem, Greensboro, that area, and also Raleigh and Durham down the line will likely see some severe wind gusts from storms that are going through now. And you guys are only in a marginal risk for severe weather today, but we've got wide severe thunderstorm warnings expanding for 60-mile-an-hour winds. So you've got those today. And then if you look at the Storm Prediction Center, that area is also in a slight risk tomorrow and the day after that. So this is round 1 of 3 potentially for you guys there in populated areas of North Carolina. And then the next few days, Charlotte will probably get in on the action as well.
All right. And thank you, Andy. There you go. Big time severe line of storms getting ready to go through Winston-Salem, High Point, Durham, all the way back towards Hickory. And speaking of the slight risk tomorrow and the next day and the next day, let's take a look at that. This is the outlook for today. All these tornadoes that we've been seeing happen in the marginal risk over here in Maryland. And, of course, our major windbag / derecho, our Hulk storm, has been happening up here in the moderate and enhanced risks. And we expect to see more storms form out here in the slight risk later this afternoon and evening. That will continue to cause a problem. But what about tomorrow? Thankfully, we have the Radar Omega app, which is the most incredible app that you can possibly have for weather. And we can just switch over to tomorrow and see that tomorrow there's a slight risk for 30 million people. First of all, up here in Montana and Wyoming, slight risk. And then second of all, down here from Indianapolis through Columbus, Cincinnati, Charleston, Knoxville, way down into Charlotte, Greensville, Jacksonville, Virginia Beach, slight risk for severe weather tomorrow. Damaging winds, some strong, heavy rain. And then, let's take a look at day 3. Look at that, day 3. Slight risk of severe weather for a lot of the same areas over here. I'm going to be right in the middle of all this. Might go storm chasing. I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of the severe weather outlook for the next couple of days. And that's the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have right now. Looks like Greensboro might miss some of the stronger storms. They're going to be just to the west and just to the east of town. But you'll still get the heavy rain, the claps of thunder, and the lightning and all that stuff. Winston-Salem's getting absolutely dunked on right now. And then back over here towards Washington, D.C., just to the east and southeast of Washington, D.C., we have 2 tornado warnings. And one storm that has almost certainly produced a tornado at one point just to the south of Bowie earlier. All right, let's jump back over here. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch from eastern Iowa, southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois, all the way into a tiny little bit of northwestern Indiana. And we have that tornado warning in Colorado that will expire in 4 minutes if they don't reissue it. Next in line for our extreme damaging wind or situation or our derecho, going to be Sioux Rapids, Storm Lake, Pocahontas, Emmitsburg, and Ethersville. It does look like this thing is trying to weaken a little bit at least. Obviously, it's still a very strong storm, but I think that the peak of this thing has passed. 64-mile-an-hour wind gusts came in from Mongolia. That's coming from a storm chaser. 73 miles per hour at Beaver Creek from a Mesonet site. 66 miles per hour in Lincoln, South Dakota. Down here near Sioux City even, we've had a 64 and a 59-mile-an-hour wind gust report. So even the southern side of the line is producing some big-time winds today. Vince Welty and Brandon Kopic are right here, heading east. Oh, it looks like they have officially intercepted a McChicken or something. One of them has. I think they're at a speedway or something. What's the gas prices down there? Looks like $4.85 a gallon. I think. It's hard to read. Let's see here. Claire has been a member for 3 months. Thank you so much, Claire. She says, I applied for atmospheric sciences bachelor's degree at WKU. Thank you for sparking my interest in meteorology. Holy smokes, Claire. Thank you so much for that. And good luck. You're going to be great. You're going to be great. That's awesome. Amanda K has been a slight risker for 3 months. Floral B just became a slight risker. Thank you guys for becoming members. And Jared K gifted five Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. That is so awesome that we can do gifts now. I think we've had like 30 people become members today through gifting, which is unbelievable.
Affirmative.
And now everybody is talking about gas prices.
You can mark as in quarters.
Central Idaho, it's $5.29, $5.50 in Phoenix. I think it's closer to $4.85 around here. If you're just now tuning in, we have an ongoing derecho moving through northwestern portions of Iowa, producing winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. We also have flash flooding happening along I-90. We have big storms popping up from Mason City, Iowa, all the way through southwestern portions of Wisconsin into the Chicago area. We also have a tornado warning, or 2 tornado warnings currently in progress over here in Maryland. We don't believe currently that there are any tornadoes on the ground. But these storms have a history of producing tornadoes, so take shelter now. Big line of severe thunderstorms moving through North Carolina. Oh, and here we go. We're starting to see what's the average gas price. Why are we? Oh god. Oh, 426 in Amarillo, Texas. That's not bad. 670 in Chicago. I can't believe there's that big of a spread. 875 in the Netherlands. You guys don't have gallons though, right? You guys don't do gallons. Like yours is like different. Or is that the gallon equivalent? 437 in Ohio. Yeah, I think it's 480 something here. Thank you, O3 Travels, for being a high risker for 3 months. And we got 5 more gifts. Look at this. B gifted 5 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's so awesome and so generous. We definitely got to do a members only live stream again here soon with all the new members. Anyways, back to the radar. We also have some storms over here in Colorado, but that tornado warning in Colorado has been allowed to expire. A lot of people are asking in chat, how does the membership gifting work? I don't know. I honestly didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even know that was a thing. Let's see here. I think that it's just a button somewhere. It's actually 535 in Queens.
Stack my current back to me on V44. Burnside and Western.
698 in Dallas.
George Union Tom 910. George Union Tom 910. Out of Minnesota. Burnside and Western.
906 in Omaha. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Hey, look. Meteorologist Andy Hill has been a high risker for 4 months. That's awesome. I think, I don't know who, if anybody has a membership message to use and you're like above the year mark, go ahead and use it. Because I want to see, I think that we have quite a few 15, 16, and 17 month members now, which is absolutely insane. Just to update you on the our major wind bag over here, because I know that we still have people filtering in. The situation is still severe, okay? But there's just not a lot of new information coming out on this. I'm going to wait for some stuff to pile up on Twitter, and then we'll go through it. Right now, we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Lyon, O'Brien, Osceola, Jackson, Rock, Lincoln counties in Iowa. And then we also have, back in Wyoming, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for Goshen and Platte counties. And then even in Montana, Garfield, Petroleum, and Phillips counties are under considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's go over here real quick and check on that. By the way, a whole separate severe thunderstorm watch up here in Montana. This is that considerable severe with 70-mile-an-hour winds just north of Winnett. And then down here in Wyoming, I believe one of these is considerable. Yeah, almost 2-inch in diameter hail there with the storm well to the north and east of Wheatland. Big time activity going on today, guys. Big time. Hey, thank you so much, Skeleton. I think that's your name. Shades. Y'all, thank you.
That was 12.
There we go. The Mechanical. That's a name. If you guys have been watching for a long time, that's a name you've heard before. Has been a member for 16 months. I can't even believe I've been doing this for 16 months. The Mech has been here since the beginning. Oh, and Amy Davis, another one that's been here since literally the beginning. Just gifted 10 more Ryan Hall, y'all, memberships. Awesome. Everybody say thank you to Amy. And then look, the Bash Mode gifted 10 more. Holy smokes. Nice. Everybody, pretty much everybody's going to be a member. That's so cool that you can do that now. There you go. West Platte just gifted 10 Ryan Hall, y'all, memberships. Flawless Mike, thanks for being a member for 6 months. You guys are awesome. I don't know. I wish I knew how the mechanics worked. Like, how do you pick? I guess you just click on names in chat. You guys got to be super. I wonder if there's a way to do like a contest or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to. I'm just spitballing. Scarlett, thanks for being a member for 13 months. Namaste. Oh, and of course, Frank. Frank is a name that you've definitely heard a lot.
Adam 11.
Been a member for 14 months. Right now, I believe membership gifting can only be done on the PC. You click the dollar symbol under chat and go to membership gifting. You can choose 5, 10, 20, or 50 memberships for random people. Okay. Okay, so it goes out to random people. That's interesting. That's awesome. Bill Fisher just gifted 10 more Ryan Hall, y'all, memberships. Laura T's been a member for 14 months. Holy smokes. Matt Benner, thank you guys so much. Oh, we got another severe thunderstorm warning down here in Tennessee. This one's kind of close to me. Severe thunderstorm warning down here, really close to Lafayette, north of Caryville. I do think that these storms will eventually make it down to the Knoxville area. I just spent the weekend in Sevierville and Gatlinburg the other day. Had a great time. Beautiful area down there. And we had a major storm go by as well. Got to sleep under a literal tin roof with like no insulation in that cabin. It seemed like during a torrential downpour. It was the loudest thing I've ever experienced in my life. But it was cool. Checking back in on our big old Derecho moving down into northwestern Iowa real quick. Barncroft, you're next in line. Emmitsburg, Mallard, Pocahontas, Newell, Schaller, Ida Grove, Mapleton, you're next in line. I really do think that, obviously we're still going to see major wind in this area, but I'm starting to think that the most concerning area for wind now is going to be associated with the southern side of this, as this will now probably develop a new area of rear inflow and produce another little bowing segment like this. But the overall trend here is down as far as the intensity of this storm. I definitely don't want you to take your guard down, though, especially if you're up here in any of these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings that do continue, especially on the backside. Remember, when you first start getting hit by this storm over here on I-90 near Jackson, it's not over until the thing has went past you. We're still getting 60 to 70 mile an hour wind reports on the backside of this thing over here. That's why we still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Rock Rapids, even though the rain started over there in like an hour and a half ago. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, I wanted to show you guys locally here near me. We have experienced some flash flooding, and I wanted to show you that real quick. This is in Pike County, Kentucky. Literally just across the road from me. Like, it's unbelievable how close this is to me where I live. And that's what it looks like there. Here, it looks like it barely rained. It looks like a couple raindrops. Here's another view of that near the Island Creek area. Look at this. So I've driven by this road a million times. What you're seeing, this raging river, is this little stream that's usually about this wide. It's usually only about this wide. And it's overflowing into the road, and it looks like it's getting pretty close to some houses and around some vehicles there. Wow. Okay, holy crap. We got to check back in. Something's happening on the chat. Hold on, what's up? Chat is absolutely going nuts right now. Holy smokes. Looks like Amy Davis. Yeah, Amy Davis gifted 50 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. Holy crap. Literally everybody's a member now. And by the way, guys, if you don't know, one of the coolest things about being a member, and everybody that's a new member now, let's show them off. Let's show them off. You click the little emoji button, and we have custom Ryan Hall Y'all themed emotes that only you can use. And I believe that you can use them anywhere on YouTube now. And then, of course, members get VIP access to portions of our Discord server, and we try to do members only live streams, but it's been a while since I've done one. We'll probably do another one here soon. Oh my gosh. Amelia Black gifted 5 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. Harley Dave gifted 20. Wow. We've gotten literally like 200 new members just during this stream, mostly through gifting. Thank you, Sedina. Thank you, Jake the Weatherman. Been here for 6 months. Alexis, thanks for being here for 3 months. I ate too many hot dogs, but then there's no such thing. I'm a monster. I felt that. I felt that. Yeah, chat's going nuts.
681 checking stats.
Chat is going absolutely nuts. We do like to have some fun here on the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. We try to get down to business when things are serious, and I hope that we've done a good job today covering this severe weather outbreak. But we also like to have some fun every once in a while. And that's what's happening right now in the chat, if you're not watching the chat. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Garfield, Petroleum, and Phillips counties up there in Montana. But the one associated with our derecho, the last real considerable severe that we will have, more than likely, unless they decide to up some of this to considerable severe, is going to be for Lyon, O'Brien, Osceola, Sioux, Jackson, Nobles, and Rock counties in Iowa and South Dakota. Or that's actually just Iowa and Minnesota now. Robert Snow gifted 20 subs. Roger Davidson, thank you for becoming a member. West Platte gifted 10 more memberships. Jeez. I used to have a number on the screen that showed how many members we have. I don't have it anymore. That would be really entertaining to watch right now.
There's no smoke, no issues at all. They just want it checked out to make sure that nothing is smoldering. Brandon Fires is all.
Here's a video. Where's this from? Larry Hoffer. Big branches down by 85-mile-an-hour winds. Wow. Yeah, that's some pretty intense looking damage there. I would assume that this is probably in Iowa, Minnesota, or South Dakota. I just don't know exactly where.
Wow.
We are getting a number of calls, maybe anywhere between the 401 and the 404 at this point, where there's a red pickup in the ditch, just trying to verify that that's the one that was at the 405.
Wow. Wow, indeed. I would say that there's pretty much a lot of imagery like that going on in South Dakota tonight.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, here's another look at some significant tree damage. And this is in Bowie, Maryland. Rich Kid says, I never thought I'd see a tornado in Bowie, but here we are. That's a big tree uprooted right there. It takes some big time wind to do that. Yeah, a lot of the reports and the pictures that I'm seeing is coming from Bowie. And like I was talking about while the storm was going on, it was surprising to me that we didn't get any pictures or videos of a tornado because it was in such a populated area. But now we've definitely got a lot of pictures and videos of the aftermath here. Look at this. This is right around the Bowie area in Maryland. Wow. Look at that. The chat is still going crazy. I don't want to leave anybody out. I do want to say thank you to Ranco for the super chat. He's got some really good information here. He says non-members need to click the gift message and allow gifts to be able to be chosen for random membership. That's another thing that I didn't know. Thank you for that. Angeline, I would love to become a member gift recipient. Here's some love for the Hulk Storm. Rick, thank you for becoming a high-risk member. Sean, thank you. Brianne, thank you. Jane Doe, thank you. Patriot, thank you. And look, Nicole just gifted 10 more. 10 more members. We have literally the biggest, the most positive, and just the best community of weather nerds on the earth. I've always said it, if you're a fan of the Ryan Hall Y'all channel, if you're a subscriber, you're up there. You're probably one of the smartest people on earth. You probably have a super high IQ. You're probably incredibly attractive. And you more than likely are just a legend of a person. So, and especially our members. So, it's just a proven fact. I meet you guys sometimes. It happens every once in a while. You know, if you ever see me at a gas station or something, don't be afraid to say hi. Every single time, just great people. Great people. Here is a picture of a gorgeous little pop-up storm near South Bend, Indiana. Look at that explosive energy there.
201, what's your 20?
Here's a video from Jackson, Minnesota.
10-4. Maybe we'll just step it up a little too.
The major windbag moving through.
County Fire 3.
Rabbits, Portal 12, copy.
Damage 6-1 on east.
Thank you, MST3K, for becoming a member. Deb, thanks for being a member for 3 months. Aaron says, I'm excited but not excited for these storms in Iowa tonight. Yep, the storms are going to continue through Iowa. I'm thinking we're going to continue to see some major development over here in northeast Iowa down through Wisconsin and into northern Illinois. And that's what we're watching right now. That latest severe thunderstorm warning that was issued here is not considerable. So the one that includes Emmitsburg, Armstrong, Fenton, West Bend, all the way down into Sac City and Rockwell City in Iowa, it's not considerable. This is just your average run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning. And you can see pretty well what it looks like. You can see Brandon and Vince are both inside the storm. And it's definitely a strong storm, but it doesn't look like we're getting any more of those 80-mile-per-hour wind reports like we were not too long ago. In fact, we just got one in from near Storm Lake that's 50 miles per hour. So very interesting there, to say the least.
Reference that are at center corner. I did put a ribbon on the driver's side mirror.
10-4.
205. If 201's coming in the area, suspect, our male half might be last seen westbound on 10th from Elmwood. White car, possible minor damage on the rear.
10-4. 201, copy.
Whoa, is this real? This is earlier today. Hail in Promise, South Dakota this afternoon. That's some almost DVD-size hail right there.
Metro Hartford base. Can you 10-9?
Dang.
Denver, this definitely had requested the Sioux Falls fire start, but we want to check with you first.
Yes, it is very hot in Missouri.
Since it's on the outskirts of city limits, do you want them started?
So that was back when the storm was first starting. That's when it was first starting to spark up.
We will just handle for now. If anything changes, if you can just let us know, we'll advise at that point.
That's amazing. Thank you. I'll let them know.
Oh, here's a look at some of the storms down there in North Carolina. This is looking southwest from Summerfield, North Carolina. Constant rolling thunder. This looks almost as ominous as our big derecho up there in Iowa, or at least some of what we've seen. It's not as green. It's about the biggest difference. Dunkinator, thanks for becoming a member. Eric Stitt, thank you for becoming a member. Intel says you should have Frankie McDonald as a guest on the live stream sometime. Guys, let Frankie McDonald know that I'd love to have him as a guest on the live stream. I'm a huge Frankie McDonald fan. Here's a look at the storm just before it came through Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And here's a look at the storm right now through Storm Chasers Vince Welty and Brandon Kopic's camera. You guys can look at this camera anytime you want. Now, here's the thing. I don't go live for every thunderstorm, right? I usually only go live if there is a significant threat for tornadoes, or on a day like today where we have a moderate risk for a major windbag. But Vince Welty and Brandon Kopic, they're out there chasing almost every time there's a thunderstorm. And there's no exaggeration there. And one of the ways that you can always keep up with them is by downloading the Radar Omega app, which is the best radar app you could possibly get. Fastest updating, the best looking, the most customizable. I got a link in my description. And at all times, as long as you have the thing selected where mobile live streams, as long as you have that turned on, really easy to access that setting in the app. At all times, you can keep up with Vince Welty's and Brandon Kopick's location. And then if they've got the little green circle around them like they do right now, you can click and you can see their live stream, whether I'm live or not. There's 10 people watching with me right now in the app. And we can see that the temperature is 78 degrees, dew point 77. And you can see all of this information live right here on the app. Additionally, not only do we have that, but we have these cool things. So down here north of Asheville, North Carolina, we can access this cyclone port, which shows us the temperature. And we also have a live view of the camera up there on top of a mountain near Burnsville, North Carolina. And look at that. That's wow. That's beautiful. Look at how fast. This is not sped up. This is live right now. Look at how fast some of these convective ghosts are sliding up the mountain here. This is associated with that big line of storms that we were just looking at. Yeah, look at here. You can literally see what's happening. Some of that fog rolling up past the storms here. So it's incredibly valuable to have this because there's a network of cameras. All right, there's a bunch of cameras in Tennessee. Our temperature in Tennessee right now is 101 degrees. No rain in sight there in Jackson, Tennessee. Up here north and west of Sikeston, Missouri, it's 100 degrees. And as you can see here, as soon as the video loads, once again, no rain in sight. So yeah, that's just a pretty cool thing about Radar Omega that I think everybody should know, because there is no other radar app that exists, free or not, that allows you to do stuff like that. It's super cool. And I am getting a Radar Omega Cyclone port installed here at y'all headquarters. So there will be a constant stationary live camera here in Eastern Kentucky with a lightning detector as well. And all that other good stuff. Kim Court, thanks for becoming a member. And look at this, guys. John gifted 5 memberships. Look at this. I gotta give these guys shouts outs. John gifted 5 memberships. B gifted 5 more memberships. Look at this. This is nuts. So many gifts today. You guys have been super generous. Obviously, you guys know you don't have to do that. It's not required of anybody to do anything like that, but it is super appreciated. And it's very cool that we have so many members now.
Adam 45. Adam 45. 10-8, car 34, Roby.
This has been a good stream. Here's some more stuff from Bowie.
The power line that supplies their home. These guys are equipped on the ground here. I don't want to go any farther, Dale, than this. On the ground here is the power line that supplies their home. And you can see another tree down here. And then as you look back behind the house, you can see where this, I'm assuming it was a tornado. I've seen a lot of these. We've seen the twisting action in the trees that indicates a tornado, and you can see there's an area here where the trees are twisted and broken, and I'm told that by the police that down again, that is going to be Buckingham. Down there are downed power lines, and you can see the jumble where we are. As a matter of fact, I'm just now seeing, Dale, take a look at this. This utility pole here is snapped off at the top. It's snapped, and then down here on the ground, I see the transformer. So I mean, this thing was twisting and it was breaking as it came through. It did not do any damage, and let's come away from this power line here. Just take a step or two backwards.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow.
Other than a little bit of
I was going to say that guy needs to get away from that power line yesterday.
The power line
and
came down.
Look at this.
So you can see the police
we have
the street
a
closed
new
off.
tornado
People are out and
warning
about. We just had another
in Illinois.
downpour. We got soaked.
Would you look at that? Let's go check that out. So these are the storms that I've been talking about for a while now. the ones that we that we've been watching explode here near the 6,000 to 7,000 Cape. I believe this is the right one. Yeah. So there's now a tornado warning up here in. Well, of course, our system gets this information before almost anything else, so it's taken. Okay, McHenry County in Illinois is under a radar-indicated tornado warning now, and that's this storm right here. So let's look at the velocity, and yeah, look at that. Textbook little couplet here. South of Heartland, a tornado could be developing near Woodstock, Illinois. Guys, this is once again, a very populated area. That is, that looks pretty convincing to me that like there could be a developing tornado right here. Let's put this into motion and let's try to get an idea as to what the entire storm looks like. It's really hard to tell what's going to happen with this from this point. You can obviously tell that this is the main supercell over here, right? And then here, just in the last little bit, a new piece of convection has like kind of pushed itself into that. That could have caused a brief area of rotation that's not necessarily a mesocyclone here, just some, natural pushing and pulling of the winds above your head. However, if the next frame, if the next radar scan continues to show this or something more intense than this, then I believe we could have a developing tornado on our hands. But obviously the main supercell up here wasn't really rotating enough to promote a tornado warning by itself. It's this additional little rain shower that's come in that is adding to that. So I don't know if there's a tornado imminent, but Woodstock, Illinois, make sure you take shelter now. You want to get into the lowest, most interior room of your home, preferably a basement or a storm cellar. If you don't have either of those, you want to get into the bottom floor of the most sturdy building that you can find, and you want to barricade yourself into the middle of that building with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. No windows, no outside-facing walls. And you want to cover your head. Bring a mattress with you. Bring a helmet with you. Bring something with you to cover your head while you're in that closet. And then also bring your phone or a charged tablet or something that's charged that has a screen on it and access to internet, because if you lose power, a lot of times you'll still have cell service and you'll still be able to watch me or whoever else you want to watch, whatever else you want to watch. It's very important to have that access to communication if it still works. Jennifer says we have a lot of boring weather in Alpena, Michigan. Well, I think, some people like boring weather. Some people don't. I personally enjoy the more intense weather, specifically for where I live. I don't necessarily enjoy that other people are experiencing bad weather. But like wherever I am, I prefer the weather to be as intense as possible. I don't know why. I've always been like that, even when I was like a little kid. Here's some more damage in Wayland. Yeah, boring is good for the most part. You would much rather your weather be boring than not.
Go ahead.
Can we get Sioux Valley out here at this address? Power line's down, no active fire, no other issues.
Have a notification made.
Metro Wildland 9's on scene.
10-4 Wildland 9.
Yeah, a lot of these Iowa storms are going to stall. Even up here, these are going to be pretty stationary for the most part. Yeah, it's still showing a little bit of rotation here. South of Heartland with this storm. That last frame did update. It looks like that supercell absorbed the competing rain shower quite well, so we'll continue to watch this for the potential for the development of a tornado here. You know, I was looking on, for some reason on mine, I don't have the option to gift memberships, because that's something I could do. But for some reason, when I'm logged into my account, I can't do that. Here's another update from Matthew Capucci.
Morning, gang. I'm Foxside meteorologist Matthew Capucci. Got my jacket on. We're near a deal, and this is the wall cloud. And my
Oops. What did I do?
This is that tornado-warned circulation. We had multiple tornadoes earlier on. Here's the edge of the wall cloud. Whole thing spinning in like this. Couple more minutes left of this tornado warning. Now, unlike the previous, I don't see crazy tight rotation yet, but I am noticing a bit of tightening.
So I believe Matthew's in an area with limited cell service, and these videos are posting a little bit after when he's uploading them, because there's no tornado warnings right now in Maryland. So I did retweet that, though, if you guys want to go watch it. Chuck, send it to me. Go ahead and send it to me, Chuck. I'll show it.
Clearwater Command.
No issue here. Best support on station available.
Metro, we're in the area. Truck 2 will take that.
Cat 1, Sheldon Fire and Sheldon EMA. You are needed on Highway 60, northbound lane by mile marker 31 for a semi that has tipped over.
Yeah, Michigan has weather. All right. I'm going to continue to watch this. But I think for the most part right now, that's not as much of a concern as it initially might have been from the radar look. I am trying my best to get up out of this seat at least once an hour. So, Andy, do you got me for another 5 minutes or so?
Yep, I'm here, Ryan.
Okay, Andy. I know that there's not a lot going on right now, but just if anything pops up, let him know, and I'll be right back.
All right. Okay, guys. Meteorologist Andy here. Also, I think the gifting subs thing is super cool. I've been watching it go by in the chat, so I'm here watching the chat. Y'all are super cool for staying with us. I hope you're all enjoying the broadcast, by the way. This was unplanned, actually. We had a very low chance of going live today, but we got that moderate risk upgrade and we kind of just went with it. Some of the models earlier today, they didn't show anything happening. I actually I shared a thing with Ryan. I don't think he looked at it, but it was literally the NAM, so the North American Mesoscale model, one that we look at, one that Ryan looks at in his videos frequently. He's literally looking at this model in his video, and the run from this morning at this time showed nothing. There was nothing there but like a couple of spotty little showers, and then we have this big old line of storms going through Sioux Falls at the same time. It's incredible how far from reality models can be in some situations like this. So it's very important to highlight that. And that gives precedence to how important these streams are for y'all, so we could give you the best information possible, because this is sort of like how we didn't expect the August 2020 Iowa derecho, right? And that was just a marginal risk. So we didn't even have a risk issued for it or a risk in place that could cover that. And then suddenly, bam, it's going through. And we have to nowcast. But we had a little bit more lead time thanks to the Storm Prediction Center giving an enhanced risk in the area today. And then they promptly upgraded it once it was apparent that these storms would, mature and propagate through the areas affected. Thank you all for the compliments, by the way. I really appreciate it. I've been working here for 4 months now with Ryan, and it has been some of the most intense and lovely 4 months being ousted into the spotlight like this. I've been super happy to work with y'all and listen to y'all. It's fantastic to hear everything from you guys. So thank you for that. I love hearing you on Twitter You can talk to me all the time on Twitter. I'm looking through it during the stream, so if you send me stuff there, I'll probably see it. Twitter is a great place to keep up with Ryan and I as we're streaming and outside of that. So thank you guys, really, thank you. You're all incredible. Okay, so that's my moment for Spotlight. We still have an active tornado warning in McHenry County, Illinois. That's our only active current tornado warning. Radar indicated. Looks like the cell merger that Ryan was talking about that sort of perpetuated this rotation evident enough to trip the National Weather Service to issue a warning for it for Woodstock, Illinois. Y'all should still be in your safe places there. It looks like that rotation has died out. It's very broad and very weak if it does exist. However, back some ways near Harvard, Illinois, and Lawrence in northwest McHenry County, there's still some rotation evident with this cell. I'd say it's like there's a sort of a merger supercell. There's a couple of rotations evident in the line there. So there is no appreciable tornado threat that is outlined in these areas like the Chicago metro and up through southern Wisconsin from the Storm Prediction Center. They don't even have a 2% outline here. Sometimes these cell mergers can result in favorable constructive interference in which the outflow from one storm gets wrapped up into another and promotes that rotation quick enough to result in a tornado warning. So that's what we saw here. And I am sure that will eventually be allowed to expire. This area is still severe warned, primarily for wind gusts. That's what we're watching for. So if you're in Chicago metro, as a lot of you probably are, Milwaukee area, there is that severe thunderstorm watch encapsulating the area through midnight Central Time tonight. And that is likely due to these storms that may start training over each other. So flash flooding is also possible. So we're primarily interested in wind damage and flash flooding from these cells in particular, but they are in a nasty environment out there, as I've asked for some of you to tell me earlier what it feels like out there. But yeah, I already know because of the heat advisories and all that out there. It's pretty nasty. It's prime summertime, and we're getting into corn sweat season too, where these areas in Iowa, Illinois especially, are going to have the corn going. And what we get there is transpiration, which is literally the plants exuding water, and that water pools on the stems and leaves of the corn plants. And then that water evaporates. And what that does is it locally cools the environment a bit. So it's a bit cooler through evaporation. I know it doesn't feel like it, but evaporation is a cooling process scientifically. And that also means that the moisture becomes water vapor, which means that the surface is moist. And those dew points rise way up there. Some of the highest dew points in the entire U.S. here happen here instead of, near the Gulf of Mexico or in Florida. You can get record dew points up here in the Midwest because of the corn sweat season. So that's something that's going to come into effect, particularly in August, but it starts up in July. And there are a lot of you who are asking about why those storms were so green in Sioux Falls earlier. You got your green storms. What is that? Well, what that means, actually, it corresponds directly to the presence of hail or ice crystals in the storm. Because in order to get green light, ice has to refract the light in just the right way, and it changes it from blue to green, or whatever light is funneling in there. If it shows up as green, it means that ice, probably hail, lots of small hailstones, small hail crystals are refracting the light, and that light is blending together in a wavelength that reaches your eyes as the color green. So that is why storms are green. Some people associate that with tornadoes. That's not necessarily true. The green is always due to hail refracting light or ice refracting light in the cloud. So that's why it's green. That's why it could be green yellow even, but some of those pictures you're seeing they have filters applied to them to make it more apparent. I've also seen a few people in chat earlier. Thank you all for your donations and gift subs and all that. Gift memberships. Sorry, that's Twitch coming through. Your gift memberships are super cool to see, and I saw some donations in there. Some of you are considering meteorology as your career path, due to this broadcast, due to Ryan, due to me. I don't know if I'm influencing you. I did graduate with my degree in meteorology last year, 2021, from University North Carolina at Asheville. And I would recommend it. There are some brilliant professors out there who can teach you the works, the works that I've been taught and the works that got me here too. So, I mean, it's a tough one though. STEM fields, they're very tough. So if that's interesting to you, give it a consideration. Maybe look out in the future, become a meteorologist. The field is changing rapidly. We're the pioneers of this sort of broadcast meteorology on YouTube for an instant platform, a live streaming platform. So it's really cool to see you all taking part of this and enjoying the broadcast, so we can give you the best nowcasting information possible with all our team, our warning alerts that come before anyone else can even see them. They just come right out. As soon as the National Weather Service issues it, bam, we've got it. It's pretty cool. Lots of cool stuff happening on the stream, exclusive, and we're working with the storm chasers, of course. We still got Vince and Brandon out there above my head. They're still in the line of storms in southern Minnesota, actually right on the Minnesota-Iowa border, out ahead of this line. That is persisting, but just like the Storm Prediction Center said, and we honor the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service, none of this would be possible without them. They said that these storms would end up, or the primary system that moved through Sioux Falls would end up weakening in the evening hours. And we're seeing exactly that. There's still some windbag stuff happening out there, but it's not just, we don't have any destructive severe thunderstorm warnings active or anything like that. It's just your typical line of storms producing some wind, maybe some small hail in there, and a very limited tornado threat. So yeah, that's what's going on. We don't have any more active tornado warnings. So all of those storms in Maryland, they have some weak rotation now entering Delaware, but really nothing of note for now as well. So it looks like that threat has also ended. What we do have still is the populated areas of North Carolina, except for Charlotte. So Raleigh, Durham, Winston-Salem, Greensboro there in the Piedmont. You guys are going to get some severe thunderstorms rolling through. Looks like the Greensboro observation place in Guilford. So sorry about that. Observed 56 knots, which is 64 miles per hour. So yeah, these severe thunderstorm warnings are no joke either. And you guys are going to get it. Like Ryan said earlier, we're going to have those going for the next couple of days where you guys have slight risks down there in the Storm Prediction Center. That's good. Ryan, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Andy. I was watching downstairs. Very interesting stuff. We love having Andy on board. And like he was saying, we love that there's so many, it seems to me anyways, there's so many young people who are maybe taking an interest in meteorologists, maybe not specifically because, but enhanced by what we're doing here on YouTube. And that's one of the main reasons why I wanted to do this, is because I know for a fact there's a lot of people out there who are interested in the weather, or just simply need weather coverage that don't necessarily either they don't have access to otherwise suitable coverage, or they just don't want to consume it in the traditional ways. Through the guy in the suit, and 100% nothing against the guys in the suit. Some of my best friends are TV meteorologists. That's a very needed service. That's 100%. I love all the guys in the suits, but there's nothing wrong with you, the person watching, not wanting to consume your weather in that way. I think the way that we do it here is pretty unique. It's fun. It's different, and I'm hoping that it is just as suitable and as informative as anything else you could watch. So that's super cool that we've got some people who are going to be going into the meteorology field here. And I hope you guys are in our Discord server. If you're really into weather, we got a big Discord server with about 11,000 other weather geeks. And we're trying to recruit some new volunteer weather analysts from time to time. So get in there and just be around. There's a lot of stuff you can learn in there, and there's a lot of ways that you can help us out if you want to, if you have access to radar and all that stuff. We'd like to have you on board, especially if you're in school for meteorology. So anyways, we still have several severe thunderstorm warnings out there. We're down to only 2 considerable severe thunderstorms now. All tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. And we still have 10,000 people watching right now. So I want to do something a little bit different. I'm not going to call it off. I'm not going to end the stream here. I think we're going to keep going for a little while longer. We've been going for 4 hours. Let's try something a little interactive. What do you guys say? You want to do? Let's do some forecasts for people in the chat. All right. This is something that I've thought about doing in the past. Something that we're thinking about doing here at the Y'all Enterprise is going live more often. Okay, for a long time on this channel, I have pretty much only ever done these live streams during very large, significant, widespread events that usually it's like a moderate risk, a tornado outbreak, a Category 3 hurricane, something like that. But what I want to do is I really enjoy doing these live streams, so I want to go live more often. And sometimes there's just not constant weather information to relay. Now, don't get me wrong. There's always a new severe thunderstorm warning or something like that. But, on days like today, in between the more significant events, I would like to do some other stuff that involves the community a little bit. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to do some forecasts. So everybody that's watching right now, type your location into chat. And I'm getting ready to do a random selection of one of you. And we're just going to zoom in on you on the Radar Omega app. Look at the current conditions. Look at the HRRR model over the next couple of days. And if needed, we might even zoom out a little bit and look at the Euro and see what could happen as far as a week away. So let's let the chat roll a little bit here. And then I'm going to randomly select one. And you guys can see chat right now. You can see I'm not, I'm not specifically looking at any one name. I'm going to 3, 2, 1. I'm going to pause it. I'm going to scroll up a little bit. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. I'm going to scroll up a little bit. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to select one right there. Austin, Minnesota. Austin, Minnesota. So let me figure out where that is, first of all, and then let's zoom into them, okay? Let's come over here to the Radar Omega app. And this is something that you guys, if you guys have the Radar Omega app, you can follow along with me and kind of learn how to use this a little bit too. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here to the search bar on the top right. And if on iOS or Android, you guys are going to see this too. And I'm going to type in Austin, Minnesota. And then that's going to zoom me right into Austin, Minnesota. And actually, Austin, you guys are in the direct path of our major wind bag that's getting ready to come through. Now, you got some big storms off to your south right now there in Austin. Dino M from Austin, Minnesota. Hopefully you're still tuned in. We've got some major storms off to your south with big hail and strong winds. And then we've got that larger storm that's kind of promoting some of our big wind gusts and stuff off to your west. And actually, storm seekers 4 and 3 are really close to you too, down here just to your south and west a little bit. So this is Austin, Minnesota. Within an hour and a half, you're going to get a big burst of rain and wind, maybe some hail. But the big 80-mile-an-hour wind gust, that's over for the night, at least for this part of the storm, I believe. Now, don't get me wrong. You could still see some damaging winds. Definitely keep an eye on those watches and warnings. But I think that the main thing that you're going to have to deal with here is some really heavy rain. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up under a flash flood warning over the next little bit. But let's go ahead and take a look at the future radar, the simulated potential future radar. Like Andy was talking about earlier there, it's really insane how wrong these models can be. But thankfully, the HRRR was a little bit more on point with today's severe weather setup versus the NAM. So that's the one that we're going to go with. And we're going to go ahead and put this into motion. According to the HRRR, In about an hour and a half to 2 hours from now, you're going to get hit by these storms. Maybe some strong winds, some hail, okay? Definitely some very heavy rain. That's going to be moving through Austin all the way through about 10 or 11 p.m. this evening, okay? So once it starts, it's going to go on for 2 to 3 hours. And then finally, it's going to get out of there, okay? Some cooler air will be in its wake. And then by 2 a.m. tonight, you're completely dry. And then that's going to continue to be the case all the way through the nighttime period, okay? Let's come down. Let me switch to the 18Z here just so I can go out a little bit further into the future. Austin, Minnesota. Doesn't look like there's an immediate threat for any more rain. Maybe some scattered showers on Wednesday and Thursday, but it looks like the majority of your severe weather experience is going to happen over the next couple of hours. So definitely nothing imminent here, and I don't think there's any reason to check the long-range forecast for you, but if we have time later on, we might hit it for you again. But that's the current forecast for Austin, Minnesota. Looks like everything's going to be a little bit more calm as we go into the future after these storms pass through tonight. Okay, so yeah, that's Austin, Minnesota. Hopefully that was informative for you. And in order to get as many of these done as possible, I've got to do them quick. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do another one. Shall we? Shall we? Let's do another one. Let's go down to the bottom of the chat here, and we're going to scroll up a little bit. We're going to scroll down a little bit. We're going to scroll up a little bit, and we're going to scroll down a little bit, and I'm closing my eyes, and I'm selecting one. Well, these aren't really requests. So I'm going to try it again. I'm going to try it again. I'm going to try it again. And I'm closing my eyes. Elgin, Illinois. Okay, I don't think that was a request to do a forecast, but we're going to do it anyways. We're going to do it anyways. We'll do it live. All right, Elgin, Illinois. Way down here, close to Chicago. Okay, and actually, I think there might be some storms close to Elgin right now. Let me double check. This is the current radar. Right now in Elgin, Illinois, you just had an outflow boundary pass over you, so you probably got a cool breeze coming over. It's probably getting cloudy outside. But just to your north, you've actually got a severe thunderstorm up there, and I believe what's going to happen is over the next couple of hours, this outflow boundary that just went over you is going to promote the formation of new storms from Chicago all the way up towards Marengo and Rockford. And Elgin, you'll be right underneath those. And I expect some strong winds, some hail, and certainly the isolated chance for some significant flash flooding here, and maybe even a tornado or two possible in the general area. Obviously, I can't say whether or not Elgin will get a tornado tonight, but these are the storms that are rotating enough to produce tornado warnings. We actually just had one not too long ago just to your north that has been allowed to expire. So definitely keep an eye on the National Weather Service's outlooks there to see what's going to happen for you as we go into the future. Let's look at the simulated radar. The 18Z HRRR for Elgin, I think it's Elgin, Illinois. Let's put it into the future. As you can see, by 10 to 11 p.m. tonight, it's going to be pouring the rain. You're going to be dealing with a lot of storms in the Chicago area. That is not going to stop until maybe 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. So once it starts here in the next couple of hours, it's going to keep going till maybe 3, 4, or 5 a.m. in the morning. So certainly flash flooding is possible, and then maybe even some isolated damaging wind events there until this completely clears out. And then tomorrow, really just some scattered showers here and there, and that's it. That's all we have to worry about in Elgin for the foreseeable near future. Okay, so that's all we've got there. Let's come back over to the chat. And let's see here. There are so many people putting in their locations. I'm scrolling up. I'm scrolling down. I'm scrolling up. I'm scrolling down. I'm closing my eyes. I'm selecting Erwin, Tennessee. Erwin, Tennessee. Let's do this. Erwin, Tennessee, way down here in eastern Tennessee. Right now, Let me see here. Let's look at the current radar first. I don't think there's much of anything going on right now. I think there was a big storm earlier, if I'm not mistaken. But now there's not a lot going on. It's cooler outside. You're probably sitting at a cool 75 degrees like me right now. And there's a lot of stratiform rain around. The scattered showers are going to continue throughout the night, but the biggest portion of the storms have passed off to your south and to your east. Now, let's take a look at that future radar, the simulated radar for Erwin, Tennessee, according to the HRRR. Everything's going to continue to move out of the area. And then tomorrow around 4 p.m., we're going to see the development of new thunderstorms from 4 p.m. all the way through, let's see here, 2 a.m. Okay, so isolated pop-up showers and thunderstorms from 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. tomorrow. These could be strong to severe like they were today, but it's really hard to depict exactly where they're going to hit. Even though this model doesn't depict a direct hit for Erwin tomorrow, it certainly does look like there's going to be enough instability and moisture in the area to promote an isolated severe thunderstorm or two tomorrow. So that's what we're looking at there. Thank you so much for participating in that. Let's see here. John says, does it look like this derecho may be starting to set up kind of like a surface low? The individual cells are starting to be very pronounced. This is a mesoscale convective system, and it does sort of act like that. But the main thing here is as we get later on into the night tonight, the really strong organizational aspects of this storm are going to let up a little bit, and the main driving force of any more storms that come out of this will be based off of the outflow from the storms that exist right now. Jan, thank you for becoming a member. And we've still got people doing their locations in the chat. I'm going to do one or two more of these. We do have Sioux County and Goshen County in Wyoming, in Nebraska and Wyoming under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now. Let's go ahead and do Bowling Green, Kentucky. Let's do Bowling Green, Kentucky. How about that? Bowling Green, Kentucky right now is experiencing, I believe, nothing. Yeah. So you're right on the edge there. There are some storms off to your south and east in Bowling Green, but for the most part, they are out of your area. Let's see if there's going to be anything happening tonight or tomorrow, according to our future simulated radar. It does look like the HRRR paints the possibility of a couple storms popping up this evening near Bowling Green, but the chance is literally like 20%. Okay, I wouldn't expect much rain tonight. And then as we go into the day tomorrow, when we start to get those big storms pop off to the east, it does look like some scattered storms are possible around 3 to 4 p.m., especially around 7 p.m. That's when this secondary little boundary here might be crossing through and producing some scattered pop-up showers and thunderstorms around Bowling Green. I don't think there's anything really considerable to worry about until maybe late in the evening or early in the morning on Thursday, late Wednesday, early Thursday. There could be some tail end convection on the back end of that system that moves through the Appalachians here that ends up causing some convection just to your north. And of course, the HRRR can be just wrong enough to where this area of storms, this cluster of precipitation, could end up a little bit further to the south and produce some storms for Bowling Green tomorrow night. Nothing significant in the near future, though. Speaking of the near future and significance, it does look like some of the strongest storms tomorrow will be occurring in Kentucky and West Virginia and Ohio. According to the 18Z HRRR, around 5 p.m. tomorrow, we're going to have some strong ones up here near Huntington, West Virginia, south of Cincinnati. Strong winds and maybe some hail is going to be possible here. And remember, this is my neck of the woods, so I might travel out there and see what's up. So yeah, very interesting stuff for tomorrow. Also, an additional flash flooding risk for anybody that gets under training thunderstorms in this area here. All right, back to the chat. By the way, Bruce Kite, thanks so much for becoming a member. And these are still showing up. Amy gifted 50 memberships. Right there's 90 memberships that were gifted earlier. I think we did end up with over 200 new members added to the pot thanks to gifting. Really appreciate everybody's generosity tonight. Let's see here. Alamo Heights, Texas. Alamo Heights, Texas. Let's go take a look at that. I don't think we're even going to need to look at the precipitation. Alamo Heights, Texas. Okay, so this is basically San Antonio here in Texas. Let's just briefly run through the HRRR to see if there's any sort of convective activity. No. Over the next 48 hours, it doesn't look like we are expecting any new rainfall down here near San Antonio. But what we can expect is some heat, son. And the HRRR does allow us to look at projected surface temperatures. So let's go ahead and check that out. And what I'll do, and you guys can do this on your app too, if you're following along at home in the Radar Omega app, which you can get. There's a link in the description. I can probe the San Antonio area right here, and you can see that it shows 88.3 degrees right there. Right, and that's going to be 12 p.m. tomorrow. So today, oh, it doesn't move. Oh, it doesn't move. Okay, well, we'll move it. Let's look at what the high temperature could be like tomorrow. Okay, here's 6 p.m. tomorrow. Wow, look at this, 99 degrees. 99 degrees likely tomorrow. And then let's go a little bit further into the day, around 2 p.m. on Thursday. We're already up to 95. It'll probably breach 100 degrees on Thursday in the greater San Antonio area. So major heat, lots of dry air is expected in San Antonio over the next 2 or 3 days. And it's just going to be sticking there, and there's no rainfall in sight, at least not in the next 48 hours, okay? If you guys want to get a more in-depth look at the long-range forecast, or at least the medium-range forecast, make sure you hit the subscribe button, because I do pretty good in-depth videos at least twice a week now, going over the forecast, and I'll definitely make sure I fill you in on what to expect as far as rainfall goes in the near future. All right, let's do it again. Are we having fun? Is this like a good thing to do, or does this suck? Do you guys not like this? I can't tell. Let's see. Buffalo, New York. Buffalo, New York. Let's do it. There's a lot of people putting in their locations. It's insane, actually. Buffalo, New York. Let's go. Not as hot up here. Certainly not as hot, but certainly it's gonna get hotter on Thursday. So the rain-cooled air that's sticking around today and tomorrow will try to get out of there on Thursday. It does look like the high temperature will be approaching the mid-80s on Thursday up here in Buffalo. But let's take a look at some of the potential rainfall that we could be experiencing up here. Let's come back to the beginning of the HRRR and the 18Z. Obviously, tonight there will be scattered showers. And then tomorrow, looks like most of the convection's off to your south, so you're going to be cool and dry, and then a little bit warmer on Thursday. But most of your rain has moved out of the area in Buffalo, at least for the near foreseeable future. So yeah, that was fun. I think that was cool. I think that we could probably start doing that once an hour or something, do 2 or 3 of those. Obviously, it's impossible for me to do everyone that's in the chat, but I think that if we spread it out good, instead of me closing my eyes and picking one, if I try to purposefully pick ones that are a little bit spaced out and include more regions, I think that we can pretty much cover everybody doing that. So yeah, thanks for participating. I appreciate it. And I hope you enjoyed that. Here is the latest mesoscale discussion. Strong, sporadic, strong gusts are possible over the next few hours over here on the border between Indiana and Ohio. They're assuming that we're going to continue to see some growth of convection over here in this area. We've already got a severe thunderstorm warning right now near Rome City up here in Indiana. Storms will continue to form over here. We got 4,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE right now. We still have close to 5,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE just near the Chicago area. That's why we expect these storms to continue to grow. Checking back in on our major wind bag and our derecho. Looks like from Lake Mills to Kanawha, all the way down to Fort Dodge, we're just now seeing those 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts start to arrive. Next in line, we've got Iowa Falls and Mason City, but it does look like this thing is weakening tremendously. Tremendously. Let's see here. Steven says, you're engaging with the community, which I think is cool. Keeps us interested until the next wave of storms. Well, thank you, Steven. And thank you, Chris Hunt, for becoming a slight risk member. Let's see here. Cassidy says, hey, Ryan, I'm about 10 minutes south of Woodstock, and I observed a possible lowering about 20 minutes ago. Where is Woodstock? Deshaun, thank you so much for the very generous $10 super chat. Deshaun, you've done too much today. We appreciate you. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Woodstock is the McHenry, Illinois cell that we previously had a tornado warning for. Not currently tornado warned, however, it did once again ramp up some weak rotation. And Brandy told me that somebody called into 911 reporting a possible funnel on that cell west of Woodstock. But right now, it looks like the rotation died out pretty significantly in the last few scans, so I doubt it's still there. But it's still a mature supercell nonetheless.
All right, thank you, Andy. There it is. There's a storm near Woodstock. These are the storms that we were talking about as well near Elgin that have the ability to rotate here if they can get their act together. This one's trying to a little bit. It looks like it might have produced a mesocyclone, maybe a little bit of a lowering here or there. But it's not. These storms are trying to get their act together, but they're not keeping their acts together. Once again, this is the same cluster of storms that produced the tornado warning earlier. Woodstock, you are not under a tornado warning. Jordan Lark has been a member for 5 months, and she says, Augusta, Georgia tonight? I'm assuming you want a forecast. And since you're a member, okay. All right, let's do it. Augusta, Georgia. Augusta, Georgia. I know where that is, but I'm still going to let the map take me there just because that's a really cool thing that Radar Omega does. Currently, in Augusta, Georgia. Oh, man, Augusta, you are in a radar hole and a half. You've got scattered storms around you, okay? If you're in Augusta and you look off to your east, you can probably see the top of a very cool-looking cumulonimbus cloud over here in South Carolina. But there's nothing going on in Augusta right now. Is anything going to go on in Augusta? Well, let's figure it out. Let's check it out. We are going to have scattered showers and storms all through the night. That boundary that's producing some of those stronger storms up to your north in North Carolina is going to try to drop down towards Augusta. It'll probably get there around 2 a.m. tonight. And thankfully, by that time, there's going to be a lot of reduced convective energy. So it's likely not going to spark any new storms for you. So it looks like you got a good chance of staying dry all night in Augusta. But tomorrow, things are going to start popping off all around you around 3 or 4 p.m. And the chance for isolated storms is going to be possible all the way through the early morning hours on Thursday, really. But it's going to be isolated in nature, and nothing intense is expected there. So thanks for being a member, and hopefully that was a suitable forecast for you.
206, 245, 242.
Let's see here. Dave says you have over a half a dozen people watching just from the Cincinnati area. Would you ever consider a meet and greet in the Storm Seeker? Probably not like just an organ. Like, I probably wouldn't go to Cincinnati just for a meet and greet. At least not now. Maybe in the future. I don't know. But any time that I've ever taken the Storm Seeker out and stopped at a gas station, it always becomes a meet and greet. So if you ever see me out in public, I am not against meeting you and greeting you. Totally for. I love it, actually. So I don't get out much, but I do try to every once in a while. Kelly B, thanks for the incredibly generous $10 super chat. Says, thanks for your coverage. Loving Andy's input. What's up for the Quad Cities / Iowa, Illinois border? Well, let's check it out for you. Okay, let's check it out for you right now. You've got storms off to your north. You are under a severe thunderstorm watch there in Davenport, Dubuque, all the way up there towards Lancaster and Clinton. But most of the severe thunderstorms are off to your north. So let's take a look at the Radar Omega's representation of the HRRR here to see what could happen as we go into the future. Looks like those storms are going to make it into the Iowa-Illinois border area around 10 to 11 p.m. tonight. And pretty much similarly to Elgin and Chicago over here, the main threat's going to be some isolated strong winds and hail, but also a lot of rain. These storms are going to train over the same areas for hours at a time. And if you live in a flood-prone area, that could cause some problems between Dubuque and Davenport. Also down there as far south as Burlington as we go later on into the night. But I'd say around 3 a.m. tomorrow morning, everything's going to clear out. And then we do have some chances for some isolated showers and thunderstorms tomorrow all the way into Thursday, but nothing significant. Your best chance of severe weather is going to be tonight from, 10 p.m. through 2 a.m. Thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Hurricane Husky, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. Conley Hudson, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. Brittany, thanks for being a member for 7 months. Says, thanks for everything you do. Well, thank you. I don't know how many members we have, but I'm sure we've broken a record here on the channel. Thank you guys so much for all the support. Jeremy Smallwood says, hey, Ryan. How is the overnight looking for the Cincinnati area? Let's check it out for you, Jeremy. How many people do we have in chat right now from Cincinnati or in the general Cincinnati area? Let us know. Are you in Cincinnati? Are you watching? I know we got at least a half a dozen people watching. But how many more people do we have in chat? Let's take a look at it for you. In Cincinnati, close to the Y'all HQ, about 3 hours away. Nothing going on right now. No rain in sight for the imminent future, but that is going to change tomorrow. So let's go ahead and take a look at the future radar here. Some storms might start to break out around 10, 11 p.m. tonight. They'll be scattered in nature, nothing crazy there. Really, some of the stronger storms are going to start to move in around 7 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, associated with the outflow boundary from our big storms up there in Iowa right now. And then we do expect the initiation of some very strong storms tomorrow around 2 or 3 p.m. that could cause some damaging hail and winds and maybe an isolated tornado or two, but it's very unlikely at this point. And that's going to be a problem in Cincinnati from 2 p.m. tomorrow all the way through, let's see here, 2 p.m., I would say, to 7 p.m. And then things are going to move out and it'll be cooler. And then maybe you'll have another chance of some storms on Thursday. But I think the best chance in the near future for you is going to be tomorrow between noon and, 7 p.m. That's when we're expecting more of the significant weather in the Cincinnati area. Thank you so much for that, Jeremy Smallwood. Let's see here. Fast Move says, love the channel and the whole team. St. John, Indiana, for tonight, please. I had some big ones last night. All right. Let's see here. St. John, Indiana. All right, so that's up there pretty close to Chicago. So the forecast for St. John, Indiana is going to be pretty similar to Elgin. However, we will go over this with you one more time. St. John, you're about to see that outflow boundary pass over you, and we do think that some new storms are going to start to form here before too long. Let's take a look at the HRRR simulated radar, and let's watch what happens here. Right around, I would say within the next hour or so, some big storms might start to pop up. And then really the best chance for you to see some heavy rain and some stronger storms is going to be after midnight, and that's going to carry through all the way into the 5 a.m. time period where finally some of the rain is going to start to get out of there. And then you got a chance for some isolated storms tomorrow, and then one more chance on Thursday afternoon. But yeah, your best chance in the near future for strong storms is going to be starting within the hour all the way through 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So if you live in a flood-prone area, stay weather aware, because you could definitely get some flooding going on tonight. Sharon, thanks for becoming a moderate risker. Luke Ford says, I have been with these streams since December 9th. I feel like that's when a lot of people started watching. Right around the December 10th and 11th. Tornadoes over there in western Kentucky. As unfortunate of a situation as that was, thankfully that is how a lot of people were introduced to this channel. I don't know what it was about that specific outbreak, but more than any other one, that's where a lot of people that I talked to found out about the channel. That was an incredibly bad night. Jason Hoover, thanks for being a member for 2 months.
Go ahead.
Major wind rolling into Omaha right now. Oh yeah, there is some of those strong storms are moving into Omaha right now. Definitely going to get a big gust of wind, but actually no severe thunderstorm warning associated with this. Let's see here. Conley Hudson said, hey, yo, new member here. Got any info on Virginia? Seeing some posts of a multi-day severe weather threat. I had a tornado warning in the northern neck earlier today. Yeah, so I think most of the severe weather in Virginia, at least for tonight, is over. But I do want to show you the potential that we have tomorrow and the next day, because it is going to continue. Once again, a lot of those strong storms today have already moved out of the Virginia area. And then tomorrow we are going to see, as early as 6 a.m., some heavy wind, some heavy rain and some thunder move through Virginia. But then we're going to see some new storms convect around 1 p.m. And this is where we could see some severe weather around Richmond. Richmond points west all the way over to Lynchburg and Roanoke. Around 2 or 3 p.m., some strong storms will be moving through. And then you'll get another round between 6 and 7 p.m. So this will be an all-day thing for you tomorrow in Virginia. Pay attention to your local weather service all day tomorrow, because there will be probably a lot of activity with the severe thunderstorm warnings all across Virginia pretty much all day tomorrow. And it won't calm down until the nighttime hours. So yeah, that's what Virginia is looking like. And of course, we do have a slight risk on Thursday as well. So not only tomorrow, but all day Thursday. Watch out for even more severe weather.
Thanks for the update.
Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Something we don't really talk about that much is frequent lightning strikes and how lightning can really be I mean, it is super dangerous. There is a lot of lightning headed towards Albert Lea, Minnesota, which is right on the Minnesota-Iowa border. That northern edge, where it starts to turn into the Kama cloud, because this system has developed a mesoscale convective vortex, which is basically its own low pressure system that's evident in that Kama head shape with counterclockwise rotation. That's headed towards Albert Lea, and also just to the east of Albert Lea is Austin, Minnesota. And I remember somebody donated with the Austin, Minnesota tag. So I think that this area will likely see tons of lightning. There's some areas that have like 50 strikes in like the last 10 minutes, and presumably those are all cloud to ground that would show up on our radar tracking apps. So intense, frequent lightning is possible with these storms. You don't want to risk going outside, primarily because of that, even more so than any damaging wind that comes with it. So definitely be aware of lightning. That's why sometimes in those severe thunderstorm watches you see frequent lightning possible, and that might be the most worrisome risk associated with some of these storms.
All right, thank you, Andy. We've got it pulled up now, and on the Radar Omega app we can switch between how we want to look at the lightning detection: 1 minute strike interval, 5 minute strike interval, 15 minutes, or 30 minutes. If we go to 30 minutes, you can see just how many lightning strikes we're seeing here associated with the Kama head portion of this convective system that's moving through. This incredible lightning storm is moving towards Albert Lea, Bancroft, Alden, Austin, and Blooming Prairie in Minnesota. Additionally, we're going to see the incredible lightning move through Lake Mills and Northwood, Forest City, and Mason City in Iowa. So a lot of lightning associated with these storms. Definitely don't want to be outside during something like that. Cloud to ground strikes are more than likely what we're looking at here. And obviously lightning in a situation where the wind is kind of calming down like this, and the tornado threat's obviously low, the hail threat's going down a little bit. A lot of times people let their guard down, and then flash flooding and lightning kills more people than any of that other stuff that people usually are hyper aware of. So yeah, just keep an eye on the weather all the way until this thing is completely cleared out of the area. And it will happen. It's moving a little bit slower up here on the northern side, but it will eventually move out of the area. Also, watch out for flash flooding. I do see a pretty concerning situation unfolding right here. We've got these storms that are lifting north along that warm boundary. They're going incredibly slow. And then once those move out, or if they even move out at all, they're getting raked away or compiled up by this big swirling area of rain and storms here. So anybody that's seeing rain right now, like in Northwood, Cresco, in northern portions of Iowa, even in Austin and Albert Lea, where it hasn't really even started yet, you're about to see an hour straight, maybe even close to an hour and a half straight of just torrential rain. Some people could probably see in excess of 3 inches of rain in the time that this happens, and that will almost certainly lead to significant flash flooding in some of these areas. So if you live in a flood-prone area, take that. Take that however you need to. If you live in a flood-prone area, you know how to prepare for this. Even if you don't, I would watch out for the street flooding and then all kinds of other nasty stuff that can come from excessive rainfall like this.
No arcing, no smoking. Put it on the list for Excel. We're out of station available.
Yeah, we did have a picture of the tornado in Canada earlier. It's somewhere on my Twitter. I retweeted it a couple hours ago. Here is the severe thunderstorm warning, or a picture of the severe thunderstorm in Spartanburg County. I believe that's in North Carolina. So some really ominous looking storms moving through North Carolina tonight.
As of 3 or 4 minutes ago, they said they're assembling a crew to respond, and that's with an ETA.
Sorry.
Thank you.
And as of now, they're en route from 69th in Minnesota.
Yeah, and if you guys haven't already, please please hit the like button, just like you would on a normal YouTube video. It helps more than you know, I promise.
Engine 5.
Detective Wisdom says, I love Radar Omega. Thank you, Ryan. I'm glad you like it. I've been talking about them forever, long before they were ever a partner or a sponsor. I love them. Best radar app ever. Let's see here. Kelly says, my mom introduced me to this channel. She always wanted to be a meteorologist, and now you guys have helped her make a weather nerd out of me, too. Shout out to weather moms. Yeah. Shout out to all the weather moms and all the weather daddies. We know there's a lot of weather daddies out there, but we got to respect the weather moms, too. Speaking of weather daddies. Oh my God, I don't know why. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. Speaking of weather daddies, new shirts are about to drop on shopryanhall.com, and this will be the last plug I do for this today. I know some of you guys are interested in seeing some new stuff. Almost everybody has bought these. If you haven't, go do it. But we're getting ready to come out with some new designs, and of course, weather daddies will be on there. And dangly bits and all that good stuff. So make sure you go over to the site and get ready for that. Also, we do have NOAA weather radios back in stock. We've got the Midland ER310s available. We've got the walkie-talkie kits available, which are super useful. I always talk about these because they come with a whistle, they come with a flashlight, batteries, and these little walkie-talkies have the NOAA weather radio built into them, so you can still get NOAA weather radio through this. But the idea here is that you and a neighbor or a close family member that lives really close to where you do get this kit, and you both have access to the communications with each other, even if the power goes out, even if the cell phones go out and all that. And then additionally, you have the NOAA weather radio access as well right there in the palm of your hand. So, the walkie-talkie kit is incredibly important if you want to be ultra prepared for weather. And, of course, we got the infamous WR120 back on the website, shopryanhall.com. This is the #1 most highly recommended weather radio that you could possibly get. You can actually program this one with the SAME chip to only go off for what you like in your area, right? So a lot of times with the weather radios, you're just listening to the frequency and you're hearing what's going on for the entire forecast area. This one you can actually, kind of reduce the area that you get notified for. So that's useful. Yeah, it's not necessary, but it is useful and it's nice, and that's one of the better ones that you can get. And then of course we have the mystery preparedness bundle for a very big discount. You get the weather radio and one of our t-shirts, and 1 out of every 5 orders will get some free gifts with that as well. So we like to do fun stuff like that with the website sometimes, but like the main thing here is that this is all incredibly useful stuff. When people started asking me to do a merch store, I was against the idea. I didn't want to just sell shirts with my name on it. That's not what I wanted to do. And so I wanted to come up with some cool, unique designs, and I also wanted to create a section of the website that is actually useful. These are life-saving tools that everybody in America, I believe, needs in their house. The Midland NOAA weather radios especially. It's like having a tornado siren in your house, and you can sleep soundly at night, even if you're under a tornado watch, knowing that as long as you've got batteries in that thing, because even if the power goes out, the radio is still going to work. It's still going to pick up a signal from the National Weather Service. If a tornado warning is issued or something, it will wake you up. Those things are loud, son. They'll even work as a alarm clock that you can set on your own, and they are just about the loudest and best that you can get. So yeah, that's that. And then of course, I have to talk about Nader beans. We have a couple more bags of Nader beans left. This is the locally roasted coffee here in Kentucky that everybody loves. I don't know if anybody has any testimonies or anything that they could put in chat right now, but some of the stories that I've heard, this is like the best coffee ever. I'm not the biggest coffee drinker. I like it. I definitely have drank it. The reason this exists is by popular demand, but according to the hardcore coffee lovers in our community, they've canceled their subscriptions to other coffees for this. So super huge shout out to Lincoln Road Roastery, which is the local roastery here in Eastern Kentucky that's making this for us, because they are next level good at what they do. And of course, you can get it on our website, and it's called Nader Beans. Nader Beans. And yeah, of course, every single purchase that you make on this website helps us continue to do what we do, and a portion of every purchase goes towards the Y'all Fund, which is a collection of money that we are using to help people when disaster strikes. We've already paid people's home insurance deductibles. We paid for people to go on trips to get away from the situation because their homes was destroyed. We've sent hundreds of weather radios to the National Weather Service in Gaylord, Michigan, so that they could distribute them to citizens. We've bought food for people. We've bought chainsaws for people. We've done all kinds of stuff with tens of thousands of dollars we've been able to raise from this website thanks to you. Could not do it without you. And yeah, it's a win-win situation. You get a cool shirt or a sticker or a bag or a radio, and then we get to help people. It's win-win. And then one of the new things that we've got here is this Storm Seeker collection, where you can actually get a Vince Welty Storm Seeker number 4 or a Brandon Kopic Storm Seeker number 3 shirt. And if you get one that says Kopic on it, for example, he gets the money from that, or at least however much is left over after all the processing and the people that we have to pay to get it done and stuff. Same thing for Vince Welty. And then if you get the Y'all one, the one that doesn't have any specific name on it, it gets split down the middle. So super cool. As you guys know, we were talking about gas prices earlier, and our storm chasers are paying those gas prices, traveling tens of thousands of miles to get storms on camera for us. So yeah, they could use every penny. So yeah, that's all that stuff. ShopRyanHall.com. I'm so floored by the support that we've gotten over there. The amount of people that we have that have placed orders is insane, and I'm just so happy. I'm so happy that you guys like the site and that it's working out. And of course, we do have the map, and I've just now pulled it up, so it'll take a while for it to start working. But this is everybody that's on the website right now, and I will come back to it here in a second to get an updated look at that. Looks like we got somebody in Ohio. We got somebody in Kentucky. We got a couple people in Michigan, a couple people up here, all the way up and down from Arkansas through Missouri, Iowa, and Minnesota. This is what's left of our derecho. This is what's left of it. Not a lot going on up there. All the action now is happening in Canada. Look at this. We got tornado warnings out the wazoo up here in Canada. Environment Canada meteorologists are tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. Damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall are also possible. The potential tornado is located near Smiley and is tracking to the north and east. This is a dangerous, potentially life-threatening situation. Tornado warnings are issued when imminent or occurring thunderstorms are likely to produce or are producing tornadoes. So yeah, we've got some tornadic thunderstorms up here in Canada, in and around the Kindersley area, Eston. So we'll keep an eye on that. And I'll look at Twitter too to see if we've got any pictures or videos of this thing. And if any of our analysts are looking into that stuff, if there are any pictures, drop that in Ryan stream text. Because I know we had one earlier. I was just wondering if there's any more. So there, yeah, here we go. Now we're starting to see it. This is everybody that's live on the website right now. We've got a lot of people around Chicago today. I love looking at this. It really shows us where we're hitting the mark. A lot of people in Chicago are tuning in. A lot of people in Ohio. Thank you guys for going over to the website once again. It's a big deal for us. Still no new tornado warnings. If you're just now tuning in, we are kind of we're kind of just going with the flow here. We got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a lot of pictures and videos coming in that we're relaying, but nothing. You know, there's no emergency situations ongoing right now in the states. The website is shopryanhall.com. Shopryanhall.com.
Man, for Brandon Fire Car 1, copy the call.
Here's a view from Kanawha, Iowa. That big, nasty shelf cloud coming in. How many of you guys have seen this today? Millions of people have seen something similar to this today, as we've had a couple of big clusters of very strong storms with strong winds moving through. This is the shelf cloud for you. You know, something that I've noticed this summer, being a weather person on the internet who has thousands and thousands of followers, you really get to understand what people, like how much people pay attention to the weather, and how much people don't. Because you wouldn't believe how many pictures and videos of shelf clouds just like this that get sent to me on a daily basis. Somebody in Virginia or Ohio or Tennessee will see something like this, and they could literally be 45 years old and be like, I've never seen anything like this before in my life. What's going on here? Is the world ending? And it's to me it's like, I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand where that comes from. How many people who are watching this chat right now, I really am interested. How many people have seen this with their own eyes before? How many have seen a shelf cloud with your own eyes before? I don't know if it's just me, because ever since I was 3 years old, I've been hyper observant of the weather, and whenever I'm outside, I look up. I don't even look at the ground. Like, I only look up. Like it's just natural for me. This is a very, very common occurrence. Sometimes you get a shelf cloud that's more pronounced or more striking to look at than others. But it's just like literally crazy to me that so many people haven't seen this, or at least claim they haven't seen this before. So let's take a look at chat. Chat says they have seen it. Some people have said they've never seen it. I've seen many. I've seen a lot. So many. So we're, obviously the peak of the event has passed now. We're down to 8,000 people watching, which tells me that we're probably down to the most hardcore weather nerds at this point. So it makes sense that most of us have. This is something I don't do, or I haven't been able to do a lot, is make a poll. I'm going to make a poll right now. This is happening. All right. Have you seen a shelf cloud? Yes or no? All right. Let's see. Let's see what happens with the poll. Let's get those votes in. Okay, we're at 77% yes. 23% no.
Do you have an apartment number for us at 4611?
Okay, so we're 75-25 essentially here with 832 votes.
Negative. We can call back.
Copy that. For Wildland 7.
Wildland 7.
Okay, all right. I'm ending the poll now.
One of these power lines is across the road and low hanging, so I have put caution tape across this.
So yeah, that's just interesting to me.
At 1908.
But check this out. This is in Iowa not too long ago. I don't think this is still ongoing. I don't think that this was warned. This was today. Ryan Scholl near Estherville, Iowa. Look at this. A textbook occlusion producing a very visible tornado right there in Estherville, Iowa, an hour ago. I don't think we've had any tornado warnings in Iowa today. Thankfully, this looks like it was happening in an extremely rural area. I don't know what is that. What does that sound? Is that a tornado siren, or is that guy just honking his horn, just laying it to it? He said, "I'm going to be the tornado siren today." No, I think that is just like a siren. That's a big one too. That's insane. Insane. It doesn't sound like our sirens around here, that's for sure. Just imagine there's a tornado in front of you and you're just honking your horn. This is a few weeks ago in Edgewood, Maryland. Oh my God. Look at that. Amy Davis. Amy Davis with the 50 additional gifted memberships. That Amy Davis has gifted 100 memberships today. My goodness. Everybody in chat say thank you, Amy. Wow. Amy, thank you so much. That's incredibly generous. Look at this. Lenny B was gifted membership. Boss Mom was gifted a membership. Congratulations to all of the new members. Kelly C, Carrie S, Corey, Jeremy. My goodness, Amy. Thank you so much for that. Holy smokes. Amy with 100 gifted memberships today. I really don't understand how we still have people that aren't members. I feel like we're almost to where everybody would be a member. Hey Ryan, how do you use Radar Omega? I installed it because of you, but I can't get the future forecast. Well, there's no future forecast module in Radar Omega. You have to access the weather models. When you go and you select single site radar or MRMS, right under that, there's a section for weather models. And I promise you guys, at some point, and I know that I've been saying this for a while, and I really hate that I haven't done this yet, but it's just so many things have come up. But I promise you that I am making a Radar Omega tutorial, and it will be posted soon. Okay? I know. I've said it for a while, but it is happening. Okay, I promise. And I'll let you guys know. Radar Omega, because it is so feature rich, because there are so many things that you can do with it, I think some people get overwhelmed. It's really easy just to access the radar, which is the number one thing that you need it for, right? But there's a lot of stuff that you can do with it that kind of, it may seem complicated at first, but it's really pretty simple. Delaney, thank you so much for the incredibly generous $100 super chat. Everybody say thank you to Delaney C. Says, thank you for what you do. No doubt you've saved many lives. Thank you. I appreciate that. Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, that severe thunderstorm warning was just upgraded to destructive because there's a 4.3-inch diameter hailstone in Sioux County. That's north of Nebraska, and that's north of Scottsbluff, which is absolutely incredible. That's probably the largest hailstone today by far. not to outdo like the very large hailstones that fell in central South Dakota earlier today before we started the stream. But that was just relayed and just upgraded. So now that warning includes softball size hail for Sioux County in western Nebraska. In addition to that, I posted a video of the tornado that moved through Bowie in Maryland. So that one is quite the perspective on it if you want to take a look at it.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. We'll take a look at that right here in a second. First, I do want to just quickly look at this report. A trained spotter reports via social media and NWS chat a measured 4.3 in diameter hailstone there in Sioux, Nebraska. So, yeah, big-time hailers over here in Nebraska. Watch out for that. We've also had a couple of 60 and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts out of these storms, so these are definitely packing a punch. Additionally, let's watch that video of the tornado that went through Bowie earlier. Now, this is what's so surprising to me. From what I could tell looking at radar and even looking at this video right now, this is obviously in a populated area. Look at all the street lamps. Look at all of the power lines and stuff. How did we not get immediate videos of this? I mean, like I've been doing this for a while. Anytime that there's even the smallest tornado in a populated area, there's like 15 million videos of it at once. I guess this one is a little bit, I guess you would kind of have to be looking for it. It's kind of like the shelf cloud thing, right? A lot of people here probably didn't even notice this was going on if they weren't really looking over there, because it was kind of a high contrast deal for a short period of time, and then it started to blend in a little bit more with the clouds. I also believe that this was probably only on the ground for a short period of time. And then obviously the people who are on the ground that are directly impacted by the tornado, that are actually experiencing damage and the wind speeds, the last thing on their mind is taking a video of it, obviously. But yeah, that's a video of the tornado moving through Bowie, Maryland earlier. Yeah, this is a shelf cloud. Yep, this is a shelf cloud. You've officially seen one. Oh. So this is up here in Canada, right? Yep. Near Glidden, Saskatchewan, not too long ago. It's since lifted. So we've had tornadoes today. We have had tornadoes today out there. All up and down North America. Here's Garner, Iowa. Now that's a shelf cloud. That's an impressive looking shelf cloud.
Oh my gosh. Looks worse on camera, I think. No, it's about the same.
It looks worse on camera, I think.
Oh my gosh.
It ain't that bad.
Looks worse on camera, I think.
That kid
No, it's about the same.
is a future storm chaser, man. He's so chill. Looks worse on camera, I think. What's going on here?
You know what I really need to get is one for the back window. Honestly, I just need to take a couple of those grill lights and just get one of those mounting brackets, the headliner bracket. Holy shit! Yeah. Get one of those.
Oh, Brandon got scared. You see, Brandon is a professional storm chaser.
Honestly, I just need to take a couple of
And he was scared by a lightning strike. That kid, not scared of nothing.
Holy shit! Yeah. Get one of those headlights.
Landowner is taking care of it. They're gonna have the furnaces fixed tomorrow. All units are gonna be 10-8.
Here's a windbag of rain just east of Walnut Lake.
244, switch west. 244, switch west. 354.
354.
Keep and make your way towards 34th Street North and Wayland for unoccupied.
Wow.
Number 7.
Lots of stuff going on. Oh, I got another idea for a poll. Let's do another poll. This is something else I'm curious about. Okay, so what is your favorite, or what to you, what is the most interesting weather season? Oh crap, I just did that as a regular chat. Hold on. To you, what is the most, so winter, so like winter storms, blizzards and stuff, spring, like tornadoes, all that stuff, summer, derechos, stuff like today, or fall, hurricane season. What do you guys think is the most interesting? Obviously not asking, like, obviously I don't think anybody loves hurricanes. But what's the most interesting to you? Oh, wow. Big time spring.
205. I'll just do landline on this. You can...
I think that this is probably pretty biased towards who's watching right now. Obviously, spring and summer is going to be pretty interesting to the people who will normally experience extreme spring and summer weather. According to channel statistics, winter, by far, is the most interesting to you guys. That's when the channel usually gets the most views, like, and stuff. Like, I don't care if it's just like 3 inches of snow. If it's going to fall in Tennessee, people are all about the weather, man. But in the summer, it's like the opposite. This right now is the period of least activity on my channel. I don't care what happens. It could be the biggest derecho ever. But like it has no competition with 3 inches of snow in Tennessee. All right, thanks. Thanks for letting me do these social experiments on you.
Brandon Fire Car 1 with a patient update. 53-year-old male. Chest pain started center of the chest. It has now decreased.
Me personally, my favorite
It is now down to a 2.
kind of weather, personally, like as a storm chaser, obviously spring, right? Obviously tornadoes. But as somebody who does this, winter by far. Winter. It's our winter time streams are super fun. Like, obviously, I love the fact that we can go live during hurricanes and tornadoes and transmit life-saving information, but sometimes that gets really stressful. Lots of responsibility with sometimes we have 30, 40,000 people watching that live in the affected areas. I love doing it, and I'm glad that we get to do it, but it's not necessarily fun. But in the winter we have a lot of fun with these streams, and people just love snow, and some people don't, but it's usually less of a negative impact whenever you get a snowstorm versus a tornado outbreak. Here's some more photos from my local area. Some flooding down there on Branham's Creek. You can see how the water was over the road at one point there. I still can't believe that happened. Barely a raindrop here.
Metro. Truck 6, we're en route to 4935 West Lake Shore for that notifier.
10-4.
Okay, we've been going for 5.5 hours now. I think. Wait, what is this? Hold on, what is this? Brandon Kopic bingo. Oh my God. This, we need to do this for each of the storm chasers and play this throughout the stream from now on. This is a genius idea. Cat, you are a genius. Brandon Kopic bingo. Lightning surprises Brandon. Okay, we had green, blue sky. They haven't went to Applebee's yet. I'm sure he said, my goodness. I'm sure somebody's asked him if he's a storm chaser today. Yeah, I'm sure he said silly goose. Oh yeah, we know I've seen Vince Welty. Yeah. Okay, so all he's got to do is say whoa, right? And we've got bingo. This is awesome. This is so cool, Cat. Oh man, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm saving this. I'm saving that. I'm retweeting that too if you guys want to save it and play it at home. Here's northwest of Tennant, Iowa. Ryan, I can't hear you because of the hail. Yeah, that needs to be one. Brandon can't hear Ryan because of the hail, specifically because of the hail.
Checking status.
I'll be clear. I won't need you check.
Let's see here. Gael, I think, says this $5 says Bowling Green, Kentucky will continue its month-long string of zero rainfall. The Bowling Green bubble is real. I think you might get a little bit of rain tomorrow. It's possible that you don't, but it could happen tomorrow. I ain't gonna put $5 on it. That's a gallon of gas. I'm just joking. I will. Everybody needs a bingo card now. Yeah, I want one for Vince. We need one for me. We need one for everybody. Yeah, Des Moines going to be fine. The storms are like really dying down over here in Iowa. The Derecho or the major windbag portion is really dying down. Yeah, so before we decided to go live today, I was actually in the middle of editing my fireworks video. I wasn't able to live stream the fireworks display that I did, but I was able to film it, and I was just starting to edit it. In this video, we're going to be lighting off $5,000 worth of fireworks. This is a $5 firework. What? Hold on. I want to show you the intro because I think it's funny. But like we actually do set off a bunch of fireworks, and I think it's going to be a good video.
And for truck 2, if you can start on a full notifier 505 North Cleveland, Unit 8 for a full notifier. Truck 2, 50.
This video, we're going to be lighting off $5,000 worth of fireworks. This is a $5 firework. In this video,
whoa.
In this video.
But yeah, then I set up a bunch of cameras and actually filmed the entire process of our fireworks display, our show that we put on for everybody. We had a lot of people in attendance as well, and yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. You got a view of underneath the fireworks, above the fireworks, on this side of the fireworks, on this side of the fireworks, and a POV of like lighting them. Yeah, that was that was a leg reveal. The leg reveal. The legs have been revealed. I was going to save that for 1 million subscribers too. No, the fireworks weren't bought with the y'all fund. That would be ridiculous.
Repeating, Hartley ambulance, you are needed at 31 First Street Northwest for a 6-month-old child who is not feeling well.
Hey Ryan, what other software do you use alongside Radar Omega? Really, during the live streams, only WSV3. I do not recommend WSV3 unless you plan on starting a competing YouTube channel with me, and I encourage you to do that if you want to. But this is definitely not the way to go if you want to just look at the radar. Yeah, this is it. Just looks pretty.
The garage door will be open.
That's why I use it.
Correction, the employee is stuck inside.
Oh, by the way, that video is going to be posted on my other YouTube channel, Ryan Hall TV. Ryan Hall TV. Make sure you subscribe to that.
470-282 276th Street. An alarm company with a remote monitoring camera says a person is intruding on the premises. 441 clear to 19.
All right. So here's the thing. I think I'm going to do one more quick break and then come back. We'll do one more round of forecasts like we did earlier, and then we'll probably call it a night. Unless you guys think there's anything else that we need to do. Andy, are you available to give me a break? If not, I can play music or something.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm eating a sandwich, but I can do it.
Okay, I saw that you looks like you was taking lunch or something. I don't want to interrupt that, but
no.
All right. Well, we're gonna let Andy talk here, and then I will be right back. Go ahead, Andy.
All right, guys. Meteorologist Andy here. Goodness, I mean, I don't know what to say, honestly. We've just got one, actual major event that's not your regular garden variety severe thunderstorm, and it's that softball size hail that fell in western Nebraska. But, the rest of this is just literally, you got your hot temperatures, hot and humid. Very few of y'all actually saw relief from that so far today, especially if you're, near St. Louis and those areas. So really, today's threat, as we forecasted, as we've told you, has been dying down. We expected, the Storm Prediction Center and us expected the Derecho, as they've been calling it. By the way, meteorologists get a free pass at calling something a Derecho. So, degreed meteorologist right here. I could call it a derecho. That's the rule of the book. The derecho today has begun to weaken. We've only got your regular severe thunderstorm warnings, not upgraded levels of them at all. And those are barreling through Iowa, still doing some damage. What sandwich did I have? Pulled pork, actually, from a local sub shop. It's actually fantastic. The big red boxes that you see are severe thunderstorm watches, meaning the ingredients are in place for severe thunderstorms to go through. And those flashing red dashed boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. Thank you all again for watching. Yes, there is that rogue cell in eastern Indiana that's also crossing into Ohio right now. That is just warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds, and it might have some hail with it too. Let me double check that real quick. Some other stuff. Oh, it also has a giant flash flood warning with it. It is warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is all. So not large hail expected with that, but a flood concern is in play there. There's also a considerable flash flood warning that we should go over, and that's near Winston-Salem, North Carolina. That was for those severe storms that moved through earlier. We chatted about those for a brief second. So if you're in that area and you missed it, well, now you know to be here next time, right? We're doing the now casting. So a considerable flash flood warning means that, you know, flash flooding is likely occurring ongoing, and there's actually a considerable threat with it. And also the Charlotte metro area also is seeing some storms go through right now. And in addition to the areas near Spartanburg, South Carolina. So everyone's getting in on the action today. So many people. Southeast Michigan is not going to get something tonight. No. I'll double check on the next couple days. Yeah, Michigan is really outside of the main risk areas over the next few days, including today. What we're looking at tomorrow and on day 3, 2 days from now, are really the mid-Atlantic states. So North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, even Eastern Kentucky, where Ryan is located, and Eastern Tennessee. Those are the areas that are going to see primarily a threat associated with wind both days. And then Montana is going to stay in the risk too. So we've got that summertime slip and slide, like I mentioned before. Carly's not here today. Carly's busy. She is off to do great things too, but she's still working with us. Carly, my favorite coworker. Sorry, Frank. We all love Frank too in the background, of course.
You are welcome.
So yeah, that's what's going on. Again, really the main concern right now, outside these general severe thunderstorm warnings, are the lightning activity in southern Minnesota. I brought it up earlier, but Albert, Leah, probably seeing just a barrage of lightning over the last 30 minutes, 45 minutes. It's absolutely incredible. That's an hour to my south or so. Would love to drive there, but I'm sitting right here for y'all. All right, Chicago area. Yep, still a lot of people watching there. You're under severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. We have a boundary that's over there with current active severe thunderstorms in northern Illinois, but they aren't moving much. So we don't know yet when or if they'll be pushed toward the Chicago metro. So we don't know yet. More than likely, it'll just be pushed along by the boundary that the main line of storms is pushing out through Iowa. So perhaps that will reach you, 4 hours from now or so. And it's definitely not going to be as strong by that time. You guys are used to some severe thunderstorm warnings with some lightning strikes here and there. So again, you're not in the primary risk today, but since you're in a severe thunderstorm watch, you should be paying attention throughout the night. Even if we're not on, there are multiple weather resources that you can keep track with. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Yeah, that's that northeast Indiana storm that is warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that is it. So heavy rainfall in the flash flood. Oh, sorry, it's also flash flood warned. So the flooding is much more of a concern. Thanks for the ground truce, the ground reports, guys. I appreciate it. Frank is taking me off his friend list. That's totally fine. Sorry, Frank. How far south into Indiana? Guys, I really want to tell you everything that's going to happen with this line of storms and exactly where it'll go. But remember, earlier I said we used the NAM, the North American Mesoscale model, in some of our weather videos, some of the videos that Ryan makes. And Like, that's literally a model we look at. And earlier today, the morning model run put out a couple little spotty showers, but otherwise clear skies, right at the exact time in the exact location that there's a freaking derecho, dudes. There's a derecho there. And the NAM is like, oh, it's calm and clear skies. So I'd love to tell you where this line of storms will be exactly and the exact miles per hour that will happen at your house. But in reality, I can't do that. There is no way that I can do that. Chances are good that you will see sporadic storms around your area if you're in a risk area put out by the Storm Prediction Center. They're good at that. They use future model data, but they also use intuition. They're intuitive scientists, intuitive forecasters. And so they can give you a percentage chance, and I can give you a percentage chance, but I can't give you the information you're actually looking for, which is my, that 100% certainty when exactly it's going to hit you and when it's going to get there. Yeah, I am in a suburb of the Twin Cities. I am west of Minneapolis. I don't think models have gotten worse the past couple of years. In fact, they've gotten much better. Teams of meteorologists are working on updating the cores of the models, updating the physics in them to be more accurate and correct biases. So that's constant work that's going on in the back ends. Can I explain a derecho? Yes. So a line of storms, probably 100 miles or greater in the width of the storm, the length itself, and then the path length has to be about 250 miles, 240, 250 miles. And along that entire path, it's got to have severe criteria wind speeds, so 58, 60 mile an hour winds or greater, basically along its entire path, its entire existence. And then its ability to produce significant wind gusts of 75 mile per hour or greater in frequent spots is what subjectively allows meteorologists to assign the definition of a derecho to a line of storms. Where did I go to college? University of North Carolina of Asheville, Western North Carolina. Beautiful gem of a school and meteorology department. I believe the areas in the Southwest Desert are still in the monsoon. We got an early start to the monsoon down there, and drought outlooks are still showing that the drought down there will see relief or removal in some areas of Arizona and New Mexico. So that's fantastic. So if you guys don't know what a monsoon is, it's literally, you could guess it, but you will probably be wrong if you don't know the exact definition because it's very specific. It's it's a reversal or a change in the winds, the seasonal winds. A monsoon is not the rain. Rain comes with a monsoon. So the winds shift in the Southwest Desert, the North American monsoon. They shift so that they're more southerly, and those southerly winds drag moisture from the water bodies down there, the Baja California area. And that's where you get your storms from. That's where the precipitation comes from. Precipitation is a consequence. Rain is a consequence of the monsoon. The monsoon is the wind. Just want to say thank you. Your family was able to stay safe when you were hitting Randolph County, Indiana. Yeah, that was storms, last month or maybe even 2 months ago, right? A couple rounds for you guys over there in Eastern Indiana. Any danger soon again? I don't think you're going to see much more than those wind bags that we talk about with the summer slip and slide, to give you the convoluted wording. More Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne had that 98 mile an hour wind gusts on one of those previous streams that we did last month. That was pretty wicked there. You guys have seen the works, haven't you? I do not know everything, but I do give my best try, and I've got the underlying meteorology knowledge, so I can piece things together if I need to look stuff up. It's got that scientific basis to it. Thank you for the compliments, though. If you don't know me, I'm meteorologist Andy Hillbrand's taking one last quick break, and then we're going to do some more stream interactivity, elements, where we get to forecast for you or whatever he's got planned. We're not planning on doing a stream for the next couple of days, of course, unless there's an extreme risk upgrade. We will see if that happens, but it is doubtful. Anything else coming to Fort Wayne? Storms, this line of storms that we're looking at here that are prompting these severe thunderstorm watches, probably not going to stay severe, maybe slightly strong. They may be strong enough to produce locally damaging winds, but more than likely that anything that results of this system will reach you in the early morning hours by the time it's over there in Indiana. So you probably aren't going to see anything severe from that, but I wouldn't recommend being outside at 4 a.m. when it's raining heavily and gusty winds. Probably not a good time. The app that's currently shown below me, that's Radar Omega, and to the right of me, that's WSV3 that Ryan was talking about. We use WSV3 to show the warnings as soon as we can because we have that brilliant system in the backends that shows us warnings as soon as they're issued, and they pop up with the sound alerts on stream. So we've got that backend, and that's why we use this app. It's good to visualize what's happening, but it's not good to look at the fine details. Radar Omega, fantastic app for that. Would recommend it. The storm hit Kenosha. Yeah, I would say Kenosha, Milwaukee, that stretch from Chicago Metro north, that more than likely you're going to see like the end of this storm when it's still strong, but not severe criteria. Waterloo will probably see, in Iowa, we'll probably see a slightly more stronger effect of this storm, especially because you guys are in a juicy environment still. So yeah, thank you guys. If you want to interact, my Twitter link's there in the chat. Thank you, Amy, and everyone who supported today too. It's great to see you all on the channel, and Ryan's back. So take it away, Ryan.
All right, thank you, Andy. Yeah, I think this is the event is overall dying down a little bit, but that's not to take away from the severe thunderstorms that will continue to happen here in southern Wisconsin and into northern portions of Illinois. Chicago, you will eventually get a big storm come through. It's just not happening right now. And honestly, I don't think that it'll be as intense as some of the storms that we saw earlier today. This big one right here is getting ready to move into Elgin, though. Town that we were talking about not too long ago. 60-mile-an-hour winds possible with that. Also over here, south and east of Fort Wayne, we got a big storm that's popping up. And these are the ones that are going to continue to grow as we go into the evening. And right here between Indiana and Ohio, we will see some sporadic, stronger wind gusts and also some flash flooding. Our storms down here in North Carolina, moving into South Carolina now, are starting to weaken out a little bit too. The severe thunderstorms are all pretty much allowed to expire at this point. And our most impressive area of storms is up here in Iowa, moving into now southeastern Minnesota and northeastern Iowa, western Wisconsin. Lots of lightning, lots of dangerous lightning, and lots of rain. Potentially still looking for the potential for some flash flooding to occur up here, especially on the northern extent of that. That's what we've got going on right now. Here's a broad look at the entire country. Oh, and of course, Hurricane Bonnie. I told you guys we would look at Hurricane Bonnie. Let's actually do that in Radar Omega because it's just better. It is just better. Let's take a look at the satellite. This is something else you can do in your Radar Omega app right now is look at the satellite. I like to look at the long wave infrared, and look at that, man. Holy smokes, Bonnie is really well organized right now. It's category 3 with 115 mile an hour winds, 140 mile an hour gusts, 964 millibars low pressure. Wow, that's actually a lot stronger than what it was forecasted to become just literally yesterday. All right, hold on. Let me remove some of this NHC stuff here. Turn all this off, just so we can really get a look at Hurricane Bonnie here. Yeah, quite the impressive thing. I'm actually going to go all the way out to 100 frames. Let's load up 100 frames and watch Hurricane Bonnie down here in the Pacific Ocean spin up. You can see it had a pretty well-defined eye until about, I don't know, 5-6 hours ago. Looks like it might be trying to destabilize a little bit or organize. Still a very impressive storm down here. Not expected to impact anybody unless you're on a sailboat. Another cool thing that we can do. Hold on. I thought there was another cool thing that we could do. Hold on, give me just a second. I've got... Oh, let's go out of 100 frames. Let's go to 14 frames.
Yeah, if you want to notify Excel or City Power, not sure who
Yeah.
this is, and we'll cordon off the area.
10-4, it sounds like we've already tried Excel.
Let me see. Let me get to the correct mesoscale area. Hold on. Well, never mind. I can't get the right thing to load. But you can look at this satellite data in 3D down here if you wanted to. I'll show you that in the future, I promise. We'll be looking at the satellite a lot as we go further into hurricane season. By the way, if you're interested in following along during hurricane season, make sure you subscribe and turn notifications on. We will be going live for every hurricane that makes landfall in the U.S. We'll have our storm seekers down there and all that good stuff. But yeah, that's what's going on with Hurricane Bonnie right now. And then out here in the Atlantic Ocean, we don't have anything going on really. Not yet. Things will start to heat up as we go later on into July and, of course, as we get into August.
Central Rescue 4 is on scene. Rescue 4, I have 77 command. Conditions appear normal approach.
It is actually unreal how much stuff you can do with Radar Omega. It's literally like having a professional weather graphics system and then also a very user-friendly amateur just radar. Speaking of Radar Omega, here is a loop from Radar Omega of our Derecho today. Here's long duration MRMS and high resolution satellite loops showing the progression and evolution of today's Derecho MCS event. Alpha subscribers now have access up to 250 frames of animation, perfect for viewing the evolution of such long-lived events. Yeah, so obviously Radar Omega is a one-time purchase. You only have to pay once to get access to the vast majority of the features that you see me use here. However, there are some random things like looking at the radar in 3D and looking at 250 frames of satellite data. Obviously, that is reserved for the higher subscription levels. It's not necessary that you have that, but if you want to have it, it is extremely cool. And it's definitely worth the subscription price there. Here's the 3D look at the radar. Just kind of gives you an idea of how high the storm's tops are. It's just based off of the intensity of the radar, right? So like the more intense the colors, the more intense the hail core or whatever, the higher the peaks are here. It's just a cool way to visualize the storms as they move through. And I can look at that from any angle. Really nice to have this during hurricane season to kind of peer down into the eye walls.
Metro Heavy Rescue 1.
Heavy Rescue 1.
The pole is directly across the street from 716 North Menlo. It is broken off. It's got a Northern States power tag on it. City Power just happened to drive by and they...
Wow, here's an interesting photo from Moody Air Force Base post office. Very ominous stuff.
Come in. Well then, 9. We got all 4 sides.
Oh, and Sam, our lead researcher, just sent me a video from her dad of a rainbow. I believe this is down there in Tennessee somewhere. Double rainbow. Wow, that's one of the most vivid
I can't even get the whole thing.
Looking rainbows I've ever seen. Holy smokes. Thank you, Sam's dad, for sending this in. That's
auras or bows to it.
I would have loved to seen that with my own eyes. That's very cool. I've never seen a rainbow that, at least from what I can tell just through the video, I've never seen a rainbow that intense. Okay, so we've been going for 6 hours now. We've been going for 6 hours now, and I think it's time we end the stream. Oh, right after we look at this, because this is funny. Ryan Hall, y'all bingo. I'm retweeting this just in case you guys want it. All right. All right, well, I just said that. Thank you, Andy. You know I've said that a million times today. We got a radar-indicated tornado warning. We've had that today. Oh, I think we've already got bingo. 100%. I think that we definitely have. Andy's smiled today, I think. We've definitely mentioned the Storm Seeker. We have had that. We have had this. Oh, my God. This is going to be hard to lose. It's hard to lose. Ryan Hall, y'all, bingo. Radar Omega, tornado on the ground. Scary looking cloud. Ryan talks to chat. Y'all watch. I don't think we've had a correlation coefficient drop today. Nobody's asked me for a leg reveal today, but we did get one. We have referred to dangly bits. Yes. No PDS warnings today. Yeah. Nope. No, thank you, Carly's today. Get to your safe spots. Wow. Nice. That's very cool. I retweeted that if you guys want to save it or something. All right, guys. I think that's it for today. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Brian, you got a copy.
Oh. Yes, sir. What's up? That's Brandon Kopic.
You want to do a leg reveal for us today?
The leg reveal has already been done. I showed part of my fireworks video on accident, and I forgot to blur my legs. And so it's out of the bag. Cat's out of the bags. The legs are out of the pants. I was really trying to conceal that for just a little bit longer. Whoa! Here's another view of that double rainbow. My goodness, that's Knoxville. Yeah, Knoxville, Tennessee. Look at that, man. Is that not nuts? I'm retweeting this too. Beautiful rainbow in Tennessee today. I think that's been the most, like, obviously we've had some tornadoes. The rainbows, that's been the most impressive thing I've seen today. And also our Hulk storm, our green Hulk storm. Been quite the eventful day today, and thanks to you guys being awesome, liking the video, sharing, subscribing, promoting us in the algorithm. We have reached over 250,000 people today. 250,000 people tuned in to this weather coverage today. Thank you so much for helping us do that. There were only 500,000 people in the moderate risk today, so I think we did a good job. I think we did what we were supposed to do. I want to say super huge shout out to Andy for carrying the show during all the breaks today, and then also filling us in with all that great meteorological knowledge and giving us those early heads up before the storms. And also a super huge shout out to all of our weather analysts and researchers and moderators and social media people and editors. And it's a big team now. Big team. The y'all team is pretty big now. Vince Welty has somehow gotten back in front of this storm, and we've got one last shelf cloud here before we end the stream. This is the severe thunderstorm that's getting ready to go through Waverly and Waterloo. This is what you've got coming for you guys. It's going to continue to cause some sporadic wind damage from here throughout the night. but no more of the crazy stuff like we were seeing earlier. I think that's getting put behind us. Everybody say thank you to Andy. Also, everybody say thank you to Amy Davis and everybody else who did gifted memberships today. That is super cool of you. I hope that that continues to be a thing. I hope that one day everybody's a member, because I really do think we're going to start doing the members only lives more often. Those are so fun. They're a little bit more laid back. All right. That's it. Thank you, guys. Go to shopryanhall.com. Get you a weather radio and download Radar Omega. There's a link in the description for iOS or Android. If you've ever wanted a radar app, that's the one for you. Goodbye.